petrol stations are very close to each other. So we are sitting on a time bomb, ask government, one, to implement the directive of the president, and secondly, to revise and implement those guidelines so that we can save lives. It is very disturbing and it is very unfortunate. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. By the way, even where you're seated, just very near here, there is a petrol station. On this side, there's a petrol station. On this side, there's a petrol station. So it is
Madam
really...
Speaker, for information, opposite where the truck fell, there's a petrol station. So it would have been worse if now the fire had crossed to the petrol station. Thank you.
I personally witnessed the one of Rubirizi. It was not a good one. It wasn't. Jonah.
And maybe, Right Honorable Speaker, just 1 second, let the government, because they had promised here, it was on the floor of Parliament here, the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible, they promised to bring a comprehensive report. So, from the side of the government, they need to tell us what happened to that comprehensive statement, and if they are not willing to produce that statement, you give me powers as the Shadow Minister to bring a comprehensive statement, and I read it on the floor of Parliament. People of Uganda,
Thank you.
they will appreciate. I thank you.
Jonah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I join you in mourning the people who lost their lives, and also wish those ones who are injured a quick recovery. There are two things I want to point out. The first one, without prejudice to the skills and the entrepreneurship of Ugandans, many tanks are fabricated for different purposes here in Kampala. For example, for ferrying water, but because of the challenges in the business environment, they are turned into fuel transportation.
Water bowsers into fuel tankers.
Exactly. So for one to transport fuel, there are standards that must be met to take care of even extreme conditions of accidents. That even when a tanker falls down, if it has made to standard, it becomes very difficult for the fuel to spill out. So what we would expect from government is to either initiate a process of re-inspecting all the tankers moving around the country, especially the ones that are carrying fuel, immediately, with a view of enhancing the safety. But secondly, to also carry out a comprehensive investigations. We cannot rely on personal observations of what took place. What if somebody deliberately, for example, opened the fuel to spill over and lit the fire? So accidents that happen in this country, I don't know why they are investigated and the reports are held in secrecy. And we allow the public and citizens to keep guessing what happened. Recently, or far back, about some month ago, a very high-profile accident happened in this country, including involving one of the high-profile figures in this country. Up to now, there is no preliminary report that has been released where a old Deputy Speaker of Parliament is involved in an accident, air accident, which is required under the International Convention for Air Organization, ICAO, that reports must be released in public. So I invite government on this particular one to do a thorough public investigation and release the report so that in future safety measures can be put in place. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Jana, I think is right. We really need a comprehensive report on that. Let's hear from government. I'm coming.
Right Honorable Speaker, we equally join the rest of fellow countrymen and women in mourning and conveying our condolences as government to the families of the victims of the accident turned disaster. From the spirit of the debate, Right Honorable Speaker, there are 3 ministries that should come and brief Parliament on the issues that members are raising. One is the Ministry of Works and Transport on the road safety.
There is a procedural matter raised by honorable members as we speak about the accidents outside there and the safety measures. even in Parliament here, as members of Parliament, you should be able to know where fire extinguishers are, and how you should be able to use it. You should know the escape routes. I only got to know one escape route when there was a bomb blast at the gate. That's when I got to know that there was one escape route. So even us ourselves here, we should be able to know. Yes, procedure.
Madam Speaker, I don't know why the chief and government, if I got his title right the last time he enlisted them here, is so eager to speak when you are still raising issues that will require his answer. I thought, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, that he will allow us to raise all the issues related to this matter, and then he will come to give an answer at the end. Because, for example, if you allow, Madam Speaker, I represent a municipality which is
Honorable, what is the procedure matter?
the procedure issue I have raised it, that won't it be procedure right for government to answer when we have all raised issues relating to the matter?
Which rule restricts him from standing so many times and respond what members are raising? Can you respond to what was raised as we get other issues? Semakula will now come in.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the ruling. I was saying, in the spirit of the debate, it touches on 3 government ministries. The Ministry of Works and Transport on road safety, the Ministry of Energy on the guidelines as highlighted by the honorable colleague who was holding the floor, then on the Ministry of Internal Affairs that will be charged with the responsibility of investigating the circumstances surrounding the accident that led to the death of fellow countrymen and women. In the circumstances, Right Honorable Speaker, I would suggest with your concurrence that the Ministry of Internal Affairs that is charged with the responsibility of investigating be given an opportunity, because I know the matter is still under investigation, but they can give us their preliminary findings from what has happened.
Including transport.
No problem, Right Honorable
Transport,
Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, Semakula.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I take that route when I'm going to Nakaseke,
Yes.
but I got scared when I saw what happened yesterday.
What were you going to do?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, an accident is an accident, but some are preventable. Like yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker, I propose if at every regional police station we had a fire brigade, at least some few people would have been saved.
As we talk about fire brigades, I don't want you to put a blame on police. It is on you. How much money have you budgeted for each police station to have a fire brigade? You are the ones who give the money.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, you said rightly, but you are our boss, Right Honorable. So,
Honorable members, my work is only to chair the House. When it is budgeting time, you should be able to budget for fire brigades, more fire brigades. For me, when it comes to the House, I only do the chairing. So, Omar Patrick help me. You should not put a blame on me.
Right Honorable Speaker, indeed he shouldn't be blamed. We blame the institution charged with bringing budget proposals to this Parliament, and that is government. It is the government that comes up with the proposals. which is presented to this parliament, which we scrutinize. Unfortunately, these days, even when we come here to prioritize certain things, the heavy hand of government comes and says, your priorities are not needed. Please go back and redo what we want. So, Madam Speaker, your hands are tied. Our hands are tied. We can only blame this government. Thank you.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, given the previous budget you had put money to purchase ambulances, but you remember what happened. So since we have the Minister of Finance here, as a member of Parliament, I propose that in the next budget we make it a necessity that every regional police station should be equipped with a fire brigade vehicle. Our time of lamentations are over. We are members of Parliament. We can do that. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that at least this government compensates the people who lost their dear ones. Because we cannot leave them given the situation, and some of these people died when they were at work. So I pray...
Honorable, you know very well the government will do that. Government will compensate.
If it will, and thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll be very happy to hear the government compensating them wholesomely. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, you're taking a lot of my time. We've already made a ruling. We need a report to that effect. Unless somebody has something different on my communication. Yes. Jonathan, you have on my communication?
Madam Speaker, you had guided that matter, you had ruled on it.
Yes, I ruled on it.
You ruled on it.
Thank you. That's why Jonathan is... Yes, Doctor?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The government chief whip mentioned 3 ministries which are concerned. But a number of them are concerned, and this is an interministerial call to action. For instance, the Ministry of Health is concerned in this, and we want to learn the state in which those patients reached the various hospitals and what kind of interventions did they have, whether they had enough.
Honorable members, we have a committee in charge of health in this house. If we are responsible enough as leaders, can the committee members go and see? Exactly. For me, I am going to see those people after here.
Yes.
Lord will go and see those people. So why don't we go and see, such that when we come back here, we talk with informed.
Yes.
When we are informed.
Can I raise even these others, because
Yes.
it will help you also to guide the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness. It is also very important. Then we should be in position to examine and
Don't
interrogate
worry.
how much money.
Don't worry.
Yes.
That one is being
And finally,
yes.
the Ministry of Finance. He's not mentioning the Ministry
But
of
we are
Finance,
not-
Right Honorable Speaker. He's not even mentioning the Presidency, which overturned the budget which we had adjusted, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a sector-wide intervention and call for action.
Honorable, the budget that was overturned was not for that. Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this morning, we have members of Parliament from the East African Legislative Assembly. We have Honorable Fatuma Ndagiza, Yala member from Rwanda. You're most welcome. We have Honorable Rutazana, Yala member from Rwanda. We have Honorable Akol Ross Okolo, Yala member from Uganda. We have Honorable Siranda, a doctor, Yala member from Uganda. You're almost welcome, and they are here to observe the proceedings of this house. They are bringing more. We are yet to have. We want all the members, the Yala members here. Honorable Rose, tell the speaker we want all the Yala members here. Yes.
Right Honorable, you disregarded this issue of mushrooming petrol stations, especially in residential areas. But it's a very important matter,
but
right?
we have made a ruling to that effect. Honourable members, you'll allow me amend the order paper and accommodate a statement from the leader of opposition. Leader of opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to firstly join you and colleagues to express sympathies towards families that have lost their loved ones in that very unfortunate incident in Chigogwa. Scores have died, scores were injured. It's very unfortunate. I do extend my sympathies and commiserations to the families. We need to continuously encourage our people to be vigilant and avoid certain unfortunate incidences, because people were rushing to go and siphon fuel, hoping to make some money for the day. Unfortunately, they met their death. Hopefully we can keep encouraging our people to be on the lookout and to avoid certain grievous incidences. Finally, I also would like to call upon government. Let's help these people. Let's support them as expeditiously as we possibly can. Many have died. Many are in hospital. They need support. Let's support them. An accident happened. We hope the investigation report comes out soonest. But in the meantime, let us support these people. And Right Honorable Speaker, while we are talking about those who died in the fire and those who were injured, the nearby shops, a couple of them actually got burnt, and people have lost merchandise worth millions of shillings. Government, let's support these people. An accident did happen. Let's reach out to our citizens with support. Right Honorable Speaker, via Rule 53, I would like to present this very brief report of the oversight visit that I carried out with some colleagues to Atak Sugar Factory on 7th October 2024. I want to begin by tabling a copy of this report. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Shadow Cabinet conducted an oversight visit on Monday 7th October 2024 at Atak Sugar Factory in Amuru District to assess its operational status, economic impact, and challenges. The factory, located in northern Uganda, is a government-supported initiative aimed at reviving the sugar industry in the region, providing employment and promoting economic development in post-conflict areas. Atak Sugar Factory is an investment located in Atak, as I have mentioned, Amuru District, that was initiated by a private company called Horial Investments Holding Company Limited, hereinafter called Horial. It was incorporated on 11th April 2013 as a private limited liability company with the aim of setting up a plant to process sugarcane into sugar and its byproducts. The Atak Sugar Factory began as a private community partnership in the sense that land was provided by the people of northern Uganda. The construction of the company was envisaged as a milestone in facilitating economic recovery in northern Uganda through creation of thousands of jobs for local workers. Additionally, the factory would also promote women empowerment, since they would become the main suppliers of sugarcane. However, Horial soon contracted very expensive short-term credit from a number of financial institutions for purposes of setting up the factory. Upon experiencing difficulty in serving the expensive loans, Horial sought for financial support from government of Uganda on the grounds that this investment was very strategic for the people of northern Uganda. The factory was officially launched on 22nd October 2020.
The capacity of this plant in phase 1 was targeted at 1,650 tons of cane crushed per day, to be expandable to 3,500 tons of cane crushed in phase 2, 5,000 in phase 3. According to the shareholder agreement that Government of Uganda through UDC signed with Horial, government intervention would be solely for the purposes of completion of the factory up to phase 1. Unfortunately, despite government intervention in this factory, production at the Atak Sugar Factory was halted on account of persistent shortage of sugarcane and was closed in 2022 April. Between financial year 2017-2018 to financial year 2019-2020, Government of Uganda, through its investment arm, Uganda Development Corporation, progressively purchased and acquired equity shares worth 81 billion shillings in Horial. During financial year 2017-2018, UDC provided 2 shareholder loans worth 20 billion and through NADS released 54.68 billion in financial year 2019-2020 to support sugarcane outgrowers in Amuru and Lamu districts in order to sustain sugarcane supply to this factory. Additionally, Government of Uganda made available a transport subsidy worth 16 billion shillings in financial year 2019-2020 to transport sugarcane from Busoga to Atiak. All this investment had the sole objective of enabling Horial to complete the factory to phase 1. In financial year 2021-2022, UDC, through a supplementary budget, provided 108 billion meant from mechanization and shares, and in financial year 2022-2023, government, through UDC, added 274.1 billion meant for preference shares. Unknown today is the total percentage shares that Government of Uganda has in Horial, because it has continuously injected more funds into this company since the acquisition of equity shares. As broken down, I've provided a table, and the minister will take a look at that. The total investment, both direct and indirect investment, as we speak today, is 553.71 billion shillings. 553.71 billion shillings. It's against the above background that I went with colleagues for this oversight visit with a couple of objectives. One, to evaluate the factory's production capacity, the current operational status and its economic contribution to Uganda's economy. Two, to examine the involvement of local farmers and outgrower schemes in the sugar production chain. Three, to assess the accountability and transparency mechanisms in this factory's operations. Four, to identify any operational, financial, or infrastructural challenges faced by the factory. Five, to review the extent of government support and private sector partnerships in the development of this factory. These were some of our findings. One, the factory is currently non-operational, not producing any sugar, and this raises concerns given government's intervention over the years. Management intimated that the reason for non-production is because sugarcane is not readily available. All this despite the huge investment by government. Two, there were ongoing civil and infrastructure development works at the factory, such as construction of water reservoirs and an irrigation system, although they are behind schedule. Management said to us that they hope to get more funding from government to aid with the irrigation. Three, the management of this factory has abandoned the earlier model of planting 60,000 acres of sugarcane from Atiak across to Lamu through farmer cooperatives, and has now instead resorted to planting 25,000 acres of sugarcane in Atiak, owned by the factory. Despite the factory being non-operational for a couple of years, it spends 200 liters of diesel on a daily basis, running turbines apparently to prevent the machines from rusting and malfunctioning. This regular expenditure is disturbing given that there is no production going on. There has been slow delivery of machinery to fast-track mechanization of this factory. At the time of the visit, only some of the required equipment had been delivered, yet these are also incomplete and without the necessary accessories. Uganda Development Corporation, which is supposed to be the overseer of this project on behalf of Government of Uganda, has limited or no presence at all at the operations of the factory. Management told us that the factory's sugarcane plantation, totaling 7,900 acres, had been burnt down in December 2020, and this also affected operations. However, the cause for the fire was unknown. Despite the heavy financial investment of 553.71 billion by government in this joint venture, what is on ground is not commensurate with this investment. It raises questions about whether this is not another white elephant.
It's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wouldn't it be fair that the leader of opposition gives a copy for uploading, because we are not really following? No, it's the procedure issue. Let the Speaker decide.
Do you have a copy?
I do, Right Honorable, and
Okay. Do you have a copy for the Speaker?
Yes, I do. And as you had advised, Right Honorable,
Honourable
that I table it
members,
for
please
government.
upload, but you can go ahead and conclude.
Let me wrap up with
We will get a report from.
Our-
He's basically presenting. Then we shall get a report on it. It's not anything for discussion.
Thank you, Right Honorable. To ensure the long-term success and sustainability of the Atak Sugar Factory, the following actions are recommended. 1. Government, through UDC, needs to fast-track the conversion of its preferential shares into ordinary shares so as to increase the negotiating power, strong decision-making and voting powers in this company. 2. UDC should improve oversight and management of the factory's operations through ensuring efficient management and transparency in the use of public funds, put in place clear performance targets as well. 3. Government should conduct a thorough audit of this company to establish whether it is a going concern. 4. While the company is desirous to receive more money from government, we think it is prudent for the already invested 553.71 billion to be accounted for first. There must be value for all this money before we think of investing more. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the government of Uganda's investment in Atak Sugar Factory through UDC was intended to revitalize northern Uganda's economy, promote agro-industrialization and create jobs. However, all the challenges in place have made it difficult for these intended benefits to accrue. Government should therefore update Parliament on these 3 issues. 1, the exact stake of government in this project. Number 2, the plans there are to see that the 553.71 billion injected by the taxpayer does not go to waste. 3, and finally, how northern Uganda and Uganda at large can reap the promised benefits from this investment, this project, which the taxpayer has injected heavily in. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. We will get a response from Finance and Attorney General in terms of conversion of the shares, and then on the accountability of the money that has been given. So we'll get Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we take note of the Leader of Opposition's concerns, and I undertake to respond in writing.
Thank you. When do we get it? When do we get a response?
Actually, with your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker, I was going to request that we have some kind of timeline. Yesterday he did commit to bring a response on ROCO. Now he's committed to Atak. If we can have a timeline so that we hold them accountable. When the timeline hits, I will then remind the Minister for that update to Parliament.
Honourable Minister, when do you expect to?
Within 2 weeks, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. 2 weeks is okay, because Iyala will be sitting here. So when we come back here, 2 weeks is okay. Actually, we are going to give you 3 weeks. We'll give you 3 weeks, because I know the 2 weeks. Next item.
Item 3
Yes,
on the order.
Honourable. Kira municipality.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am raising a matter of national importance, which I have briefed you about this morning.
From where?
From your office.
At
Madam-
least I didn't see you today.
Madam
Yes,
Speaker, I was in
uh-huh.
your office this morning.
What is the matter?
This matter, Madam Speaker, relates to an issue I raised here regarding human rights. 3 of us members of Parliament from a party under construction, PFF, the Honorable Francis Mwijuche, the Honorable Kamara, and myself, were arrested taking a protest note to the Kenyan embassy. We are actually now reporting to court almost twice a month. When I raised this matter, the Attorney General made an undertaking to come here and brief Parliament why 3 MPs were roughed up like chicken thieves, but also to brief Parliament as to why 36 members of PFF were kidnapped from Kisumu and charged.
It is called what?
PFF.
PFF.
Yes. Madam Speaker, you know these things because you are in FDC. Madam Speaker, the 36. The 36.
Honorable Semujo, I am, at least you're reliably informed that I am not in FDC.
Madam Speaker, that's why I said you are in FDC. I'm not saying you are still there.
Okay.
But
what is the issue?
So the 36, the response that government promised relates to our arrest and then the kidnapping of the 36. Madam Speaker, why this matter becomes very important to receive an answer is that this government is squeezing people. You have just had 16 members of National Unity Platform being coerced by the army to plead guilty for offenses they did not commit. We have 36 who are there on terrorism. Ourselves are in court. So the reason and you are saying order. The other day near the Fort Portal mayor was killed by NRM and his NRM. So those of you are just order. Wait for your day tomorrow. So the issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is an issue of human rights, deteriorating human rights. These military people who sit here every day are squeezing our people. That's why when they are here, they are just quiet. They are squeezing our people in courts of law. Instead of taking people in courts of law, they are squeezing them in their tribunals. So can we get that response, Madam Speaker, on those 3 issues? Those who are kidnapped, our arrest, the 16 members who have been squeezed by the military to plead guilty for offenses they have not committed.
Order.
But order from our side, why don't you sit their side?
Yes, there's an order.
Thank you very much.
Just before you come with the order, did you say that the matter is in court?
Madam Speaker, I said this matter was raised here and government made an undertaking. I was actually given a copy by the clerk of Parliament of the matters that government was going to answer. So I have that copy. That's why I am only demanding that government fulfills its bargain. They said they will come here and explain the arrest of members of Parliament and then the kidnapping, because the kidnapping is not in court, it is a suspect.
Honorable Minister. No, let's get the answer.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I'm struggling to understand what the prayer of the Honorable Semuju is about. because all these matters are in court. Maybe what I can do is to find out how far the matter is in court and then come back and give a response.
He can clarify the prayer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under Article 28 of our Constitution, and I would like to read.
The presumption of innocence.
No, 28:1 says, in determination of civil rights and obligations or any criminal charge, a person shall be entitled to fair, speedy, and public hearing before an independent and impartial court or tribunal. What the Honorable Semuju is raising is that the government is in the habit of hurrying to arrest persons they suspect of committing a crime, produce them in court, and thereafter relax. Producing a suspect in court to take plea and then keeping quiet for 4 years without any trial. What the Constitution had envisaged is that the trial is actually the prosecution adduced evidence and there is a hearing, not just a matter of bringing them to court and it's mentioned like it's happening in the General Court Martial and several other courts around the country. So the matter that Honorable Semuju is saying relates to the speedy and fair trial. How do you arrest me and put me 5 years? And yet even in the end, even if I'm found guilty, some of the sentences would actually be less than 3 years. So how do I serve 5 years in a trial and yet the punishment may actually be less than the 5 years? That is what we should clarify about. And there are so many examples that we can give right from the court martial and also with the other courts of law.
Another clarification?
Right Honorable Speaker, we were in this house when a colleague joined us. I don't see him here today, the Honorable Balam Barugahara Atenyi. Shortly after he was sworn in, after becoming a Minister of State for Children and Youth.
Where is Balam?
He did say...
No, Balam is coming. You'll raise that issue.
The government chief whip, because he raised it through the lead of government business. That's why I'm reminding us here. He did commit and he asked that I retable the names of missing persons, those incarcerated, political prisoners, and so on. And I said, but those lists we had tabled severally. They're even in the library. But I said, for the avoidance of doubt, I retabled a list here. I said, anyone who would like to access it should access it. He committed to giving us an update because he said now he will take the law into his own hands, circumvent the legal processes and so on to ensure that people are freed. I think it would be prudent that the Honorable Balam comes and gives this House an update on what he has been up to, the machinations he has been up to, and how he has gone about this whole process that was in court and were making complaints, as colleagues have mentioned. People are held for 4 years, no trial, no evidence. He said he would handle the matter. Let him come and give us an update, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable, let's not sweep down what Honorable is saying. Honorable Semuju has an issue. People were arrested, they were taken to court, and he wants to know the position.
Madam Speaker, if you allow me to complete, because I was stopped by point of order. And each one of you here, potentially, you might be in prison tomorrow. We have had MPs who have just returned. So when you are speaking about matters of prison, please, the former LODU, allow us to raise these matters. Madam Speaker, the issue of abusing prisoners' rights.
There is a process.
I went to Chitalia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Rule 73(1) is very clear. Subject to sub-rule 5 of this rule, a member shall not refer to any particular matter which is sub judice, any matter that is under the courts of law or being handled by the courts. So, is the honorable member in order of procedure, are we proceeding right to listen to his arguments, well knowing that all the matters he's raising are subject to court decisions? Number 2, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding right to listen to Honorable Semuju when he's making allegations that are not that have no evidence. He mentioned that members of NUP were coerced into accepting certain charges, and there is no evidence to that. Madam Speaker, are we proceeding right?
Honorable members, there is only one person who can determine whether the matter is sub judice or not, and it is only the Speaker. So I have not yet ruled that it is
Thank you
sub
very
judice.
much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the member is just asking something simple to understand where these people are and how these people are being treated and how, basically that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your wise ruling. You see, when these prisoners, one of them, the ones who are alleged to have confessed to their crimes, now from prison's uniform, he appeared in an NRM t-shirt bearing President Museveni's poster. I was in Chitalia. I took t-shirts to PFF members, the 36 who are there. And the prison told me you cannot bring political t-shirts in the prison. How did government access prison to take their Museveni's t-shirt? You simply cannot abuse rights of prisoners, even when they are subdued. Madam Speaker, these matters are very serious matters. I see...
No, for me, all I want is an update. Let the minister give us an update, how far the government has gone. On the issue of the t-shirts, that's simple. Yes, Honorable Minister.
I just want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You know, the biggest challenge, Madam Speaker, we have is the interpretation of Article 23, Sub-Article 6 of our Constitution. If the Minister can bring to us a list of people on remand and who have been on remand for more than 180 days before their cases have been committed to the High Court, regardless of the crimes they are alleged to have been committed, and what action is being taken by the Director of Public Prosecutions to either discontinue or have these people temporarily released. Because we have very many people recently, I'm told of a person who has been on remand for 13 years without even committal. So let the minister, since he's in charge of the prisons, give us a list of the people on remand for more than 180 days and who have not been.
So we'll give the minister time to bring that report. We'll need to have time to get the report and bring the report. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, giving the minister time is okay, but we continue listening and hearing the outcry of people saying they don't know where their people are. Possibly, maybe as the minister brings the report, given the time you have given him, could he help the Ugandans to identify and locate these people so that when he's reading a report...
Which people? You mentioned the people.
Right,
that's a sweeping statement.
Right Honorable Speaker, whenever we hear missing people, missing persons...
Which missing persons? You mention the name so that the minister comes with the names.
Right Honorable Speaker, I take it.
Madam Speaker, I have Chibalama of Namayumba, a resident from Mwakiso, is one of those people who is missing and not yet known anywhere.
You know, as a legislator, you must be complete when you're speaking. You've said the right person, Chibalama of so and such, or of such and such a place. You get it, eh? Not just saying a sweeping statement that we have missing people. Next item. Minister, will you give us that information in 2 weeks' time?
Item 3 on the order paper.
Before we conclude this, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to know which information, because there is a... I'm confused.
The one that was raised by Honorable Winfred.
Honorable Minister, let me assist you. It's possible you have missed some sessions. On a couple of occasions, I have tabled those lists, and they are in the library with Parliament.
No.
Of people that have been incarcerated, of missing persons, including a one John Bosco Chibalama, whom the Prime Minister told us was arrested. So she knows where he is. So, Honorable Minister, please don't feign ignorance of these lists. Kindly go to the library and ask for those lists, because we have tabled them severally. But
No,
if you want, we can retable them for the umpteenth time, so that there is no excuse. Let's not feign ignorance, really, on these issues.
Now, honorable members, Honorable Semuju raised this issue, and now you're mixing the two issues. And then the one is talking about the one over 180 days. Over 180 days. Okay? Over 180 days. So is that understood, Honorable Minister?
Now it's understood, Right Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, it was becoming omnibus. Everybody was adding lists.
Okay. And Honorable Ibrahim, feel free to interact with the minister and give him information. Please, feel free.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker. But the reason I was raising this matter was because it was raised here, and they made a commitment to come and brief Parliament on our own arrest.
That was
MPs taking a petition to the Kenyan embassy, myself, the Honorable Mwijuchi, the Honorable Kamara, on the kidnapping of the 36 attending a seminar in Kisumu, and on the deteriorating human rights record in Uganda, including the military torturing people and getting them to confess to crimes they have not committed. And
so
the government minister
will give that report in 2 weeks. Honorable members, in the public gallery this morning we have students and teachers from St. Andrew, Kagwa, Gombe High School, Kawala represented by Kawalia Beka, Abu Beka. Where are the students? Students, and they have come to witness the proceedings, and your MPs here wants to greet you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
For today I have VVIPs, clerk. You may not bring students for today. You bring them tomorrow, because the place is going to be occupied.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving way. I would like to thank the Parliament of Uganda. I would like to thank the Parliament of Uganda for giving this opportunity to the students of Gombe High School. I very well know that most of them are leaders. Our dear students, this is Parliament of Uganda, where laws are formulated. I understand that Gombe High School is one of the best schools that we have in Rubaga North constituency. When you're here, feel at home. Don't fear to ask. Witness whatever is taking place. But at the end of the day, I want also to appreciate you as your leader. And I want you, when you go back, talk to your parents that our Member of Parliament is still here to stay. Come 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper.
Next item.
Statements by ministers on 3.1, the confiscation of national IDs by money lenders as collateral.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is a statement on the confiscation of national IDs by money lenders as collateral. Introduction. Right Honorable Speaker, this statement follows your instruction to present a statement on a matter of national interest, importance that was raised by the Honorable Osuru Maureen, the woman member of Parliament for Arua City, on Thursday, 1st August 2024, regarding the question of government's plans to end the vice of confiscating people's national IDs as a security for loans by money lenders. Right Honorable Speaker, the growing practice of confiscating national IDs as collateral for loans by money lenders violates the rights and dignity of our citizens. This practice not only infringes on the rights of our citizens, but also poses a serious threat to national security and social stability. In 2015, the Registration of Persons Act, ROPA, was enacted and established the National Identification and Registration Authority, NIRA, with a mandate to register all persons in the country, assign them unique identification numbers, and issue national identification cards, among others. The National Identity Card is now a critical document that serves as proof of identity, nationality, and citizenship. It is essential for accessing a wide range of services. However, there has been a disturbing increase in the number of reports where money lenders are taking these vital documents as collateral for loans. This illegal practice leaves borrowers vulnerable and deprives them of their most basic identification document, thereby leading to further financial and social marginalization. The impact on citizens: when a national identity card is confiscated, it severely limits an individual's ability to participate in various livelihood activities. Without their ID, citizens cannot open bank accounts, receive government services, or even verify their identity in various circumstances when the situation warrants. This practice disproportionately affects the most vulnerable members of society, including the poor, elderly, and uneducated, who may not fully understand their rights or the legal implications of surrendering their IDs in this manner. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the confiscation of national identity cards by money lenders opens the door to exploitation and abuse. Individuals who find themselves unable to pay their loans are often subjected to harassment, intimidation, and further financial extortion. This cycle of exploitation exacerbates poverty and undermines efforts to foster social and economic development in our communities. Our response and planned actions, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the government of Uganda is committed to protecting the rights of all its citizens and ensuring that the national identity card retains its intended purpose as an enabler for easy access to services and not exploitation. To address this issue, the government has undertaken the following measures. Legal framework: there are various laws, including the Constitution, that create specific rights as well as obligations regarding this subject. Article 292C provides that every Ugandan shall have a right to a passport or other travel document, in this case a national ID, which is also a recognized travel document, and therefore nobody has the right to deprive a holder of a national identity card of the same. Section 77B of the Registration of Persons Act, Cap 332, provides that a person who without authority deprives or dispossesses a holder of his or her national identification card commits an offense. Further, Section 77E of the same Act provides that a person who unlawfully keeps or takes possession of a national identification card that belongs to another person commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 48 currency points, which is Uganda shillings 960, or imprisonment not exceeding 3 years, or both. It should be noted that under Section 693 of the ROPA, an issued national identification card remains the property of the government of Uganda. A money lender, therefore, has no authority to deprive or dispossess a person of his or her national ID. The national ID is government property and cannot be staked as security or collateral. Government did not intend national identity cards to be used as collateral for borrowing, but rather as identification documents to foster social and economic development in the country, being enabler to access services easily by the citizenry. In a bid to enforce the above provisions, government has further enacted Tier 4 microfinance institutions and money lenders regulations, statutory instrument number 8 of 2018, which expressly prohibits the demand or acceptance of a national ID, passport, warrant card, or other document establishing the identity or nationality of the holder as collateral for any money advanced to a borrower as a loan. Regulation 18 to be specific. Therefore, any money lender found in violation of these laws and regulations is in breach of the law, and if convicted is liable to suffer severe penalties, including the revocation or non-renewal of their operating licenses, payment of fines, and imprisonment. Upgrade of the national ID by introducing digital IDs. NERA plans to eventually upgrade the national ID by rolling out digital electronic identity cards. One of the advantages of this is that it will combat the troubling practice of confiscated national identity cards as collateral for loans by money lenders. The introduction of EIDs will reduce dependency on physical cards for identification. With digital verification, citizens will be able to authenticate their identity using electronic means such as mobile apps or online platforms. This planned shift reduces the risk of physical IDs being used as collateral, since digital identity verification does not require the physical handover of the card. Money lenders will no longer be able to hold a physical national identity card as security, because the verification process will remain under the control of the card holder and the authorized institution. This initiative is not only about adopting new technology, but also will protect our citizens from predatory practices that have plagued our society far too long. Government is cognizant of the fact that the majority of its citizens do not yet have access to internet and smartphones to enable the immediate implementation of a universal digital ID system. However, when this happens, it will be the ideal solution to decisively deal with this challenge. Public awareness campaigns. The government is undertaking nationwide public awareness campaigns to educate citizens about their rights and the dangers of surrendering their national identity cards as collateral. Government agencies such as NERA, the Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority have undertaken civil media engagements to create awareness in the public about illegal acts of misuse of identity cards as collateral. This awareness is intended to empower citizens with knowledge about their rights over their national identity cards, thus reducing exploitation. Strengthening oversight and enforcement. The government has stepped up enforcement of the law by arresting and prosecuting persons involved in this illegal practice. For example, in Lira City, it was reported by the police in the North Choga region that operations were conducted on the 5th of August 2024 within Lira City, targeting money lending companies, and 149 national identity cards were recovered. The law enforcement agencies prosecute such cases where lenders are found to be engaging in such blatant abuse of confiscation of national identity cards. Citizens are therefore encouraged to report to the nearest police station or NERA office any person or entity illegally holding their national identity card for further action. The challenge, however, remains that the card holders do not report and are also in a way complicit in this malpractice for want of anything to stake as collateral for borrowing. So through all levels of leadership, we need to provide leadership and guidance to the population. Engagement with stakeholders. The government will continue to engage with key stakeholders, including financial institutions, political leaders, civil society, and community leaders, to ensure a collaborative approach to ending this practice. This will include dialogues, consultations, and other engagements aimed at identifying and addressing the root causes of this issue. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the confiscation of national identity cards as security for loans is a deplorable practice that must be stopped immediately. The government of Uganda is fully committed to protecting the rights and dignity of our citizens by ensuring that their national identity cards retain their integrity and remain in their possession and are used only for their intended purpose. To achieve this end state, the citizens themselves must cooperate by avoiding this illegal practice as much as possible, or in the unlikely event that it happens, report to authorities to retrieve the confiscated cards. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. First, before we go to anything, before we say anything on that, we had asked the Minister of Finance to bring regulations to curb the interest rates of money lenders. How far did you go? Because that's the most important thing. We want regulations.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Attorney General is still working on them. And I undertake to follow up within 4 weeks. Within 4 weeks, we shall bring the draft.
You want to bring us the draft?
We shall bring the regulations here.
We need the regulations. We need the regulations. The issue of money lenders is a very serious issue.
Yes, it is.
Honorable members, we have a law without regulations. So we cannot implement what we agreed on the law without regulations in this house. Yes, Ozzy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree with you that the ministers will bring the regulations. The issue of exploitation and extortion does not only stop with the exorbitant interest rates, but also the conditions of payment. I was with my women in my rural village. The women in my constituency, in that case, as a leader, I refer to them as my women because I lead them. But I don't mean that they are my wives. There's difference between, so you should get that.
If Honorable Z is married.
Madam Speaker, many of those complain to me, those ones in their saving groups and the rest, they engage in businesses. But some of these money lenders have gone to those rural areas. They give money, but the condition of payment is that you pay every day. You pay every day to them. So the extortion is real, because I was telling them, if you pay money every day to these money lenders, how do you get money for yourself? This is typical exploitation. So we really need this. We need the regulations here, so that we assess and see.
That makes us advise our women to concentrate on PDM.
Yes, that's what I was telling them.
PDM, Emioga.
Two, Madam Speaker, I was also engaging with the civil servants. The same issue has also extended to the civil servants. You find that those days, for a civil servant to access loan, this must be authorized by the cow. And the cow determines how much you can get as a loan. But this time, a civil servant, so long as has the national ID, the financial card, and supply number, can just walk to these banks and get loans. And the coding of these loans are done by private companies, not the cow. So this has led to over deduction of their monies. In some cases, many of these civil servants have their names deleted. Because once you get loan and the deductions go below 50% of your salary, then your name disappears. And this has caused many civil servants to abandon job. So it is one of the serious issues. We needed explanation from government. How can a private company come up with coding of loans? And why do you leave out the cow who is supposed to supervise his civil servants? He has nothing to do with approval of loans. So I think
you know, the private company, once you have a CRB, that private company will be able to know how much money you have. and they will be able to give you. But it all goes to financial discipline. Financial discipline.
So, Madam Speaker, as the government comes, we needed that explanation so that we help our people. Thank you, Madam
Let's
Speaker.
get the regulations. Honorable members, the members of the East African Assembly that are up there watching and attending to our proceedings. One, we have members from Burundi. We have Honorable Victor. Honorable Victor, I may not be able to mention the other name. Then we have Honorable Nkurusiza. We have Honorable Nkurusiza. We have Honorable Kibea Saidi. Then members from Kenya. We have Honorable Imam Falada. Welcome. Honorable Kalonzo, most welcome. Honorable Kering, you're most welcome. Honorable Shabal Saidi, you're most welcome. Members from Rwanda, we have Honorable Fatuma. Honorable Fatuma. We have Honorable Matthias, you're most welcome. We have Honorable Rutazana. Rutazana, you're most welcome. Then we have members from South Sudan. Honorable Dr. Ann Ito. Dr. Ann Ito. We have Dr. Saida. Honorable Saida James. Welcome. Honorable Kim Jia. Welcome. Honorable Luke Thomas. Welcome. Honorable Gideon. Welcome. Then we have members from Uganda. We have Honorable Mary Mugenyi. Most welcome. We have Honorable James Kakoza. We have Honorable George Stephen Odongo. We have Honorable Veronica Kadogo. We have Honorable Gerald Siranda. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming to attend to our proceedings. You want to debate on that statement? You are the same money lenders who are mistreating people.
Something important.
I have asked for regulations.
Yes, something important.
Uh-uh.
Right, something important. Some additional information.
I have asked for regulations, and you want in 1 month's time, we need the regulations here. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for accepting me, and I want to thank the Minister, the General. But you see, Madam Speaker, when there is a vice in the country, the Minister has made his statement, but the best solution to this problem now is issuing an instrument, stopping that practice, and any money lender doing so, his license should be revoked. We agree with whatever you have given, but now what you are stating is in the future. So why don't you issue an instrument stopping that? Thank you, Madam.
Right, Honorable.
Yes.
There's no need for an instrument. It's already an illegality to use IDs
Whatever
as collateral.
is being done is an
It is illegal.
illegality. And secondly, an ID can never work as a collateral. It can never work as a collateral security. Not even an ATM. Not even an ATM. Yes.
Right, Honorable. There is another challenge with IDs. There are thousands of national IDs with police, those which are lost, thousands all over the country. And people are paying money to acquire new IDs. I would propose that the police the internal affairs, you advertise the IDs. Someone should, wait, why don't you allow information, please? Someone should pay for the money of the advert instead of paying 200,000 to go and get a new one. Advertise them, they are all over every police station. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the IDs, there are people who don't have fingerprints. We should have an alternative to fingerprints. Iris recognition is now used worldwide as part of the biometrics for identification. So in the new IDs, please use also include the iris recognition so that those who don't have fingerprints can get an alternative. I submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have said what we need are regulations. Whatever is being done is an illegality, and we cannot continue discussing about an illegality. This is something that is not supposed to be done. Next item.
Item 3.2, statement by Minister on the National Population and Housing Census 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My presentation is not about the entire census. It is responding to the issues that we raised on the floor recently. Yeah, we shall be coming to present that one.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Most of the people had issues on census. The Bagisu had issues on the census. The Langi, everybody had issues on census. And then there was also the one of Honorable Daisy. So I don't know how you're going to handle this. Maybe we could have a report, the census report.
Yes.
Let's have a census report such that we are able to refer. Jonah, do you have something, Jonah?
No, but Madam Speaker, the issue that was raised.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you look at the instrument that allows the census to take place, there are about 36 parameters that when you are conducting census, it's in the first schedule. You must interrogate. And what we have in the public domain is that the census was conducted in a shabby manner. The data, the allegations that they were manipulated, others were cooked. The public is outraged that many households were never even approached by the enumerators. And even the provisional report that was released has since been recalled. So we actually don't have any foundation to entertain such a statement. In the premises, without even any foundational document for us to refer to, it is difficult to appreciate such a statement, because what the country expects is a report on the census, not a statement brought by the minister, and we are not even sure where the minister is coming from. So I propose that the minister be allowed to go back. We already gave them more than 380 billion, and that 380 billion, they should do their work, and once they are
procedure.
Madam Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the Shadow Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. But when the Honorable Matia Kasaija made the undertaking, he made the undertaking in the premise that there were many issues that needed to be answered. And as a result, he said, can I come with a statement about everything? That's how I understood it. The procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether even before receiving a statement to know what is in that statement, we can now in anticipation rule it unsatisfactory. Yet the undertaking was that the minister will come here to answer all issues of the census. That's what the Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Honorable State Minister, I think is just carrying a document he has been given. But his boss was here and he said his statement will be a statement about all the issues.
He made a disclaimer and said it was partial. And based on that, first of all, we need to know what is the source of this document. Because we must be having a report where he extracted the figures that is reporting from. So, Honorable Minister, we would need a report of the census, and then you can come and give us a report. A report where you will be able to quote that the source is from the census report. I mean the census report, yes. So you'll go back and bring that report, and we will still give you. How much time do you need? And no, in the meantime, Ugandans should know what they know.
Right, Honourable Speaker, actually this submission relates to what transpired when Honorable Kaseja was here. And he asked me to come here because he's out of the country. You gave him a deadline to report on particular issues that were raised then, including the matter raised by Honorable Ndezi and the matter relating to the tribes, data relating to the tribes. So those are some of the issues that I will respond to.
How much time do you need to bring the report?
Permit me to inform the House that in December we shall be wait a minute. In December we are coming up with a final report on the national census for 2024. The final report.
Honorable members,
this report we had was a provisional report. So the final report is coming out in December. Now, Right Honourable Speaker, you have indicated that I must have a report to quote.
Honourable members, December is not far. It will also pass. Let's get something that is concrete, that is authenticated. You get it, eh? So we cannot take this because it is partial. Mzee Kasaija said he was coming with a concrete what? Information. So let's go to the next item.
Item 3.3, statement by Minister on the new O-level and A-level curriculum and emerging issues.
Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Kaduchu.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to present a statement to this floor on the new O-level and A-level curricula and emerging issues that were raised on this floor. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, on 16th October this year, Parliament directed, under the leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Education and Sports provide an update on the progress of the low, secondary, and advanced level curricula. Members, as you may be aware, the first cohort of learners is currently sitting their end of Senior 4 examinations and expected to progress to Senior 4 in 2025. This curriculum is competence-based and learner-centered, emphasizing generic skills, values, and a positive attitude towards life and work. In addition, the methodologies used emphasize participatory learning approaches and application of what has been learned. The assessment focuses on learning and considered an individual learner instead of the one-size-fits-all approach. Right Honorable Speaker, where we are to date, the Ministry of Education and Sports rolled out the lower new secondary curriculum in February 2020. Since then, several interventions to make it successful has been made as outlined below. Number one, we have conducted training for teachers through our agencies and departments. The NCDC developed a teacher training strategy to help the teachers to interpret and understand the low secondary curriculum. A total of 1,600 master trainers and 81,048 teachers of Senior 1 to Senior 4 were trained on the new lower secondary curriculum across the country. In addition, Right Honorable Speaker, individual schools have been using the master trainers to train those who never had a direct interaction with the curriculum designs using the cascade model. It should be noted that the target number of teachers to be trained was 198,720 from both government and private schools. Those trained represent 41% of the planned targeted number. The center trained 9,126 head teachers, DEOs, district inspectors of schools, and Ministry of Education officials on the new lower secondary curriculum. Number two, the Uganda National Examinations Board, referred to as UNEB, has also trained 15 teachers from each school on assessment. The assessment constitutes a classroom-based assessment and project with an emphasis on generic and practical skills. Schools have been trained on how to capture student scores from the school-based assessment on the system, which will contribute 20% of the total learner's score at the end of the cycle. Number three, the Directorate of Education Standards have provided teachers support in approximately 500 secondary schools in the country. The Ministry of Education is making efforts to adapt online methods of instructing teachers in the wake of financial constraints to conduct face-to-face training. The Ministry of Education and Sports through NCDC trained publishers on how to write interactive textbooks to the curriculum. The developed textbooks and teachers' guides were distributed to all secondary schools across the country from Senior 1 to Senior 4. Number five, the curriculum requires engaging learners in core curricular activities to develop their practical skills and talents, which includes swimming. It is worth noting that not all concepts in the curriculum are taught in the classroom setting. Project-based learning can be taught outside the classroom, and a learner is free to select a subject from the many available options across the subjects. He or she is expected to be innovative and creative in doing the project by using local available resources within the community and in particularly the environment. The Ministry of Education and Sports will continue guiding our teachers on how to guide learners in using locally available materials during project work. The implementation of the lower secondary curriculum has faced quite a number of challenges, Madam Speaker, including the skill gaps among teachers in implementation of the competence-based curriculum because they were used to traditional methods of teaching and they had to transit to the competence-based approaches. The limited instructional materials and the limited sensitization among key stakeholders like our parents, among others. Madam Speaker, to mitigate the challenges of implementation, the Ministry of Education through NCDC is in the process of developing sample scheme of work and sample lesson plans to guide teachers in the preparation of instructions at the lower secondary level. The Ministry of Education and Sports further plans to continuously develop the skills of teachers through teacher support and online training. Through the training, the teachers will be equipped with skills in developing low-cost non-textbooks materials to support them in effectively managing the teaching learning process. Madam Speaker, the progress on the development of the A-level curriculum. The Ministry of Education and Sports, honorable members, through the National Curriculum Development Center, embarked on the review of the A-level competence-based curriculum in 2021. The progress is still ongoing, and as we prepare for this first cohort that is expected to progress to Senior 5 in 2025. The Ministry of Education and Sports, Right Honourable Speaker, has made arrangements to mitigate the gaps in the A-level curriculum by aligning it to the lower secondary curriculum, which is competence-based. This current cohort, which are sitting senior for exams, will be oriented towards the competence-based curriculum on joining Senior 5. Right Honourable Speaker, in addition to the issues raised on the revised curriculum for A-level, I will want to comment on other issues that have been raised. That includes 1, urgent harmonization of the pay of science teachers and school administrators. On that issue, Right Honourable Speaker, Government of Uganda has agreed to provide a top-up allowance to school head teachers to address the matter of harmonization of salaries with the science teachers. This especially the science-based head teachers and science deputy head teachers. The matter has been logically concluded. Number 2, the need for staff quarters in all schools, especially those in hard-to-reach areas. The Ministry of Education and Sports, Right Honourable Speaker, acknowledges the need to have staff quarters in all our schools across the country. We believe this will solve the challenges of staff retention, especially in hard-to-reach, hard-to-work areas. Unfortunately, this is not budget neutral, as it will require significant resources beyond the ceiling of the Ministry of Education and Sports, which is available to the ministry. Nevertheless, the matter is being addressed in a phased manner within the available resources to the local governments. There is an approved budget of Ugandan shillings 41.46 billion across the local government votes to address some of the infrastructural gaps in schools, including the staff houses where need be. In addition, Right Honourable Speaker, all seed schools that is being constructed in a phased manner have provision for staff houses included as part of the scope for the construction. Issue number 3, the need to recruit enough teachers and reduce the teacher-student ratio. Right Honourable Speaker, this financial year 2024-2025, the ministry secured 111 billion, and this will go towards recruitment of at least 4,402 staff. This will be deployed in the 111 seed schools in phase 2 and phase 3, which is the 27 schools, under the U-Gift program. Each school is projected to receive 31 teaching and non-teaching staff. We also secured 11 billion that has been provided for recruitment of teachers in primary schools, a total of 1,589 teachers. This will be across local government with staffing challenges. Number 4, on students being denied access to national examination because of unpaid fees. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you so much for raising really and advocating on that matter personally, you. Thank you. And the Ministry of Education, together with the UNEB, has been working with the schools to ensure that this does not happen. The Permanent Secretary has written a circular to all school head teachers to ensure that all candidates sit examination without interruption or sending them home because of unpaid school balances.
You have the circular?
Yes.
Lay it on table.
I tabled the circular. Thank you. They should put agreeable measures in place between parents and school administration to ensure school fees balance are paid accordingly without interrupting examination process. I also want to thank FAWE and other partners that have really supported last week, girls especially, those who have been sent away, and they addressed the issue of school fees balance. Number 5. Number 5, teachers in private schools operating without contracts. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Education and Sports have drafted guidelines for staff employment in private schools and institutions in Uganda. These guidelines emphasize the need to sign contracts for employees as provided for in Section 59 of the Employment Act of 2006. The Act states that employees must be served with a contract that states the full names and the address of the parties of the contract, their title of the job, the place of work, the wages to be paid, including deductions, as well as leave periods. The guidelines for staff employment in private schools and institutions in schools are not enforceable because they are not yet gazetted. The process for gazetting is underway. In the budget, this coming budget for financial year 2023-2024, we will probably make sure the process is gazetted. As I conclude, there is a question, what is FAWE? FAWE stands for Forum for African Women Educationists, including Madam Speaker, who is really one of our key educationists in this country. So I thank you so much for supporting the education sector, and I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There is a procedure. Shadow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister. Thank you for attempting, but for giving this report. But the procedure matter I'm raising, Madam Speaker, is that wouldn't be procedure okay if you grant me permission as a shadow minister. I want to respond with evidence attached with each and everything the minister has stated. For example, let me say something here, Madam Speaker. Just one small thing from what she has said, that they have trained the 15 teachers from every secondary school, whereas there are secondary schools in Uganda who have less than 10 teachers. So where do you get 15 secondary school teachers to be trained when the school has less than 10 secondary school teachers? So if Madam Speaker of the Intelligence, you accept, even if you say tomorrow or next Tuesday, I am ready to present, because I'm going to lend the minister my phone to see the messages I'm receiving from head teachers right now, from your own statement, because they are following. And whatever you are saying is a challenge. Our battle here is to see how we streamline education. But we are on a time bomb. So, Madam Speaker, if you accept me, I'm ready to prepare, and I respond. I'm on a procedure, and trained as a member of Parliament. I don't want to give information on procedure matters. So, I would pray the minister, with her trials, with her prayers for you, you are in trouble, but don't worry. We can solve this problem together. And I'm a member of the Committee of Education and the Shadow Minister, and above all, a minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, permit me to lay on table to you the correspondence.
Honorable members, Honorable Minister, the procedural issue that Honorable Seung is raising is on policy matters. And I think a number of members raised issues that day. Number of members raised the issues, and that's why the minister responded. So what you could actually do on issues that you have, put it as an oral question, I mean a written question to the Prime Minister.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker, but you see, as a shadow minister, if you accept, Madam Speaker, because
can the leader of opposition ask?
Yes, but can
the leader of opposition ask to bring a written response to that? Then we debate both reports.
Madam Speaker, I think you've guided well. Let my colleague, our Minister for Education in the alternative, prepare a robust response, because I see colleagues from both sides have got issues of concern they would like to raise. So it would be good that we debate both reports exhaustively.
Honorable Minister, let the leader of opposition bring a response to your submission. Then we debate both of them. We are not saying the new curriculum is bad, but we are saying it's a very good curriculum. It meets with the changing environment. But we need some things fixed. So let's get their report and then we debate it next week.
Madam Speaker, I very much accept that guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, leader of, I've given the leader of opposition 2 days. Honorable members, in the public, in the VIP gallery this morning, we have members of Parliament of the East African Legislative Assembly who are here specifically to watch us pass the bills, and they are not going until we finish passing bills. We have Honorable David Ole. Honorable David Ole, a very good friend of mine from Kenya. Karibu sana. We have Honorable Deng. Honorable Deng, and then Honorable Jacqueline among it. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Yes?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. Last week you gave a directive here that all students with uncleared balances in schools must not be chased out of school. It was a very good directive. Secondly, I have heard the minister in her report say that the directive is being implemented. However, Madam Speaker, I have a situation similar to that in Soroti, in Chambogo University, Soroti Study Center. The university has held results of over 500 students in the university because the lecturers have not been paid. I want to know from the minister, what and why have the lecturers not been paid? And given such a directive, Madam Speaker, would it not be procedurally correct that you direct the Minister of Education to bring here a statement why the results of the students have been held up to now?
Honorable members, my directive was all students must sit exams. Okay? They must sit exams. You should not chase any student because he has not finished payment. However, when you sit exams, it is also right that you pay. It is right that you pay the money for you to get your transcript.
Madam Speaker, this situation is different. Here, the lecturers have not been paid. It is the lecturers that have held the results. And this is Chambogo University, a government institution.
If the students paid and the lecturers are not paid and they are not releasing results, that is very wrong.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Let Chambogo sort out his issues.
Madam Speaker, we raised this issue on this floor. I think it is, if I can recall, 2 to 3 weeks back. It was raised by my sister, Honorable Agnes, the Member of Parliament for the Workers. It involved non-payment of part-time staff, which accumulated to an area of over 6 billion. And as a result of non-payment, some of the part-time lecturers withheld the results of the student. This matter is being handled. After we presented
And for how long?
I think from the time that we presented and we debated on it, I went back to the ministry, and the ministry sat down together with the Vice Chancellor and Ministry of Finance and the other relevant authority. We had a meeting and we are trying to handle it.
Honorable members, Honorable Minister, I was actually given a list yesterday, and I didn't take it so serious like it is. Now, if the teachers are withholding, I mean the teachers are, lecturers are withholding students' results, students who have even paid, that is a breach, total breach. And he has the list. Please lay on table.
Madam Speaker, with your guidance, allow me to lay here on table a list of students whose results have been held by the management of Chambogo University Sorority Study Center. I lay on table.
How many? 600.
Madam Speaker, the list that I have here is 118, but the total number is 600.
Honorable Minister, please, that is a very serious matter. No, that one you will speak. For us, we want results.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to undertake the responsibility of getting this to the root cause of this thing, solving it and bringing a feedback on this floor that the Minister of Education
Can we have a
has
response
handled.
tomorrow on what you have done as education?
Much
Next item.
obliged, Madam Speaker. I will bring a statement on
tomorrow.
that subject matter.
Tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Because these people are not able to get jobs because their results are withheld. They may not even be able to graduate. Somebody has paid school fees from P1 up to university, and the results are withheld. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper.
You will discuss when she brings the document tomorrow. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable members, as part of the government effort towards rationalization of public entities and expenditure, the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 was tabled on 24th September 2024. The committee is ready with its report. However, to begin with, I will request the Minister of Water and Environment to move a motion for the second reading of the bill. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Forest and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the first time.
Seconded.
For the second time. For the second time.
For the second time.
Yeah. Beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded by Government Chief Whip, by elders, by local government, by Chair Agriculture, Rose, Alanyo, Nekesa, Katenga, Aru, Noah, workers, Chut, and their pair, Dr. Baiga, and the whole side on the right. Opendi with a broken hand. Opendi, what happened? Domestic violence. Where is Honorable Atkins? Yes, Honorable Alanyo, Honorable Nekesa, Honorable Asumani, Honorable Aisha Hajat. Yes, would you justify?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the policy behind the bill is to give effect to government policy of rationalization of its agencies. The intention of the bill, Right Honorable Speaker, is to amend the National Forest and Tree Planting Act 2003, and this will enable us to mainstream and rationalize the functions of the National Forest Authority into the ministry.
Honorable members, you know, out of the whole group, this man has brought me 10,000 shillings. Bring. Yes, because of Guzuli. The problem, people never say thank you, but at least only one person has said thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the bill, this will facilitate efficiency and effective service delivery by clearly delineating the mandate and the functions of the ministry responsible for this. 3, it will help promote coordination.
There is a procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, I am an ardent reader of the answer of Parliament. During the presentation by Mama Mavira, you have said someone has brought you 10,000 over Oguzuli. I am sympathetic to those who will be reading the answer.
Withdrawn. That is withdrawn.
Who came here dressed like a cultural reader. So I wanted to be guided how that is related to the Mavira motion, Madam Speaker.
No, because these issues are different.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Why I dress like this is very symbolic. This is about economic liberation. You know the people of Southern Africa, when they were resisting apartheid, they used to put on this kind of artifacts. Our coffee, which is the backbone of this economy, is being threatened by a bill which is on the order paper. And I've come to symbolize to the country that we are here to defend the economy of this country. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, if I got
Honorable
Honorable Semju very well, he was only suggesting that the other word of 10,000 from Honorable Asuman should be expunged. Just
yes, that's what I expunged. I say that should be expunged. How is
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, I was advancing to indicate the justification that the bill, this will promote coordinated administrative arrangements, policies, and procedures for ensuring the efficient and successful management, financial, accounting, and budgetary discipline of the government agencies and departments, enabling the government to play its proper role more effectively. Colleagues, as you may be aware, the government had established that some agencies were created without much consideration, and hence there were duplication of functions and overlap. It is now against this background that the government decided to rationalize government agencies and expenditures, including the mainstreaming of National Forest Authority back to the ministry. Among the benefits of mainstreaming National Forest Authority into the Ministry of Water and Environment, the mainstreaming of NFA in the ministry will improve coordination, monitoring, supervision, and service delivery by the various actors to the sector, including the management of the central forest reserves. It will enable government to save about 3 billion from emoluments paid to the members, the executive director, and the directors, and the support staff, and procurement, audit, and so on. Leave alone to say that it also will help government address the issue of disparity in the salary structures, which had demoralized other staff from the ministry. The role of NFA is to manage the central forest reserves, while the ministry role was to manage the forestry on private land, including supporting districts to manage local forest reserves. Mainstreaming all the roles under the ministry will enable proper management, supervision of all the forests in the country, bringing all the experience together under the unified management. The annual gratuity paid to National Forest Authority staff amounting to 6 billion will be saved annually, honorable members. Duplication of support services for management and development of forest resources such as the extension services, licensing, the law enforcement, among others, will now be eliminated. The legal provision commits National Forest Authority staff directly to report to the minister, who is not technical. Mainstreaming will enable effective supervision, reporting on management of the 506 Central Forest Reserves to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, I beg to submit that indeed it is time we mainstream this agency for better service delivery. And I look forward for your support. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Chair, you're supposed to be here.
Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to lay on table the minutes of the meeting and a copy of the committee report and also a copy of the executive summary.
Thank you.
That the committee generated while processing this bill. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee has scrutinized the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024, whose objectives is to amend the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act and mainstream the functions of the National Forest Authority established under the Act into the ministry responsible for environment. The committee has noted that there is overlapping mandate of forestry matters, given that the ministry has a department under the Directorate of Environmental Affairs charged with managing and overseeing the forest sector development in Uganda, including both the central and local forest reserves, which mandate is similar to that of the NFA. The proliferation of the institutions with similar mandates has increased public expenditure and not necessarily led to improved service delivery. The committee has recommended that the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act be amended to mainstream the functions of the National Forest Authority into the ministry responsible for the environment to avoid the duplication of mandates and unnecessary expenditure. The committee has noted that mainstreaming NFA into the ministry will reduce on government expenditure by Ugandan shillings 22.1 billion in the financial year 2024-25 and Ugandan shillings 26.4 billion in the financial year 2025-26. The committee has further noted that the Ministry for Water and Environment has the requisite structure to assume the functions currently executed by the NFA and also express the willingness to absorb over 80% of the current staff of the NFA. The terminal benefits of the staff have also been provided for in the certificate of financial implication. The committee has also noted that the ministry will continue to generate non-tax revenue and NFA concurrently generates, given that the ministry also generates NTR, non-tax revenue from the various sources, including abstraction permits under the water resources management. Therefore, mainstreaming the NFA into the Ministry of Water and Environment will address the challenges of overlapping mandates reduce the government expenditure, and therefore improve service delivery. The ministry will also be able to generate the non-tax revenue currently generated by the National Forest Authority, given that it generates, given what the authority generates now. So the ministry will be able to generate its own under the same arrangement. Right Honorable Right Honorable Speaker, that is the executive summary I would like to present. The Ministry of Public Service gave us the organogram of the structure of NFA that will be under the ministry, and it is included in the report as Annex A, which I believe members will be able to see. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, you've heard from the members. Yes, we have a minority report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank my colleague, but these are some of the points that descend from the main report. Honorable Speaker, we are aware that the National Forestry and Tree Planting Bill of 2024 was read for the first time on 9th April. And we are aware that the policy behind the bill is to give effect to a government policy for rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure, which the Cabinet adopted on 22nd February. And the committee processed the report. However, pursuant to Rule 205 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, this minority report is premised on the dissenting opinions from the majority of the committee. And these are the areas of dissent. No economic gains in the short and medium term as envisaged by the bill to maintain the authority. Right Honorable Speaker, we begin with Table 1, which shows the financial implications, the figures depicted in the financial implications for the bill in the medium term. And based on what they show, that the the net savings for financial year 2024-2025 will be 22.1, and financial year 2025-2026 will be 26.4. Right Honorable Speaker, the above table is extracted from the Certificate of Financial Implication of the bill. The anticipated savings of 22.1 billion in 2024-2025 is not possible, given the fact that government has already implemented activities in Q1 with an allocation of Uganda shillings 3.777 billion and Uganda shillings 8.034 billion in Q2 of financial year 2024-2025. So they overestimated. The money is already eaten. The budget appropriated to NFA is for sustainable management of central forest reserves as per their approved work plan and budgets. Therefore, the proposal by the bill of relieving the government of the wasteful administration and expenditure of maintaining the authority is impossible in the short and medium term, and concentration would rather be on strengthening National Forest Authority as a revenue-generating entity that contributes significant non-tax revenue to the Treasury and is increasing its capacity to generate revenue to finance its operations. Right Honorable Speaker, they have indicated that 80% of the staff shall be taken to the ministry. So we wonder, what will they earn when they're in the ministry if they indicate that the money will have been saved? Then on the issue of institutional harmony, functional duplications and overlap. Honorable Speaker, the National Forest Authority is mandated to manage 506 central forest reserves, covering an area of 1.265 million hectares, which accounts for about 26% of the total forest cover in Uganda. Not as it is alleged that wherever you see any forest, then it is in NFA responsible. NFA is only responsible for 26%. The protected areas system for habitat and biodiversity conservation in Uganda is managed under different legal mandates: the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act and Uganda Wildlife Act. In recognition of the importance of protected areas to the people of Uganda and the global community, the government, through statutory instruments number 63 of 1998, gazetted protected areas comprising 506 central forest reserves, also local forest reserves, 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, and 12 Ramsar sites. So we are wondering, are the forests under national parks, local forest reserves also going to be taken back to the ministry? So in view of the above submissions, there is institutional harmony and therefore no functional duplications and overlaps, because the different forest reserves were given to the different entities. And when you take National Forest Authority alone, then it is not equitable. Alleged high cost of administering the authority at the expense of effective service delivery. Right Honourable Speaker, NFA has significantly boosted its financial performance, achieving 83% increase in non-tax revenue over the years. Over the past 4 years, the authority increased from Uganda shillings 9.27 billion in 2021 to Uganda shillings 16.983 billion in 2023-2024. The approved government of Uganda budget of 24.983 billion with the projected non-tax revenue of Uganda shillings 20.332 billion during the financial year of 2024-2025. This growth reflects NFA's strong trajectory and increasing capacity to generate its revenue to finance its operations, as summarized in the table. Right Honourable Speaker, although we are looking at the performance in terms of non-tax revenue, some entities like the National Forest Authority contribution and benefits cannot be costed. Environmental benefits cannot be costed so much as they are bringing a lot of non-tax revenue. By the same time, for us, our main mandate from NFA is environmental benefits, and they should not be costed. Table number 2, non-tax revenue performance for the release of 2021 to 2024-2025. Honourable Speaker, you can look at that table, that in 2020-2021, the percentage contribution from NFA was 40. By 2024-2025, it is at 148%. So unless we are not rewarding well-performing institutions, for me, I'm very confident that they have performed to their best in terms of non-tax revenue performance. NFA has enhanced its NTR through investments in forest plantations, investments in ecotourism infrastructure, support and management of tree farmers, planters in central forest reserves, and the ability to extract external funding from development partners. This one has been depicted everywhere, that when institutions are swallowed up, the capacity to fundraise becomes zero. And we are worried we may lose all that NFA has been fundraising for this country. Therefore, this growth reflects NFA's strong trajectory and increasing capacity to generate revenue to finance its operations. And it is therefore not a burden on the national treasury. So what is not a burden should be left to stay. NFA, my fourth dissent, NFA has enhanced investments in forest plantations. NFA has established over 14,000 hectares of plantations with mature commercial trees ready for harvest. This is expected to generate around 6 billion Uganda shillings in the medium to long term, boosting the institution's NTR. In addition, NFA supports and manages tree farmers, planters in central forest reserves. Over 51,000 tree farmers manage 200,000 hectares in central forest research, generating over Uganda shilling 6 billion annually in license fees. Right Honourable Speaker, the other area of dissent concerns deforestation and forest degradation. NFA has managed to keep at bay the numerous land grabbers, who in several instances, Honorable Speaker, land grabbers constitute even some of the ministers and MPs here, who are looking forward to seeing NFA go and they grab. Right, Honorable Speaker.
There is an order. Who are the grabbers?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honorable colleague has just mentioned that some of the land grabbers of these forests are actually honorable ministers and members of parliament in this state. You cannot start insinuating, pointing out members. If you have names, can you lay them?
Who are they?
Who are they? Can you lay them since you have done your research? Than pointing out fingers, please. Is she on order to do that without any evidence?
No. Let's give us the names with evidence. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
You know, it is good to name and shame some of these people.
Yeah, naming and shaming is very important, right, Honorable Speaker, but not from here.
No.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
If it is not from here, then you withdraw it.
Right, Honorable Speaker. It is very difficult to withdraw such a statement, because when they bring a list of members who have changed forest land to freehold land, names are going to be put here.
No.
Yes.
Christine.
And information granted, right, Honorable Speaker.
Members.
Information is
yes,
here.
Daudi.
Information on Gunda Forest is here.
Information.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the 10th Parliament, the National Forestry Authority advertised that those who are interested in planting trees should apply. And most of those who are given licenses were members of Parliament. At least in my constituency, I know there are some MPs, including Honorable Mbwatekamu, and other MPs who are given licenses. But if the minister wants to, the shadow minister says that they grabbed, that is not proper. But I know some ministers whose names at least have been mentioned on this floor to have grabbed some land like Otafire and others, but not for NFA. I submit.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, for more information of this House, Madam Speaker, for information of this House, those of you who have been following the matter of Gunda Forest in Entebbe, we laid here on table big shots, and we laid on
Who
table.
are the big shots?
Can I be given some 2 minutes? I bring the document here as she finishes.
You first withdraw your big shots.
Oh,
when
I
you
withdraw
bring
big
it,
shots. Honorable members, to make it better, I can use a word that officials in government who had grabbed land of Gunda, and we laid on table the list
Honorable,
with intervention of
Honorable.
Parliament, that the land titles were cancelled with intervention of Parliament. But we can bring again the list here to.
If you don't have a list, don't talk about big shots.
Information.
Madam Speaker.
Information.
Madam
Thank you very
Speaker,
much.
maybe for the record, honorable members should be told we are immune when we are here to provide information. So I don't know why you're fearing to speak any information as long as it's factual in this August House. It's within the mandate of Parliament and it's within our work as members of Parliament. That's why here, when you're here, you can say anything and nobody can challenge you in the courts of law. When you get out of this place here, that's when you can be challenged. So why don't you go on record and name the people whom you're saying have grabbed forest land? I thank you.
You name them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christine. Thank you very much, Christine. I'm talking. I'm on the floor. Thank you very much, Christine.
And I think the minister was very clear that we have immunity here. Madam Speaker, on this floor of this respected parliament, one of the most respected chairpersons of the committee, Honorable Danny Kimosho, stood on this floor of parliament and said that Honorable Sechikubo is a land grabber. And it is not expunged from the records of parliament. He didn't specify
It is
which
not
kind of land.
he didn't say it was NFA land.
But he said it's a land, he's a land
He did
grabber.
not say NFA land. We are talking about NFA. We are talking about NFA. Yes, there is a procedure matter. Honorable members, don't make me get headache.
Madam Speaker, a while ago, the Secretary General of the non-registered political group headed by General Moses Kainerugaba accused one of the NRM historicals, General Saverino Kaindo Tafire, of having been mentioned here as a land grabber, and he said it was not a NFA land, but he's accused of land grabbing. Madam Speaker, I know General Tafire has been speaking against Moses Kainerugaba grabbing power from his father. The procedural issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether the Secretary General of that small political group, illegally established by a serving military general under the UPDF Act and the Constitution, should make such a statement and is allowed to stay on the record when he's accusing one of the historicals of the NRM, actually who should be his father, of land grabbing. Yet, General Tafire came here, gave a statement that he had bought this land from former Chief Justice Stephen Kavuma. So the procedural issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether that statement should not be expunged.
Honorable members, he mentioned, first of all, I don't even know why you bring MK in this discussion. They are not related at all. If he wants to take power from his father, that is their business. And secondly, let Honorable Tafire come here and say that it is not true. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
And secondly, it is not related to the NFA issues.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. When I come to this house, I come here as a representative of the people of Kasambia, not as a representative of General Moses Kainerugaba.
No, a smaller thing, a small.
Secondly, the Patriotic League of Uganda that Honorable Semuju is talking about is registered as a civic organization that is non-partisan, non-denominational, and non-sectarian. 3, maybe Honorable Semuju, who has been around for some time, has just started becoming active in this parliament. In the 10th parliament, if you remember, I wasn't here, but I was following. The Njeru land was mentioned on this floor, and the directive was given by then the Speaker, Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, for General Tafire to come here and explain on how he grabbed that land, not how he bought the land, but how he grabbed that land. And a directive in cabinet was given. The minister is here, whose land was grabbed, let him deny. Minister Wamirama is here, and he was in cabinet complaining that the land that belongs to the Ministry of Agriculture was grabbed. Second, then he should explain whether the land is legally owned by the Honorable Tafire or by the Ministry of Agriculture. Then lastly, recently I was reading in newspapers, the same minister was mentioned to have had plans to grab land that was belonging to CID. So when I mentioned the name of somebody, I mentioned with the evidence. I beg to submit.
Right, Honorable Speaker, is Honorable Kabanda.
Honorable members, I don't want to divert the debate. Can you finish with your presentation?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, land grabbing in the gazetted forest areas is like this.
First of all, I want you to remove the one of the members here,
Yes.
if you don't have them.
Right Honorable Speaker, I withdraw the members, but I promise that I would lay on table.
Yes,
the
for
list
now,
and
withdraw.
substantiate it. Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, I've withdrawn the statement that some land grabbers in the forest areas are here. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I wanted to briefly explain the type of land grabbing in gazetted forest areas. People are given licenses to manage forests on behalf of NFA. Some maintain the status quo, but others go ahead to change the leases to manage the forests into freehold land. And those are the land titles that are being cancelled. Right Honorable Speaker, right, NFA has managed to keep the numerous, at bay the numerous land grabbers who in several instances apply for court injunctions. And there are very many court cases concerning land grabbing of NFA land gazetted areas to enable them to take over forest reserves. About 120 illegal titles created in forest reserves were cancelled in 2019, and the process to cancel an additional 609 illegal titles. All these are grabbers. 609 illegal titles are still grabbers in central forest reserves. This is ongoing. There is a high risk that this process will be jeopardized by mainstreaming the authority to the ministry, and hence loss of government forest land and the resultant forest degradation. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to end by reminding members that with the expected mining activities in Uganda, which is projected to produce 10 million tons of carbon every year, with the new European Union guidelines on deforestation, and with the mushrooming negative effects on climate change, it is an affirmative action, a good affirmative action, to retain National Forest Authority as a climate change management option, and we should guard it jealously. Otherwise, worldwide, we are not doing well. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll have a limited debate on all this. Honorable Pair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Pair, Honorable Dr. Lulu May, Honorable Kavanda, Honorable Yeska, and then Faith.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Minister, for submitting the report. Also like to join our colleagues in the minority by thanking NFA for a very good work that they did, but with very limited funding. We really applaud that. And I also want to echo that the issue of land grabbing is widespread, is not only NFA, and I don't think keeping NFA would actually keep the land. I would think that having NFA being under the ministry would actually help governments to supervise and ensure that these lands are actually more safe than when an agency is struggling with it. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, I hear a lot of submissions on efficiency of agencies, and I've always wondered why we think that these efficiencies in agencies cannot go to the ministries and help improve what they think it's not working at the ministries. I would like to implore colleagues, members of Parliament, that efficiency is a dream for all the citizens of Uganda in government. And if we are to provide services to our people, then we need to start advocating how all the investments we have made in the agencies can actually go to the ministries and help improve service delivery. Right Honourable, finally, the issue of harmonization and savings. We are talking a lot about savings, but we are also cognizant that most of these agencies are actually paying very high salaries as opposed to the ministries. And that is one of the elements that maybe the ministries have not been able to perform. So in my opinion, merging these agencies will actually help government to harmonize the salaries so that every civil servant in this country will be working at the same level and also earning the same money at the same level. But if we want to isolate agencies, give them more money, pay them more in the name of providing services, then we are also doing a disservice as government. Finally, Right Honourable, I think we've talked about this many more times, that merging is about economies of scale. If agency is employing so much, is having their own procurement, they are determining their own salaries, they are paying their own staff, government is saying let agencies come back under the ministries, which has been supervising them anyway. Why are we fearing going back to the ministries? It is the ministers who supervise all these agencies. Let them go back, be supervised, and let them only emphasize on standards, on quality, and on supervision, other than saying, oh, we can do it better when we are alone. I thank you very much, Right Honourable.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Dr. Lume.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I thank the committee for the majority report. I'm not party to the minority report because, Right Honourable Speaker, I travelled with the presenter of the minority report together with the 30 members of Parliament of Uganda Caucus, my constituency, so that they could see the work which was done by NFA. NFA has been supervising the planting of eucalyptus and pine in all areas which were covered by natural forests in national forest reserves. And they have been the stewards for giving away all these forests. And once, Right Honourable Speaker, the President pronounced himself and gave a directive. Actually, it was an executive order. It was also presented here by the Prime Minister that licenses which were previously given by NFA to those people pretending to be caring for the forest but instead cutting them should be revoked. And it was mentioned here by the Prime Minister of Uganda. They disobeyed this executive order, Right Honourable Speaker. And instead, NFA officials have been prevailing over those people they have been giving these licenses and permits just to cut down the natural forests. Yeah. Right Honourable Speaker, I am inviting you to Buikwe House just to see what they have done, the mayhem they have caused to the natural environment.
Thank you.
So I have, let me say this, I have written to the IGG to do the thorough investigation about the officials at the headquarters of NFA, so that we can pave way for them being apprehended. Actually, such people should not be even integrated into the ministry, but they should be instead prosecuted and put under the gallows for destruction of the environment. Therefore, I support the majority report. And may
there's
NFA
information
rest in
from
peace.
Ozzy. Ozzy is giving information.
Madam Speaker,
I just want to give information to Honorable Doctor. In my constituency, there were 2 areas which were gazetted in 1936. The other one was gazetted as a national forest, and the other one was gazetted as a controlled hunting area. That is in Kei. The Mount Kei was a national forest, whereas the rest of the area was a controlled hunting area. But from nowhere, it was turned into an area to be controlled by NFA. But the challenges we have faced there is that before NFA took over this land, the land was very greenish with a lot of trees. But from nowhere, people started settling in this area, cutting the original natural tree. But what NFA does is that once they have finished cutting this tree, they bring people to begin to plant pine and eucalyptus, just as the Honorable is saying. Actually, I even quarreled with them. We organized a community meeting. I said before they came, this place was more helpful to the community. They will go and harvest honeys. They will go and fish. It was a place that helped us. As I talk now, if you are to go there, the original natural tree is cut off.
Thank
and
you.
more people continue
Thank
to
you.
settle as they look on.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Honorable Chivumbi, you after. Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I happen to chair the Uganda Parliamentary Caucus. Right Honorable Speaker, God is good. All the time. Right Honorable Speaker, the last time we had this debate, for purposes of consistency, there was a rebellion from some members of Parliament on submission of NFA. Good enough, I see the same members today shifting sides and speaking like, that's what I've said, God is good all the time. Now, the story of NFA in Central Region, we had a present forest cover and natural cover. We've had an occasion, and these Bright Ramilamas, Honorable, who fought in Uganda, literally they know the extent of natural forests we had in Central Region. Even if you took an helicopter drive or an airplane drive or a drone and you put it over Uganda today, and you are able to see the deforestation that has been done on the watch of NFA, an institution that was given the military, was given police, was given express mandate to preserve natural forest. Actually, it can't score a 0, it scores a minus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, this institution should have gone yesterday. And I'm here to request you to put a vote so that NFA should go and be given a decent burial.
Thank you. Decent burial.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
There is a motion.
Indeed, I want to agree with the Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi that I was one of those who are saying that NFA shouldn't go. But after listening and studying how NFA has been operating, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to implore you and honorable colleagues, what they have been calling as giving out license to some people, actually the licenses have been, they are the ones who have been giving the licenses to themselves. It is alleged in my district, Mubende, that they have a staff from NFA who has an agent in Mubende, and this agent is the one whom they give the licenses to manage the forest reserves on their behalf. I want to request, request the minister, in case this parliament takes back NFA, back to the ministry, you should go back and review all these licenses. If possible, cancel all these licenses. And on this matter, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion that debate be closed and we move to the committee stage so that we can finish this thing for once and for all.
Seconded. Seconded by Isaac, by Tom, by Honorable Abirama, by elders, by Honorable Guang, Honorable Bua, Rosi, Youth, by the whole group, including Honorable including Patrick and Honorable Aisha and Honorable Abedi with Mpindi. Yeah. Honorable members, I am putting a question that those who say that we go to committee stage and on the NFA bill say and the contrary nay. Nice have it.
The National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage.
Okay. Yes.
Chair, thank you for according me this opportunity. The procedural issue I want to raise is yesterday when a report was presented and the debate on it did not comply with the timelines provided, the chief government whip moved a motion which led to suspension of a rule that bars debate. But today you have allowed the debate. So I don't know how you will guide this process forward. Two, the second procedural issue is Article 128 enjoins this Parliament to accord courts such assistance and not to interfere with matters that are before court. I have a court case involving this entity. We are about to go and rationalize. And the import of that is that there will be a breach of our sub judice rule. I again want to invite you to rule. Can this Parliament proceed on any matter which has the implication of interfering with the court processes, especially where the parties involved is about to be altered by this bill?
Thank you.
That would help the country know if we are a law-abiding institution or not. I wanted your ruling on that.
Thank you so much. First, on seeking for suspension of the rule that was overtaken. 2, the issue of sub judice, the case has not been brought to my attention. What is before me is the issue of RAPEX.
Madam Speaker, I have details of that case.
I
It's
have not
Harrison Mukasa versus
not received it on my table.
That's why I'm putting it on record.
No, it should not even be on record. It should not even be on record.
Where should it be?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Christine already mentioned here that there are some politicians, MPs and ministers who have interest in the NFA. I would, when I was making my submission, I said in the 10th Parliament there are some MPs who are given licenses by NFA. Let the Honorable Oguzuli declare his interest. If he has some land in NFA, then we understand. We can even maybe give you yours and you go.
Father.
But you leave us.
Madam Speaker, let me.
Information,
my name
Madam
has
Speaker.
been brought here. I need to clarify. Section 41 and 42 of National Forestry and Tree Planting Act provides for land census. When there is an opportunity for land censusing, it's supposed to be through a public procurement process, and that involves NFA advertising. When NFA advertises, any citizen is free to bid. And when NFA advertises, anybody is free to bid. So if I've bidded and I'm successful, I have not breached any law in this country.
Thank you.
Is that okay? But that does not stop the Speaker deciding on the matters I'm raising on the floor.
Madam Chair, the position of
There
the
is
law.
no illegality in
Honorable
having
members.
a license.
Madam Chair,
Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker. From the submission of Honorable Guzuli, we must admit that he has not acted in breach of any law. But what is clear that he needed to have stated is to declare his interest. Because he's talking about a bidding process. The truth of the matter is he bidded. And is part of those currently with Arua Central Forest. Absolutely. And you were fully licensed under the laws of Uganda. That was the only thing you needed to have told us. Declaration of your interest. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
I'm
Honorable.
not sure if that breaches any law, Madam Speaker.
Madam Chair,
Right, Honorable Speaker, the
I'm on the
rules are
floor.
very clear.
Kasambia, I'm
you
on
are-
the floor. Kasambia.
If the matter
Honorable
before the
Kasambia.
floor, if Honorable Guzuli has an interest in the matter that is before us, then
Honorable-
you excuse yourself from this debate.
Honorable
Conflict of
members,
interest.
Madam Chair.
honorable members, rationalization will not remove your license.
Madam Chair.
You will remain with your license.
Very good.
Yes.
Madam Chair, without prejudice to your ruling, which is perfectly correct, I wish to add that the technical answer to his worry is that the successors in title to the NFA are the ministry. So any liability as arising out of any court issues will be handled by the ministry. So you don't have to worry.
There's a new clause that they have. New clause.
Clause 1.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Clause 1. New clause. New clause. This act shall come into force on a date appointed by the minister by statutory instrument. The justification to provide for commencement of the act.
Minister. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Do you object? Can you close?
No.
Then you sit.
I don't. I concur with the chair.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, I didn't get the rationale for a statutory instrument for commencement of the bill, of the act. If it's done, I would have suggested, Right Honorable Madam Chairperson, that the act would start immediately because it was not given rationale.
Do you want upon assent? Is it upon assent or?
Right Honorable Speaker, just.
But you know there are transitional arrangements.
Yes, right Honorable Speaker, on NFA, because it will still, even as you are buying time, have the authority to give licenses. They will give more. So for NFA, upon assent, it should cease.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. The activities of rationalizing agencies cannot be done by mob justice. Once a law has been passed by Parliament, assuming the President assents to the law this evening, we should allow the Minister time to prepare a transition. So if it comes into effect this evening, you mean these people just run away and leave offices there? So the commencement should be when the ministry is ready, even to receive them.
Yes. Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, Right Honorable Chair, yesterday when the Minister of Agriculture was giving justification as to why some agencies were proposed to go back to the ministry, he mentioned a word, agency. When you are operating through an agency, you are an agent of your mother ministry. You are a candidate in Chira municipality. When you appoint an agent to manage for you a polling station, when you win, you can decide to say, my agent, come back. I have now won. Now the mother ministry is saying, you come, I continue operating through the ministry. Maybe where I can agree with the Honorable Semuju, we can put maybe a timeline of 2 weeks or 1 month to prepare it is a smooth transition.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Chair.
Hajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Chair, yesterday we ably heard from the Minister of Agriculture, who said they actually supervise these agencies and they work under them. So the ministries are not alien actually to what is happening in these agencies. NFA, a lot of things have been going under them. The ministries have only been constrained because they had a board that was overseeing and doing everything. Ministries should take over immediately with NFA, where people license and give authority for people to take our land. Ministries should take over immediately.
Honorable Dr. Pear.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I am wondering why we are really talking so much about NFA giving transition. We have already passed bills here for several agencies, and the operations stop as soon as the assent is done.
Right Honorable Speaker.
There is an order.
I want to put a point of order. The Honorable Member is one of the few MPs that have licenses. Like the same we have applied it to Nguzuli it should apply to her for hundreds and hundreds of hectares of land of
No,
NFA.
but-
Is in order to
But-
declare her interest in this matter.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Madam Chair.
I wouldn't want
You are
the
conflicted
honorable
already.
members of this House to deviate from the principle
You are
of the
conflicted
bill
already.
to attacking individual members.
Honorable members.
The issue is let the
Honorable
bill be
members.
assented to and it is in operations. Why mentioning
Honorable
names
members,
here?
if somebody got the license lawfully, it has no problem. What we are looking at now is either having the instrument or upon assent.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a clarification so that we don't generalize. There is the evil in this forest. The evil is in natural forest. We have natural forest, and then we have forest reserve. Forest reserve, we are open grassland where government wanted to plant forests. Now, the members who spoke about the cutting of natural forest and having people insist to plant trees in natural forest is criminal. And I think people should not condemn anybody who got licenses on forest reserve because these were open land for planting trees. The criminal is in. I thought I want to clarify this, Madam.
Madam Chair.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, an act commences upon publication in the Gazette as required in section 14 of the Act of Parliament Act. An act gets force of law only after the publication in the Gazette. So, the law should only commence upon publication in the Gazette. And that is already in the statute books.
Right on, Speaker. That is right on,
You know,
Speaker.
that is already provided for, so delete it. You don't need a new clause. You don't need a new clause.
Right on, Speaker. Right on, Speaker. Your guidance is only applicable if a statute is silent on commencement. That's when your guidance will be applicable. But where in the wisdom of Parliament, they are giving authority to a minister on when the law should come into force, then it is the minister through a statutory instrument that decides when commencement should be. That's one. Number two, right on, Speaker. The reason, if you look at clause 45 of this particular bill, the reason why you have to have a minister, to give a minister opportunity for commencement, is because administratively there are some things to be undertaken. So there is no way you are going to relate presidential assent to commencement. Otherwise, you'll be making it practically difficult for the minister to carry out administrative issues for purposes of ensuring that there is a complete transition. So this, the leeway is intended to give the minister opportunity for the transition, especially with the such bills that are dealing with rationalization.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to...
Honorable members, what is the problem with us having this in force upon assent?
Madam Speaker, I have the
Upon
answer.
assent.
I have the answer, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
When
the answer is here.
when you say this act shall come into force, a date appointed by the minister by statutory instrument, that's open.
Madam
I can
Speaker,
decide to do it after 5 years.
Madam Chair, can I give a response? Madam Chair, the response is here. Madam Chair, here.
Let
Chair,
me
legal is
first
here.
have my manner.
There is a technical response here, Madam Chair.
Zirima.
Technical response here. She cannot hear.
Madam Chair, and the honorable members, this is a serious matter because some of us are looking at it on different dimensions. Some of these agencies are just agencies of neocolonialism. Why I want to confirm this is that when this agency was put in place, most of our indigenous trees were cut. I have been on research doing herbochemistry. When we were doing this, we found that all of these species of trees that were brought are just here to demolish the nature of Uganda, and our indigenous trees were cut. You find you cannot enter a forest to get there some of these herbs, because therefore these agencies of neocolonialism must be put to an end today. They must be put to an end today, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, we concede to the position of consent upon assent.
Madam Chair,
Commencement.
Amendment, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, we have already taken a decision on this matter. I don't know where the chair was. This matter, the speaker called for a vote and we voted. The Honorable Dr. Waiga came for clarification. We have voted.
I didn't. No,
Yeah.
I didn't.
Madam Chair,
There
something
was
here.
no voting.
Chair, I would want to propose that looking at the fact that there are assets and liabilities of NFA that must be prepared before handover. Because if we don't manage these processes well, we are going to have a situation where people take advantage and exploit government. I therefore propose we have a 2 years duration. That I'm yet to justify my position. We have a 2 years within which all these accountabilities are done before this law comes into force. That will give opportunity for all necessary accountability.
Let me have Honorable Dur.
Procedure.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm up on a procedure issue. Madam Chair, we are not proceeding well because, sorry.
You have already
Are we
ruled.
proceeding well, Madam Chair, when we propose that we should adopt commencement upon assent, when it is a requirement that a bill must be gazetted before it takes effect? So when the President assents, it means it has already taken effect, but it has not been gazetted. So the right procedure is the one which is reflected in Section 8 of the Acts of Parliament Act, where a bill takes effect upon the gazetting, or the other option
upon publication.
Upon publication, or where you
In the
put
gazettes.
where you give the powers to the minister to issue a statutory instrument. There are only two options. This one upon assent is not tenable.
So can we say upon publication?
Yes.
In the Gazette?
Yes.
Madam Chair, before we take a decision, when Parliament sits to legislate, it must be clear in its intention. There is no any other authority that can legislate or make a law. And it is this Parliament that can translate its intention into a
Law.
clause or a section of a law that can be enforced. So it is upon us here to decide. You cannot legislate and allow the confusion to go into the public. If it is the intention of this House that you want the minister to commence the act because there are certain
sections or provisions that are contingent upon something, you state that in the law. If it is upon our interest that it must come out or upon Gazette, we must state it. We cannot allow that confusion to go out there because we are the ones to legislate. That must be decided here, and it is clear. And that is why in modern drafting, which I fault the drafters of these laws, they have deliberately left commencement dates in all the RAFEX bills. And yet government is pushing out that this is an urgent bill, meaning the government is ready to implement immediately. How can you then come and tell us that we are not ready on certain aspects? If you are not ready, why did you bring the bill here? So we must insert commencement dates on all the bills. And if we want it to take place as soon as the next day, we should do that.
Yes.
Chair. Chair.
They will delay to publish.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Right Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I would like first of all to thank you for the opportunity. Honorable colleagues.
There's a motion.
Madam Speaker, there are now two positions emerging. Commencement as it is in the Act of Parliament Acts, which is upon Gazette,
publication
or
in the
a
Gazette.
date put by Parliament. Every colleague standing up is saying the same thing. I now move, Madam Speaker, that the question be put.
The question be put as per the law. As per the law is upon Gazette publication in the Gazette. Yes. Make a yes.
Right Honorable Chair, we consent to the position of commencement upon publication in the Gazette. Thank you.
I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Right, Honorable Chair. Can I seek clarification from you? Chair.
Clause 1. I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3.
Honorable Chair, Clause 3 is amended in the head note by substituting for the words Act 8 of 2003, the words Cap 160, and thereafter, whenever the word appears. Justification is to align the bill with the revised laws of Uganda as at July 1st, 2024.
Minister. Minister.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question, clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Clause 7, amendment.
Honorable Chair, Clause 7 is amended in the head note by substituting for the words Section 3, the words Section 2, justification to align the numbering of the section with the revised laws of Uganda as at July 2024, 7th edition, and thereafter align all the amended sections to the revised act as of July 2024.
Honorable Minister.
I concede. Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Contrary. I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. I don't hear. I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I put a question that clause 20 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I put a question that clause 21 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I put a question that clause 22 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I put a question that clause 23 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I put a question that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I put a question that clause 25 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I put a question that clause 26
Clause 26 still talks of the authority. I request that the word authority be repealed since you are doing away with it.
Clause 26.
I put a question that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I put a question that clause 27 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I put a question that clause 28 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I put a question that clause 29 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I put a question that clause 30 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I put a question that clause 31 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I put a question that clause 32 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I put a question that clause 33 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I put a question that clause 34 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I put a question that clause 35 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I put a question that clause 36 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I put a question that clause 37 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I put a question that clause 39 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I put a question that clause 40 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I put a question that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 42.
I put a question that clause 42. Yes, 42.
Thank you, Chair. If you see clause 42 on offences, the fines are too light because you find there are 40 cents, 40 currency units, which you find is 800. So on the offences, I think we should revise the offences, Right Honorable Speaker. The penalties we should revise on the fines, but the court ones we can leave. Because when you come the fines of the currency units, like where I found 40 currency units.
42 is application of license. Yes.
When you reach on clauses, on offences, when you reach on offences,
You look for it.
Yes.
Get the law. Don't make us to get the law for you.
Clause 42.
It is indicating a body, responsible body. Hopefully it was repealed. We talk of the ministry.
Responsible body.
But the ministry can set up a licensing wing.
But the ministry can set up a licensing wing. It is under the ministry, but it's going to be a body on its own. No. It's not a ministry.
The minister will devise regulations. They'll set up.
Yes, they will get the regulations that will. Yes.
Right, Honorable Chair. Why it should be the ministries, because whoever will be performing functions in that regard will be working on and on behalf of the ministry. So we should say the ministry, whether license wing or should be the ministry.
Jonah? Ministry. A responsible body shall.
Madam Chair, the clause in question seeks to repeal Section 80.
Yes.
And Section 80 is about service of documents.
Yes.
And in the bill, any other document can be served on the Attorney General. This was in relation to the corporate status, the legal status. Of NFA. Now that it does not exist, it means that there must be a legal representative, which will be the Attorney General. So anyone who wants to serve a document on will serve the Attorney General. So the repeal is okay.
Yes.
Clause 42.
42. I put a question that clause 42 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
Clause 43. I put a question that clause 43 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I put a question that clause 44 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
I put a question that clause 45 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 46.
I put a question that clause 46 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I put a question that clause 47 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I put a question that clause 48 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title. Title. I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Yes.
Chair, we repealed the Section 62 of the old Act, and we should have also repealed the Section 61, which we did not do. So I invite you to take a look at it. It's on Section 20, Clause 24 of the new bill. If I could just elaborate, 61 talks about meetings of the board. Then 62 talks about committees of the board. So we should have also repealed the meetings of the board.
Section 55 is repealed under clause 18. That is the one that forms the board. And since that is repealed, so it collapses the rest. Consequential. Resumption.
I move that we repeal Section 61.
61 is a consequential of a 58 of a 55. Without the board, you cannot have meetings of the board.
But without repealing it, it will remain on our statutes.
It is consequential. It will be cleaned up. The drafts people will clean up. Yes.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 with amendments, with a new clause and amendments of clause 3 and 7. I beg to
and passed it with amendments. And passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House considered the National Forestry Planting Amendment Bill and passed it with amendments.
Honorable Minister, you're supposed to move for adoption of the report.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the whole House, of the Committee of the Whole House, and do pass.
The Committee of the Whole House. It's
The
okay.
Committee of the Whole
Stop.
House.
Thank you. I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading.
Honorable Minister.
The National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the National Forestry and Tree Planting Amendment Act 2024.
Title settled and the bill passed.
Bill second reading. The National Tribunal Bill 2024.
Honorable members, pursuant to Rule 131 of the Rules of Procedure, I'll call the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to move a motion to the second reading of the bill. Minister Tikan. Minister Tikan.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to first put on record that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs are 3 ministers. The Honorable Norbert Mao is appearing before a court in Gulu. The Honorable Attorney General is on official duty in Washington, D.C., meeting with the World Bank. The Deputy Attorney General is in the Gambia to defend and present the position of government on matters of human rights. In the circumstances, if it pleases you, we are here to all brief and proceed with the bill on behalf of government.
Tell him to allow vote. Honorable members, I have my shadow Attorney General who will guide. My shadow will guide. So, my shadow attorney general on the other side, since he's a watchdog. Can you sit down? Abua is prepared. We have Honorable Jonathan
Speaker, for the
on the
record,
shadow to be a watchdog.
Yeah, for the record, the Shadow Attorney General is Honorable Newagawa is not here.
Shadow Justice.
I'm the Shadow Minister
Shadow
for Justice
Justice
and Constitutional Affairs.
Yes.
And I appreciate your confidence in me. I will dissent, and I hope that will carry the day, since I'll be guiding you in that
Yes.
direction.
Let's move. Let's move. Let's move. No, let's move.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Tribunal Bill 2024 be read the second time.
Seconded. Is the bill seconded? Seconded by Isaac, by you second. By Omara, by Honorable Kabanda, by Honorable Kotogong, Achora, Amero, Ojara, James, General Luelo, John, the Vice Chairperson, by the majority in the House, including Faith and Singiro and Nalongo. Yes. Can you speak to your bill?
Right Honorable Speaker, in justifying the move to pass this bill into law, I wish to give my justification in three respects. Respect number one, and very briefly, we'll talk about why we need the bill. And two, we'll handle the defects that this bill seeks to cure. And three, the remedies proposed in the bill. Right Honorable Speaker, in principle, the policy behind the bill is to give effect to the government policy on rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure, which was adopted by Cabinet on the 22nd of February 2021 and is contained in Cabinet Minute number 43 CT 2021. In terms of the defects that it seeks to cure, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Tax Appeals Tribunal was established by the Tax Appeal Tribunals Act, Cap 345, whereas the Electricity Disputes Tribunal was established by the Electricity Act, Cap 145. Both tribunals deal with the resolution of disputes arising from the implementation of the different acts. This presents a huge cost of administration to the Treasury. Additionally, instead of having two separate councils dealing with disputes, a national tribunal may be established to handle all disputes arising from both laws and, if necessary, other laws as well. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, what are the remedies proposed in the bill? The intention of the bill, honorable members, is to merge the Tax Appeals Tribunal and the Electricity Disputes Tribunal into one national tribunal called the National Tribunal, which shall adjudicate all disputes subject to a tribunal. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Honorable members, we will stand over the National Tribunal Bill and go to Arbitration Bill and Conciliation, because there are issues that will require Attorney General. Yes. Yes.
Item 7 on the order paper, the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024.
Right Honourable Speaker, subject to your guidance, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Seconded. Pascal, Jessica, Laura, Edakasi, Asaba, Elwelo, Omara, Honorable Kavanda, Honorable John, Honorable Adeke, Honorable Ayotoni, Honorable Linda, Kotogong, Emmanuel, those are enough. Speak to your motion.
Madam Speaker, the policy direction behind this bill is equally in principle to give effect to the government policy on rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure. The defects that it seeks to cure, Right Honourable Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995 as amended establishes a definite number of government agencies, including constitutional commissions, authorities, boards, local councils, and other statutory bodies. These were established to perform certain specific constitutional functions. Over the years, however, there has been a proliferation of agencies established by acts of parliament, executive orders, and administrative arrangements. Whereas most of the agencies are necessary due to the critical nature of the functions they perform, government has established that a certain limited number of agencies were established without due consideration to the aspects of institutional harmony, functional duplications, overlaps, and affordability. Government has also established that some agencies have served the purpose for which they were established. The mandate of a few other agencies has been overtaken by events. Such agencies need to be rationalized. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members.
Thank you, Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for allowing me to raise a procedural issue. Whereas ministers gave us the same defect of all the laws that we've been handling, is it procedure right, even on the floor, to give us the same narrative when we are speaking about a specific law? We are being very specific on a particular law we are talking about, and then he's telling us of the laws, they had this, yet we are being very specific. Are we proceeding well for the minister not to tell us specifically what was the defect in the existing law that we are handling?
That is going to come in the committee report, so the minister was proceeding well. The committee report will give us that.
Right Honourable Speaker, rationalization is a policy decision under Article 111 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. For this particular bill, what are the remedies government is proposing through the ministry? Right Honourable Speaker, the intention of this bill, therefore, is one, to enable the mainstreaming of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution into the ministry responsible for justice, thereby inter alia relieving the government of the financial drain on its resources and the burden of wasteful administration and expenditure. 2, to facilitate efficient and effective service delivery by clearly delineating the mandate and functions of the ministry in respect to the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, thereby avoiding duplication of mandate and functions. 3, to promote coordinated administrative arrangements, policies, and procedures for ensuring the efficient and successful management, financial accounting, and budgetary discipline of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, enabling the government to play its proper role more effectively, and also enforcing accountability, among many other justifications for this bill. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and submit.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members. Before I proceed, I want to lay on table a copy of the committee report and the minutes and the certificate of financial implication. Madam Chair and honorable members, the report is brief, so I will try to conclude it in a few minutes. This is a report of the Sectoral Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024. On 24th September 2024, the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 was read for the first time and pursuant to Rule 129(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Uganda, Parliament of Uganda, and the same was referred to the Sectoral Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for scrutiny. In accordance with Rule 129(2) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, the committee has examined the bill and hereby presents its report. A purpose of the bill. The intention of the bill is to amend the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 4 to mainstream the functions of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution established under the Act into the ministry responsible for justice, and to abolish the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution as a corporate entity and to re-establish it as a department in a ministry. The policy of the bill is to give effect to the government policy for rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure, RAPEX, which was adopted by Cabinet on 22nd February 2021. The RAPEX policy is premised on the need to merge, mainstream, rationalize government agencies, commissions, and authorities, and save government expenditure in order to relieve the government of the financial drain on its resources and the burden of wasteful administration and expenditure. Methodology. In the process of analyzing the bill, the committee held discussions with the following stakeholders: the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Law Development Center, Mr. Jimmy M. Muyanja, the Executive Director of Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution. In reviewing, and also we reviewed the following documents: the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995, the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 4, written submission by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, written submission by Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, and written submission by the Law Development Center. Overview of the bill. The bill makes the following proposals, and these proposals have been talked to by the mover of the bill. I wish to save time by skipping them. Paragraph 5.0, overview of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution. The Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution, CADA, is a statutory body established under Section 67 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 4. The Center is a body corporate with perpetual succession and a common seal. CADA was granted regulatory functions under Section 68 to, among others, appoint arbitrators where parties fail to do so, and to make appropriate rules, administrative procedures, and forms for effective performance of arbitration, conciliation, and alternative dispute resolution process. Assess, establish, and enforce a code of ethics for arbitrators, conciliators, neutrals, and experts. Qualify and accredit arbitrators, conciliators, and experts. Provide administrative services and other technical services in aid of arbitration, conciliation, and alternative dispute resolution. Establish appropriate qualifications for institutions, bodies, and persons eligible for appointment. Establish a comprehensive roster of competent and qualified arbitrators, conciliators, and experts. Facilitate certification, registration, and authentication of arbitration, awards, and conciliation settlements. Establish and administer schedule of fees for arbitrators. Avail skills training and promote the use of alternative dispute resolution methods of stakeholders, and to do all other acts as are required, necessary for conducive or conducive.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry,
Chair, I'm on a procedure. Madam Chair, the Chair is reading for us mainly what the body does. I think in the interest of time, if you could permit, it goes to recommendation on those matters, because it's just listing the functions of the body to us.
Observations and recommendations.
I concur, Madam Chair. I'll proceed to page let me proceed to page 5, paragraph 5.1, which is abolition of CADA and mainstreaming it back into the Ministry of Justice. Clause 3, 4, and 5 propose to abolish the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution as a corporate entity and establish it in the Ministry of Justice as a department. The effect of that amendment is to dissolve the center as a legal entity and establish it in and transfer its functions to the Ministry of Justice. And that talks into the following paragraphs, where I want now to proceed to page 6. The reasons why we are mainstreaming it, there is a lack of a governing council. That is page 6, paragraph 1 on the top, lack of a governing council. Whereas section 69 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act requires CADA to have a governing council, there is no council in place currently, and none has existed before. The committee also found that no formal structures have been put in place to manage CADA. This has affected the proper functioning of the center in discharging its mandate under the Act. Paragraph 2 is nature of the functions of CADA, which I have already talked to. Number 3 is lack of funding from government. CADA has not been receiving funding from government, and therefore putting it back to the ministry is a way of effecting mediation in justice processes. Loss of status as a sole arbitration center has also been noted as a reason for taking it back to the ministry. There is lack of executive director and support staff. The purported executive director who is in place is not properly put in place, as you read and understand, and therefore we propose that it should be taken back to the ministry. There has also been maladministration as a result of the lack of an executive director properly appointed, and therefore maladministration has affected its functions. The recommendation. The committee recommends that the proposal to abolish the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution as a corporate entity and the transfer of the mandates and functions of the Center for Arbitration and Dispute Resolution to the Ministry be supported by the House. In conclusion, the committee recommends the bill be passed into law subject to the proposed amendments that will be following shortly. The report is properly signed by the requisite number of MPs.
Thank you.
And the amendments followed.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable Baka, who is back. Thank you so much. Honorable Mara, you have something to say? There is no minority. It's a clear thing. Yes, after Mara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would just want to use this opportunity, Right Honorable, to thank you and the honorable members of the House for your prayers and good wishes when I had the incident and I was seriously hurt. I want to thank you for coming to the hospital to see me at a very difficult moment. At the time I was in the high dependency unit. Information was lacking, but I want to thank the honorable members of Parliament who accompanied you. I want to thank you for your generosity and your support and your continued determination to make sure that I'm treated well and recover. Honorable members, it has been 3 months. That's why I've been away from Parliament. I was between the hospital and home. Right Honorable, I want to bring greetings from my family and appreciation for the support I've received from Parliament. Your humanity is completely very distinguished, and I want to appreciate it. I know some members came to the hospitals, others had the opportunity to come home. We appreciate very much your association and your support. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable, do you support the bill? Do you support the bill?
Thank you, Right Honorable. I'm in complete support of the bill.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to welcome our brother back to the House and for supporting the bill. I also rise to support the bill, Right Honorable Speaker. The Arbitration and Conciliation Bill, I think, is one of the examples of institutional harmony that the principle of RAPEX brings to the country. Right Honorable Speaker, this Arbitration and Conciliation law or bill has been really one of those that is not well understood by so many people. But if you read a little bit about this agency, you realize that the payment of these arbitrators, the selection and all the processes are dependent on both parties that are aggrieved, which in my opinion, both of these parties were left to the discretion of these arbitrators. Right Honorable Speaker, the idea or the proposal that government is bringing to create a center of arbitration, in my opinion, will really address all the challenges that both aggrieved parties have been undergoing in the process of seeking for reconciliation and of their cases and arbitration. The other issue is also that both parties that are aggrieved that go to this agency of the arbitration have often been frustrated, and in most cases have stalled because both parties have to contribute money for their cases to be heard. So I strongly support that this center of arbitration will ably address the challenges that most aggrieved parties have had, and hopefully it will also help us in the issue of the case backlog that has been in the judiciary sector. I thank you very much.
Motion, Hajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on the look of this report, there was no will from that part of government that said exists. It has no structure, it has no leadership, it does not have funding. I'd have been very surprised if there was a minority report over this. I therefore move, Right Honorable Speaker, that we move into committee stage and discuss this.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded by Dakas, Idi, Johnny, Dennis, Achora, Deke, Prosi, by Honorable Mara Ayo, Honorable Nekesa, Honorable Alanyo, Honorable Eluelu, Honorable Bright, Honorable by Isaac, local government. Why are you hiding there, Muhammad? By Phyllis, by Dr. Yume, by Honorable Anywa, by Sise Namuju, by Olanya, by Honorable Lamatia, by Nakasongola, Nabukera, Council, Margaret, Dr. Pear, thank you. I put a question that we move to committee stage on arbitration and conciliation amendment bill to be read for the second time. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Chair.
Madam Chair, we propose an amendment to Clause 5, and the head note is amendment of Section 67 of Cap 4. Clause 5 is amended in the head note and in the provision by substituting for the word Cap 4 the words Cap 5. Justification to align the bill with the chapter of Arbitration and Conciliation Act under the revised laws of Uganda.
Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I concur with the committee.
I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. And the ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, we propose to amend Clause 8 of the bill in the head note and in the provision by substituting for the word Section 70A the word Section 71, and thereafter realign the numbering in the bill with the numbering in the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 5. Justification to align the numbering of the bill with the numbering of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act Cap 5 as provided under the revised laws of Uganda.
Aye. Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, no objection to the proposal of the committee.
I put a question that the clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Clause 10, I put a question that clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I put a question that clause 16 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I put a question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I put a question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I put a question that clause 20 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
No.
The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Act 2024.
Bill passed and the title settled. I saw your document. I will act on it.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wish to note that for the past 3 weeks, the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs has been extremely busy, as you must have noticed, with several bills. And for that matter, I wish to thank the members, my deputies here, and the honorable members who have been very active for the last 3 weeks. And also urge you to appear, even when we are in recess, such that we can process the many bills we have, including the Lumu Bill and the Constitutional Amendment Bill. And now we have the Marriage Bill and the Sexual Offences Bill. So I appeal to you to maintain the same spirit and appear in the committee. So, and the Minister, I thank you so much for the work you have done. Thank you.
Honorable members, we'll suspend the House for 30 minutes. Then we come back and finalize the last bills.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
A nursery bed is the basis of vegetable production.
So in a year we plant 3 times. Basically we begin in March to either July or June.
We want to put our onions, cabbage, and then tomatoes.
You have to start with a good, well-made nursery bed, and of course not leaving out a quality seed. Currently, the level of hybrids is going up, unlike the OPVs, because the production of hybrids is higher.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Ninye pisi mbabazi cha mkongwiri owabeshongo ya rukunde gumeho nkoko empara ejiriri ho owachigambire na izakuchehaka
pisi mbabazi cha mkongwiri yakuletera concert yo mwaka rugogoma rukunde gumeho family day out concert abatuna bakuru mwena muganira Serena Hotel Kampala ebiri 10 byo 11 12 shamwe na zihamu ishuko kutahamu n'emitware 5 emitware 10 hamwe na miliyoni 2 bari kwenda tables ashande cherisi babeshongo zibatahibe mukafata musara twina Habart hamwe n'abandi banywani babenji munonga bihagirwa aba Pepsi Movit Vision Group UBC
National Water hamwe na Airtel Money
shangayo.
Shocking statistics on road crashes in Uganda show that there were over 23,608 road accidents in a single year, 2023. This highlights an increase of 16% compared to the previous year. The Uganda Traffic and Road Safety Report of 2023 also shows that there were 24,728 casualties from road crashes, with 4,806 people dead, 16,736 seriously injured, and 3,186 escaping with minor injuries. The rampant increase in the number of road crashes and casualties in Uganda is seriously alarming. According to Uganda Police Traffic Report, 80% of road crashes in Uganda are as a result of speeding, reckless driving, and violation of traffic rules and regulations. Your life and that of other road users matters. Every life taken or injured in a road crash is an emotional loss to a family, resource loss to a business, development contribution loss to a community, and a socio-economic loss to the nation. Join hands together to reduce and, if possible, eliminate road crashes from our roads by avoiding reckless driving, obeying traffic signs and rules, and maintaining public safety intelligence to keep ourselves, passengers and other road users safe at every time. Remember, drive safe today to live again tomorrow. Tofira kukubo.
Juko. Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model, PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
This week on UBC.
My name's Jung Gwonjong. I'm the boss of this entire hotel. My duties include heavy lifting, spreading happiness, and driving fancy cars. I'm responsible for the area by the hotel entrance. And I officially moved into the sunroom. You think you can cut my share of the rent?
Say what?
To maximize my space, I needed to improvise a bit. That day, she walked into my life. Hi.
So, insurance, right?
Huh? Like that. I can
Don't let him scam you. We don't want your investments or insurance.
I met the woman of my dreams.
I'll take you home. I got the Maserati.
How do you spell Maserati?
M-A-S-H.
Okay, we're leaving. You shouldn't drive, especially not in that car. The cops will fine you extra. His family's got money and don't know what to do with it.
What's your name? Huh? I'm reporting you.
If I were to be with a guy like that, I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror.
Maybe all rich guys are like that. I'm not a rich guy. I'm down to earth. No, don't. It's not worth it. But after I met you, I suddenly got out of bed.
John Wonjong, I really was wrong about you. After meeting me, you learned to walk. This isn't a love story, it's a medical miracle.
And all the women in the club will be like sisters to me.
Respect is most important in a relationship. If a man doesn't respect a woman, then he's no man. Here, keep it safe. It's your playbook. Trying to be meaningful all day with them, in the end, you'll still be single with a bunch of new moms.
I was smiling all day, every day. When I woke up every morning, I wanted to yell out, I'm so happy. If there's such thing as a miracle.
You're not a miracle. You're a maniac.
Most of the time, our lives are lackluster. When you add all the brilliant moments, or what we call miracles. Welcome.
Dealing with bloating and stomach discomfort can be a challenging and uncomfortable experience. Whether it's post-meal discomfort, or that pesky bloated feeling, finding relief is a common goal for many individuals. Get ready to kick bloating to the curb with a set of exercises designed to bring relief to your stomach. No fancy equipment needed, just your dedication and a desire for that amazing post-exercise bliss. Your journey to a happier tummy starts now. Let's get moving. Number 1. Walking. A post-meal walk. Not only encourages gentle movement in your abdomen, but also helps activate your digestive muscles. The rhythmic motion of walking aids in the natural contractions of the digestive tract, facilitating smoother digestion and reducing the chances of bloating. Number 2. Deep breathing. Deep breathing engages your diaphragm, promoting relaxation and reducing the stress response. Stress can contribute to bloating, so practicing deep breathing helps create a calming effect, supporting optimal digestion and potentially alleviating bloating. Number 3. Cycling. Whether cycling outdoors or on a stationary bike, the continuous pedaling engages core muscles. This engagement helps stimulate blood circulation in the abdominal area, promoting digestive efficiency and reducing bloating. Number 4. Abdominal massage. By using gentle circular motions in a clockwise direction, you're not only increasing blood flow but also encouraging the movement of gas through the intestines. This can be particularly beneficial for those experiencing discomfort due to trapped gas. Number 5. Plank pose. Holding a plank engages multiple muscle groups, including the core. This activation supports the digestive organs and enhances muscle tone, potentially aiding in digestion and reducing feelings of bloating. Number 6. Pelvic tilts. This exercise involves controlled movement of the pelvis, activating muscles in the lower abdomen. It enhances flexibility and promotes gentle massage-like effects, potentially assisting in relieving tension and bloating. Number 7. Leg raises. Lying on your back and lifting your legs engages the lower abdominal muscles. This movement increases blood circulation in the area, promoting digestive health and potentially reducing bloating. Number 8. Bicycle crunches. The twisting and cycling motion in this exercise engage the entire core, including oblique muscles. This can enhance the efficiency of the digestive process, potentially providing relief from bloating. Number 9. Pilates. Pilates focuses on controlled movements and core strength. Many exercises involve precise muscle engagement, supporting the abdominal region and potentially improving digestion, reducing bloating over time. Number 10. Aerobic exercises, brisk walking, jogging, or dancing. During aerobic exercises, increase heart rate and stimulate blood circulation throughout the body, including the abdominal area. This enhanced blood flow supports optimal digestion, reducing the likelihood of bloating. Incorporating these exercises into your routine not only provides physical benefits, but also encourages a holistic approach to digestive health. As always, it's essential to listen to your body and consult with a healthcare professional for personalized advice. Thanks for tuning in. Remember, this program is produced by Sani Productions, powered by UBC TV, inspiring Uganda.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
My name is Damali Savi and I welcome you to this episode of the Ideation Corner. The Ideation Corner is a space where ideas are discussed and dissected. And today I host Annette Nanyanzi, who is the co-founder and executive director of Green Shares, and she's going to tell us all about it. Annette, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Damali. Hello, everyone. Yes, Green Shares, we're a social enterprise that started in 2018, then operationalized in 2019. We link farmers to smallholder farmers, leveraging on technology. Our problem was, how long will a smallholder farmer remain small? How long will they start subsistence. Realize I've been working for development organizations for over 10 years, but you realize all the interventions still leave the smallholder farmer at subsistence. They don't grow in terms of income. So we came up with a model that will enable these farmers to earn more production and also increase their income. Yeah, we also wanted everyone to participate in agriculture in different forms. So, but of course it's important to start with a market. That's why we started our Market Connect services for farmers. This really help the farmer farm with confidence because they know there's already market.
Let's start with the farmer. How do you help the smallholder farmer?
Yeah, what happens, using our agents, we mobilize the farmers in groups, identify a value chain that has market or demand. Yeah, because we've already mapped buyers to farmers and what they require.
And your agents are in, where are they based?
In the community.
Are they across the whole of Uganda?
No, we piloted in Kamoli, we are also now in Nuwero and Kriandongo. Yeah, we have plans to go to Nyoya and those other districts, but yeah, we started small.
Of course, you have to start somewhere. Which value chains are you looking at in these areas?
Yeah, we're looking at soybean, we're looking at maize. Yeah, we'll also be considering sim. Yeah, we've piloted rice and we're interested in growing this more. We're doing rice in Kasese. Yes.
So your agent who is at say in Kamuli?
Yes.
How does he engage the smallholder farmers?
So
or she?
she or he. Yeah, most of them are women. But what happens, because they know the farmers, where the farmers are located, we have an initial inception meeting with these farmers, tell them about how we work, identify the value chain they'll be working in. Sometimes the value chain is already there, but it needs improvement in terms of agronomy services for more yield. Yeah, they register with their names, okay, or the biodata, name, location, village, acreage. Yeah, so we usually support them with quality seed because we know the seed is a problem. We don't want them to grow things and they won't germinate. So we are partnering with some seed companies to supply them seed. Then at our agronomists will show them what they need to do in terms of farming. Then at the end of the...
And this is the same agent who is there?
That agent does more of mobilizing the farmer, and at the trading time, because they would be the collection center.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, at the trading time. But our agronomist goes to the community to show them the agronomy services and that kind of thing. But what we are going to add in the equation, we are ensuring that everyone, okay, after we've traded with them for some time, everyone will be able to have a phone and they will be getting agronomy services on their phone.
Okay.
Yeah, tips on what to do so that we reach more people at a cheaper cost.
Okay, going back to this farmer in Kamuli, what value chain are you doing in Kamuli?
We are doing chia seed.
Share seed. So back to this farmer in Kamuli who's doing share seed, who your agent then registered with other farmers who are doing share seed.
Yes.
And then they get access to the agronomist. What does the agronomist do?
The agronomist will show them how to manage the land, how to plant, when to weed, because, for example, chia is an organic crop. You don't need fertilizers or anything. It grows anywhere. On any soil with 101 health benefits. Yes. So it was the first time the farmers had seen chia seed in Kamoli.
You introduced it?
Yeah, we introduced it. The amazing thing was the effects, like beyond income, because we had some farmers who had problems like with ulcers and
they could use chia seed.
Yeah, so when they harvested during the trading season, they kept some because we explained also the health benefits. Yeah, the ulcers, those with arthritis.
So these ones you did provide the input.
Yes, we provided the seed, and we also provided the market.
Okay. Do they have to buy from you, or do they have to pay for it?
Yes, they pay for it using our harvest model. That's why we are called shares. we share
You share the cost and the benefit.
Yes, we share the cost and benefit using our harvest share model. So it's usually between 10 and 15%, depending on the costs involved on input, the agronomist and the aggregation costs.
So when their share grows, they brought the input from you, then they grow. The share is harvest time.
Yes.
Then your agent who is on the ground consolidates, buys all this.
Yeah,
share
so
from
what
them.
would happen, this agent would have a collection store. Yeah, that's one of the requirements. You need a phone and a collection store. So the farmer brings the crop to the agent. The agent verifies the quality, the weight. Then they trigger payment saying, Damali Sali has brought 100 kilos of chia seed. The rate then was 2,000 shillings. Actually, before we rolled out chia seed, the prices were very interesting. It was 6,000 a kilo. But that year when we launched in Kamuli, the prices dropped, global prices dropped. So the farmer who was expecting 3,000 minimum got 2,000, which was a bit of.
How did you encourage them to continue growing?
That's the problem. That's the problem. Chia seed has been...
The price has fluctuated?
Yes, has had low prices for the last 1 year, over 1 year. So we've not been pushing for it anymore. That's why we continue with these other value chains of soybean and maize.
Okay.
Yeah.
But going back to the thing, so the farmer brings the product or the value, whether it's maize, whatever it is, to your agent. Agent buys it, pays the farmer through mobile money?
Yes, we're using a payment platform to pay them. They will tell us the details. These details are keyed into the system that validates the name to the contact, or if they have no phone, they can get the money using their next of kin who would have a phone, maybe a relative or husband. Yeah.
So Green Shares is the one paying, it's not your agent on the ground paying.
No,
okay.
They don't pay. They just trigger the payment process.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So the payments are instant. It's when the information comes within 5 minutes, the farmers got their money, and this. Before, the farmers were hesitant getting mobile money, but when they saw the benefits, they got excited and said, "Yeah, when I get my money on the phone, I can save it. They won't steal it, and of course, they can now access microloans on their phones." So we're happy to be contributing to financial inclusion.
And then for you, once your agent gets this maize, or whatever it is. Maize or rice, the value chains that you're in. Once they get it in their store, what happens next?
Because there are different agents in a district, there will be like 2 minimum. When they've aggregated to at most 10 kilos, the bulk that can be moved to the buyer now, the agro process. So we do an aggregation process when everyone has sourced and we deliver to the buyer. Because I would have pre-negotiated the price, the rate of delivery. So then we work with some logistics companies because we don't have trucks on our own, but we use services of other logistics companies. They deliver the crop to our buyer, then we wait for payment.
And it's all in the platform?
Yes.
It's all on your...
Some of the features are not yet developed. The Market Connect, we can pay. Yes, but the buyer information, they would know that this crop has gone, for example, to Arise and Shine, an agro miller. But the development process of the whole platform is still work in progress. But it's going to help us with traceability, because these farmers would have their details of how much you brought. Then they are linked to a buyer immediately, like the system links them to a buyer that, maize from Rose has gone to maybe buyer X. Such that in case there are issues with Rose's maize, we can trace back and say,
find out where this
was the one
here.
And the agent will, of course, be questionable. That why did you allow this? Because if it has quality issues, then there are other processes to go through to either reclaim or...
And so which major value chains are you working with currently?
We are doing soybean, maize, and rice.
That's it, 3?
Yes, 3.
Okay. And you're in these regions, Kamuli, Kasese, and...
Chiriandongo, Luwero.
And Luwero.
Yeah. Okay. Kamuli we've scaled down a bit, but we'll...
Oh, because you're focusing on shea, and shea is taking a hit.
Yes.
Okay.
But also Kamuli had issues of land ownership and the sugarcane outgrowers scheme. So it was a bit of a challenge, and also because the future is to have these farmers lease land on a large scale. We can lease land on their behalf, then we'll see how we have a share at the end of that day.
Okay.
Because we don't want the farmer to keep using the whole.
And stay small.
And
like
stay small.
Because your problem is they can't stay small for forever.
No, we can't stay small. So what we're looking at is to have larger
like
farmland lease. Because we have people who have land and they're not using it in these villages.
Yes.
So these are people we need to talk to so that we have farm leasing options with them. It can be a 3-year lease option, and they are paid for lease for that land being leased.
Yes.
Yeah, as we manage the agronomy and the farming details with the farmer. So you realize that the farmers will have a bigger area to farm. You can use equipment, because with these small plots of theirs, you can't even put a tractor there.
No, it's just... Yeah.
Because actually,
but if you have like 5 of them, every neighbor, you consolidate the land because they are neighboring each other, then you can use the tractor. Is that the plan?
Yes. Also, that can be done. But still, because we want maybe season A, you've brought maybe 200 kilos. Let season B have at least 500, and you can't get the 500 in that small place.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we're looking at the farm leasing option. Then we also have another platform we are building for anyone to engage in agriculture. We want more people to engage in agriculture. So we are saying that, can you sponsor a farmer to farm? That will be farm sponsorship, and you still share the proceeds with the farmer. For example, Damali, you have an extra 2 million or 1 million that is on the account. You say, okay, let me have a farm sponsorship with farmer. There's maybe 3 farmers. And when we do the market connect, you get proceeds for that investment, and there'll be some proceeds sharing.
So okay, I put in my 1 million.
Yes.
And then you guys help the farmer to grow maize this season.
Yes.
Then they harvest. It's what, 3 months? How does
maize 3 months, 90 days.
They harvest?
At most, depending on the variety, at most 120 days.
Okay. Then when they harvest, you guys pay me back my 1M plus the interest in 4 months.
Yes.
How much would that interest be?
It's usually below 5 million. It's usually 10%, but it also depends on the value chain. Some value chains are premium, so you might find that the harvest share you still get on top of a bonus on top of the 1.1 million.
Which ones are the premium value chain?
Things like soybean. If you do sim,
why are they premium?
The costs. The market price is usually high, and they don't have these...
The fluctuations.
Yeah, the huge fluctuations, and they are export commodities. Actually, last season we had people looking for soybean, and because there was drought, there was no soybean. Then we are saying, can't we have irrigation schemes, and so there is production throughout the year? Yeah.
So how many people have you been able to convince to invest in this, providing their money for the farmer, and then they get it back with interest?
That one is about to be launched, but what we've done is the trading fund, because it's low risk. Tell me about that one. Yeah, the trading fund, during the harvest season, when farmers need to sell their crop to green shares for them to link them to a market, an individual investment club or anyone can come to green shares and invest their money. They will have an investment agreement. You get an investment certificate. Depending on the amount you've invested in, you earn a return.
Okay.
That
so
money,
you invest 3M. I decide I'm going to invest 3M in this trading fund. How much money do I get back?
You get a 10%.
Still 10%.
Yes, in 90 days. Yeah, same as in the farm sponsorship, but the difference is in the farm sponsorship, you're also entitled to a bonus above the costs of the of the farming. Like if for example there is a profit of more than maybe like a quick example, your yield was maybe a ton, and the margin was about 800, so you still benefit from that margin on top of the 10%. Minimum interest, 10%, yes.
Okay, and then in the trading fund is fixed, it's 10%.
Yeah, trading fund is fixed, 10% below 5 million, 12% above 5 million.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see that people, okay, we didn't want to publicize it so much, so we, because we are still testing.
You're like, we don't want too much money right now.
No, we are still testing to see how it works, whether people will accept. They are saying trading fund, trading in commodity trading. Yeah. So when we posted on our social media platforms, of course we got some inquiries and some people signed up. We're excited because we didn't have money then to trade. Yeah, and it's amazing when people like say, "You mean my money was sitting on the account for nothing, and
I could have made some money."
Yeah, I could have made some money. Yeah, so we are trying to see that more people engage in agriculture as a business because it can be an investment vehicle. Yeah.
And I like it in terms of, for example, if you invest in the trading fund, you get your money back plus and it's in the premium products, yeah?
Yes.
You get your money back plus the interest, but most importantly also helping the farmer.
Yeah, you're helping the farmer, improving livelihoods. Yeah. Yes. Improving livelihoods. Then we're excited about next year when we want to launch the digital farms. You don't have to own land to be a farmer. You can be a digital farmer. You can be okay, because we know that some people don't have that time to fully participate in agriculture. We are going to launch some digital farms where, hoping our platform is going to be ready. Yeah, we are working around.
So how does the digital farm work?
The digital farm, you go online, look at the farms available, look at the trading history, planting yield history.
So
and choose.
I am a farmer, Damalisali, and I have 20 acres, and I've been with you guys for the last 2 years. So someone who wants to be in the digital farm can go on my profile and see Damalisali has 20 acres and she's been making this profit.
That's one way, but the other way is the one we are launching soon is where there is land available, because we have people who
owns the land.
People who've approached us for farm leasing.
All right, so I am Damalisali, I have land but I'm not using it.
Yes.
And I'm happy to lease it out to you guys to use for farming.
Yes.
Okay.
So what will happen, you log on, see the different value chains. There's a calculator depending on how much you want to invest. You have your 5 million, you select a value chain. We'll give you a projected...
I own the land, plus I need to put money in.
If you own the land, you don't... It's these other people who want to farm and don't have land that will lease your land.
Okay,
but
so you
through
have
us.
two ends. You have two ends. One, the people who have land who are happy to lease it.
Yes.
And then other people who have money who don't have land.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So what will happen, you select a value chain you want to invest in. There will be a calculator to inform your projected proceeds or income. There will be a trend history on how the market price has been running. Then you fill our forms, you get an agreement, then you get the GPS mapping of your farm. So when you get time, you can even go and visit the farm. We've identified...
Then who does the actual farming? You have
green shares through our agronomists and partners.
Okay.
Who do the actual farming. For you, you put in your money, then Green Shares does the farming and
then
up to
the owner of the land
market.
What do they make out of it when they lease it to you?
They are going to get revenue from, because usually an acre is about 100,000 lease per annum. So
if I have an acre and I lease it, I get just 100,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I guess if I wasn't making anything out of it.
Yeah, if you're not using it for anything and people have square miles,
True.
People have square miles, so if you're not using their land, you can.
Might as well do that.
Yeah. So
green shares will actually do the farming.
Yes,
from these two sides. The owner of the land leases it out. The one with the capital, with the money, who doesn't want to farm, gives it to you. Then you do the farming. Then you also pay the owner of the land.
Yes.
Their annual leasing fee.
Yes.
And then when you sell, you give back.
Yes, we give back the owner of the capital, and they will see the different costs that have gone to their plot, because actually, in actual sense, they are the ones leasing the land. We are just doing a collection, we are just a collection channel to make sure things are going okay. And to de-risk the agricultural losses that are related to farming, we are going to have crop insurance. There's now crop insurance in Uganda. Yes, so
in case there is a drought, crops are dead.
Yes,
the owner of the capital still gets their money, and the owner of the land still gets their money.
Yes, because there's what insurance.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, so that's what we are working on, and we're excited about having more food in Uganda with people with more income.
So currently, how many farmers are you working with?
We are now at 180 farmers.
180.
But yes, 180. But because it was a pilot study to take the do's and don'ts, and
you're learning.
Yeah,
you like, if I make a mistake, it's not a big one.
Yes. So yeah, we're hoping to close the year at about 300, because the season is coming up in November. Yes.
And then
through Market Connect. Yes.
And then the agronomists that you keep talking about, the agronomists are people who know how to do agriculture?
Yes. They are trained, qualified, with experience. Yes.
It's not someone like, I've grown maize before. So yes, I know how to do it.
No, you have to have a papers, something to show that you are qualified.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm happy about where you're going with this, but there's a value chain that I usually look at. What about the coffee value chain? Is our biggest export. Have you thought of it, or why haven't you thought of it?
Oh, why I haven't? Because coffee is already like an organized value chain. You can take it up for people doing digital farms and people willing to invest in long duration value chains. You need to wait for some years for you to earn from coffee.
It's like 3 years, I think. Yes. It's like 3 years before it starts.
Yes. Okay, there are some varieties that can do less than that, maybe 1.5 years they start fruiting. But still, when something is still new, people want to first test. So we opted for the short value chains before. I see that if someone has invested in a digital farm in a short value chain, then in future they will say, why don't I go long term?
Okay, but to start out, they're like, okay, maize, 4 months. Then they can see their return, they can see their money. Then you're able to prove that this works.
Yes.
Okay, that's where have you looked then at the horticulture value chain? Because that is also short term.
No, we haven't, because when we are doing our market study, we thought that really we opted for value chains that are easy to manage, and also the farmers has experience in dealing in those value chains, or there's something they can also use, because you find some farmers still, if they are growing soybean, they also have hens, so they can reduce also their costs. Yeah, because we want to also promote an integrated model where a farmer earns all year round.
Or they can eat what they farm.
Yes, they can also eat what they farm. Reduce costs.
Yes. That's interesting. Well, is it? Okay, I've done several studies where they encourage farmers to do a certain value chain which they can't eat. It's something you can't actually eat. Then they end up starving because they're growing something on their land that they can't actually eat. Then they struggle to feed themselves, so they are starving farmers.
Which is not good, really. A farmer should be a happy farmer. Yeah, they can eat well and they're also earning.
So I like that you've actually used digital technology to bring trading into this, digital farming into it. I feel like that's in a way the way to go. You have people who have money, but it's sitting there. So you could say, fine, I could invest it in an MTN IPO, or I could invest it here in the farming where I can get the money back in 3 or 4 months.
Yes.
And with my interest, quick. and help a farmer.
Yeah, you're helping a farmer,
Yes.
and Ugandans want quick money.
Exactly.
So,
yeah. They want their cash.
That's also one thing.
Yes.
They want their money now. So.
Okay. So we're almost running out of our time. Do you have anything that you'd like to say that we've missed out, or your closing words?
Yeah, okay. Generally, what Green Shares is trying to do is to reimagine farming. We need to unlock the farmers' potential in terms of production and income, and also to engage more people in agriculture. Whether you have land or not, you can still farm, be a farmer and earn a return. Because agriculture can be an investment vehicle. Yes. So we are reimagining farming.
You're imagining farming. That's
Yes.
nice. Thank you. And I like that, of course, you're touching this, because, a lot of farmers are women. It's the women who are really on the farm. And then somehow they get lost in the value chain. After the harvest, that's when the women start reducing out of the value chain. So I like when you digitize it, in a way it helps women to stay in the value chain, to get on the higher value processes.
Yeah,
you
true,
can still
true,
do that.
true. Yeah, and most of our beneficiaries are women, actually 75%. But you realize that at payment level, when it's time to pay this farmer, it's the husband getting the money, because he's the one with the phone. So we also need to see how
that is sad.
We'll make them also touch the money, but hopefully it gets to the farmer.
Yeah,
who did the hard work.
Yeah.
Yes. So probably phones should be cheaper so that they are more accessible.
Yeah, because the lady is probably putting her husband's phone because she doesn't have a handset.
Yes.
The handset is expensive. So the husband is the one with the handset. So while she's doing all the work, that's why she puts the husband.
Then the husband decides where the money should go.
Where it goes.
Because he's the head of the home.
And he's the one. If I'm the one with the cash, of course, then I will decide where the money goes. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. There you had it. Learn more about green shares. If you have your money, 1M, and you want to invest into digital farming, you can. If you have land that you're not using and you're happy to lease it up, you can. But you can go on there on all the social media platforms. Go and learn more about them. Thank you so much.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Uganda, once a food basket for East and Central Africa, now faces a food security crisis. This Wednesday on your favorite weekly program, Behind the Headlines, Timothy Nyangweso with a team of illustrious dedicated panelists will explore the challenges and solutions, from innovative farming to policy reforms, to ensure access to nutritious food for all Ugandans. This is going to be insightful and you don't want to miss it at 10 p.m. Behind the Headlines, informing, inspiring, empowering. Only on your public broadcaster, UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Did you know that our #1 value as a nation is to respect and protect the environment? With the current population increase of Uganda and industrialization, this has increased pressure on the natural resources, resulting into environmental degradation and global warming. Developing countries like Uganda could face 80% of the global climate change effects by the year 2030 if no action is taken. Join us here on UBC TV, Inspiring Uganda, on our Eco Plus program, where we bring you an in-depth analysis of issues that are disastrous to our environment. Every Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. only on your loved station, the National Broadcaster.
Super Soul Sisters Crown Best Inspiring Story Grand Finale is here!
with our theme of Vision for the Future. Come and be part of this amazing yet inspiring pageant as we focus on the girls' life journey through storytelling to change people's lives. This December, Saturday the 14th, 2024 at Nakasero Primary School Amphitheatre from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. in partnership with Plan International Uganda and UBC TV. Ordinary tickets are sold at 20,000 shillings, VIP table at 500,000 shillings and 1 million Ugandan shillings. Be there.
This weekend on UBC.
The Uganda People's Defense Forces, UPDF, has undergone a transformation from a small guerrilla force into a large professional national army. National Resistance Army, which later became Uganda People's Defense Forces, has managed to grow from strength to strength because it was founded on the right ideology that emphasized discipline, patriotism, Pan-Africanism, and socio-economic transformation agenda.
Let the demand be, give us more building materials.
Don't miss the UPDF Legacy program on UBC TV that has a central focus on infrastructure development, social, as well as preserving and defending the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Uganda. The program showcased commitment by the Uganda People's Defense Forces in its pursuit of sustainable peace and security in the country, only on UBC TV.
UBC, inspiring Uganda. Pick of the day on UBC.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo, baby, dondolo.
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks, Kubei Dondolo. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000 or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21# and select daily or use the MyMTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
President Yoweri Museveni is set to launch the innovative 4-acre model campaign in Bunyoro sub-region, starting with the Greater Chibale districts. This landmark event will take place at the Chikwaya Playground in Kakumiro district on November 15, 2024, starting at 10 a.m. All residents, civil servants and leaders of Greater Chibale districts in Bunyoro and neighboring areas are invited to attend the launch in large numbers. The 4-acre model initiative led by President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni aims to integrate ordinary people into the money economy. During his visit, President Museveni will tour selected 4-acre model farms in the area. This launch will showcase the initiative's impact on local communities, highlighting tangible benefits and success stories of the strategy for households. Don't miss out on this extraordinary event that promises to reshape the future of food security and socio-economic well-being for the people of Greater Chibale districts in Bunyoro sub-region and neighboring areas. Join area leaders for this event aimed at lifting ordinary people out of poverty using their available small land. The mega event will be held at Chikwaya Playground in Kakumiro district, Greater Chibale on
on 24th September 2024. The committee is ready with the report. However, they will give the minister to move the motion. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024 be read for the second time.
Seconded. Seconded by Honorable Bahati, Honorable Mara, Honorable Elwelo, Honorable Lanyo, Nekesa, Silwanyi, Noah, Gerald, Emmanuel, by the majority on this side. Yes, would you speak to your motion? Can you speak to your motion?
Madam Speaker, in the spirit of rationalization, Coffee Development Authority has been an agency under
Honorable members,
under
Solomon, can you move away from there? Yes.
Solomon must go.
Oh. Why are you disturbing Helen?
UCDA has been an agency under Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries responsible for regulating the coffee sector. In the spirit of rationalization, Right Honorable Speaker and members, we want to rationalize the agency to create efficiency and also to, in line with the shift of government policy of operating efficiently without compromising the functions of regulation and the capacity of human resource. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I will now get a report from the chair. But before we get the report from the chair, we have two staff in the public gallery from Parliament of Ghana. We have Miss Lisa Mambora. You're most welcome. She's a Deputy Director of Finance. Most welcome. Then we have Mr. Rex Bangbin, Senior Accountant. You're most welcome. They are here, they are attached to the Department of Finance for benchmarking. Most welcome to Uganda. Thank you for coming. Honorable members, join me in welcoming them. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Permit me to indicate that yesterday I submitted an omnibus report and minutes. And today I would like to present the report of the Committee on Agriculture on the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024 was read for the first time on 24th September 2024 and referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries in accordance with Rule 129, Clause 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. The bill aims at dissolving the Uganda Coffee Development Authority and mainstreaming the functions of the authority into the ministry responsible for agriculture, and dissolving the UCDA and its secretariat established by the Act. The committee scrutinized the bill in accordance with the rules of procedure, and I now beg to report. Colleagues, we all know the background of rationalization, but I would like to give the background of UCDA. The Uganda Coffee Development Authority was established in 1991 by the Uganda Coffee Development Authority Act, CAPT 325, which was repealed and replaced with the National Coffee Act number 17 of 2021. The act was revised by the Uganda Law Reform Commission and released in the 2023 7th edition as National Coffee Act Cap 38. The National Coffee Act Cap 38 mandates the UCDA to regulate both on-farm and on-farm activities in the coffee value chain. We all know the objects and justification of the bill. It's okay. It's okay. I can read. The object of the bill is to give effect to the government policy of rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure. The justification for the bill has been provided in the background to rationalization, and it raises the following fundamental issues which the committee interrogated. 1. Whether there are mandates overlaps between UCDA and MAIF. 2. Whether UCDA has served the purpose for which it was established. 3. Whether UCDA cost of administration drains the treasury at the expense of service delivery. While considering the National Coffee Amendment Bill 2024, the committee held meetings with stakeholders like Buganda Caucus Parliamentary Team, Bugisu Caucus Parliamentary Group. We had Dutchmen from Buganda Kingdom, Bunyoro Kingdom, and other coffee farmers organizations and groups. We also had petitions from others like Banya Kanungu Coffee Farmers Cooperative Union and others. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, findings, observation, and recommendations of the committee were based on the 3 questions that I had put earlier. 1 was whether there were mandate overlaps between UCDA and MAIF. The committee established that UCDA derives its mandate from the National Coffee Act 2021. Under Section 4 and 5, the functions of UCDA are to regulate all on-farm and off-farm activities in the coffee value chain, promote and oversee the quality of coffee along the value chain, support research and development, promote production and improve the marketing of coffee to optimize earnings for coffee stakeholders in the country. The committee notes that UCDA plays a pivotal role in overseeing coffee quality to ensure compliance with export contracts and international food safety standards. Quality management spans from seed to cup, which includes regulating planting materials, production, harvest, post-harvest practices, and processing to meet international standards. The committee further notes that in order to sustain the European market that constitutes 65% of Uganda coffee sales, UCDA developed a traceability system intended to support the sector to comply with the requirement of the European Union Deforestation and Corporate Sustainability and Due Diligence Directives, whose deadline is on 1st January 2025. This traceability system will register coffee value chain actors, farmers, nursery operators, processors, roasters, and exporters. Failure to meet the European Union deadline will lead to loss of market for 65% of the country coffee exports. The committee concluded that there is no duplication of UCDA mandate with MAIF or any other government agency. The committee observed that the coffee sector is an important export earner that should be independently regulated to meet the demands of the export market. The civil service mode of operation and service delivery cannot efficiently undertake and deliver this mandate. This is important to note that UCDA has increased the production volume of coffee from 3.5 million 60 kilogram bags in 2014-15 to 8.06 million 60 bags currently, with a medium-term target of 20 million bags by 2029 to 30. Merging the mandate and abolishing UCDA at this time risks derailing this very critical target of the coffee roadmap. Another tool that we used was to find out whether UCDA has served the purpose for which it was established. The committee established that Uganda is currently one of the African top coffee exporters, with the revenue earnings rising from USD 883.3 million to USD 952.24 million from November 2021 to October 2022. Uganda recorded its highest coffee export of 6.26 million tons of 60 kilogram bags in 2021-2022 from 5.83 million tons of 60 bags in 2020-2021. The committee notes that government of Uganda has committed itself to achieving a target of producing 20 million 60 kilogram bags of coffee by 2030 as per the coffee roadmap. UCDA has distributed 475,098 coffee seedlings during the last 5 years, benefiting 937,605 farmers. This is likely to increase production from the current 8.16 million 60 bags in 2022-2023 to 13.7 million 60 kilograms from the current 8.1 bags in 2026-2027 as the country looks towards achieving the coffee roadmap. The committee notes that the coffee sector employs 12 million people, nearly 25% of Ugandan's population. Uganda Coffee Profile, that is 2018, along the value chain, and this is expected to grow as more investment is attracted, especially in value addition activities. Therefore, the international traceability and social inclusion warrants stronger regulations to meet market standards, which UCDA is effectively delivering. Quality assurance and research. Coffee quality assessment is a highly specialized technical field that is evaluated in two ways: a physical evaluation of the green and roasted coffee, and a sensory evaluation of the roasted beverage, which has been a core function of UCDA that has led to compliance by coffee producers and dealers with established standards. As a result of improved quality control, Uganda Coffee has been ranked third in the world after Kenya and Ethiopia. Other milestones registered by UCDA include designation as a Center of Robusta of Excellence by the Coffee Quality Institute, in addition to certification and accreditation of the UCDA Coffee Laboratory in Logogo by CQI. In line with Section 38 of the National Coffee Act, the UCDA determines and regulates the types and varieties of coffee to be grown in different regions. This is informed by research conducted by National Coffee Research Institute, Nakori, with funding from cess collected by UCDA. This funding has greatly contributed to the coffee research and development agenda. Notably, the breeding of 10 coffee wilt disease-resistant varieties, which are also high-yielding, and the construction of the biotechnology laboratory at Logogo. UCDA also provides timely market information to stakeholders and monitor coffee prices on a daily basis, including price changes on the London and New York commodity exchanges, and translate these prices into equivalent local prices on a daily basis. Committee observation. Coffee quality control requires swiftness and high level of efficiency, which is best provided under the agency model. Despite the commendable achievement by UCDA, the task ahead is enormous and requires empowering and supporting the successor agency to sustain, consolidate, and build on UCDA achievement. Mainstreaming UCDA into MAIF immediately risks compromising quality and research efforts and may lead to information asymmetry. It would also jeopardize critical functions, leading to adverse effect on Uganda coffee export and competitiveness. The committee notes that countries like Kenya and Ethiopia, which attempted immediate rationalization from the agency model to the ministry, suffered setbacks resulting into reduced coffee production for export. These countries have since reverted to the agency model. The committee is of the view that the mandate of UCDA, being a going concern, as it promotes one of our key export earners, that has a multiplier effect throughout the economy, is better served by the agency model in the interim as the ministry build capacity to seamlessly take over the mandate of UCDA. UCDA contribution to the Treasury. The committee was informed that UCDA contribute to the National Treasury through collection of non-tax revenue, which is remitted to the Consolidated Fund. Over the years, UCDA contribution to the National Treasury has been growing. For example, in the financial year 2023-2024, UCDA was allocated 44,756,000,000, while it contributed 82,253,000,000 to the National Treasury. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, given the above achievement and commitments, the committee recommends that UCDA be rationalized subject to a 3-year transition period to enable MAIF build capacity to execute the mandate that is under UCDA. The committee further recommends that during the transition period, the minister,
Honourable members,
colleagues,
can you listen?
this is something very important. Right Honourable, I want to repeat.
You repeat the
And I
conclusion.
beg my colleagues to be calm. Time will come for debate. Given the above achievement and commitment of UCDA, the committee recommends that UCDA be rationalized subject to a subject to a 3-year transition period to enable MAIF build capacity to execute the mandate that
Honourable
is under
members,
UCDA.
Honourable members, I will not allow.
Furthermore, the
that
committee
kind of
recommends
noise.
that during the transition period, the Ministry of Agriculture updates Parliament biannually on progress towards attainment of the requisite capacity to undertake the mandate of UCDA. Upon a satisfactory progress report to Parliament, the Minister responsible for Agriculture shall submit a statutory instrument for approval of Parliament to commence the Act. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I beg to report.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker,
you know,
the Shadow Minister, together with a number of members of Parliament on this Committee of Agriculture, that is Honourable John Paul Mpalanyi,
Yes.
Honourable Santa Okot,
There's a
Honourable
procedure
Stella
matter.
Isodo,
Madam Speaker, I saw my colleague just jumping up. We don't know under which rule. Because if I assume if it's going to be a minority report, it needs to be captured on our record. And the chairperson of the committee should be the one to tell us that it is a minority report. And then invites the colleague with the minority view, invite the minority view to present a report. Without that being done, Madam Speaker, I am asking whether it is procedural right.
I also saw Asinansi just jump up. And I was asking, what it was, because at the beginning, what the chairperson ought to have said, that we have the majority report and then the minority report, and after, because all those are your reports, and after that you now invite the presenter of the minority report. But Chair Baroda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. That was phase one. And I was going to invite my colleagues, as I stated earlier yesterday.
But you shouted, you were shouting.
Yes. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I have two minority reports. One from Honorable Asinasi and one from Honorable Abed. And I would like to invite Honorable Asinasi to give their areas of dissent as per this. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. I also want to thank the chairperson of the committee.
Honorable members, why are you making noise? What's wrong with
recognizing
Abed?
the minority reports.
Honorable Abed, you need to move near to present your minority. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Shadow Minister of Agriculture, together with a number of members on this committee, and that is Honorable John Paul Mpalanyi, Honorable Santa Okot, Honorable Stella Isodo, Honorable Kabugo Florence, Honorable Charles Matovu, and Honorable Aol Betty had dissenting views against the majority report, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we had dissenting views against the minority report on issues of regulatory risks, quality risks assurance, market risk assurance.
Honorable members, listen.
Right Honorable Speaker, we do still note that mainstreaming this very critical and specialized agency, the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, into the parent ministry will compromise and affect the delivery of the technical and regulatory functions this agency has been undertaking since its inception by an Act of Parliament in 1991. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the main objective of this bill is to ensure that UCDA is no more, is abolished. And Right Honorable Speaker and members, the moment that the majority of this House
UCDA is not going to be abolished, but is going to be absorbed in the ministry. I don't want us to misinform people out
Right
and play to the gallery.
Right Honorable Speaker, the bill.
Now, what are you shouting about? What are you shouting about?
Right Honorable Speaker, with your wise guidance,
Let's use the right words, not playing to the gallery.
The main objective of this bill is to dissolve UCDA into the mother ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, in scrutinizing the bill, the minority views were guided by the following questions as per the objective of rationalization.
And I don't want you to imagine that you own monopoly of shouting.
Right Honorable
Let's
Speaker,
listen to the member.
Right Honorable Speaker, one of the main objective of rationalizing UCDA into the mother ministry was whether the funding of the UCDA is a wasteful expenditure or it causes financial drain to the economy. Right Honorable Speaker, 100% not at all. The funding of UCDA is not a wasteful expenditure. Instead, it greatly outperformed according to its mandate, which was given to it by that Act of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, the minority noted that UCDA is a net save as it contributes heavily to the consolidated fund. And Right Honorable Speaker, we note that in financial year 2023-2024, UCDA brought in Uganda shillings 82.25 billion in form of net R to the consolidated fund. Yet its budget was only 44.76 billion Uganda shillings. UCDA is therefore a net saver. Right Honorable Speaker, this sector employs 12.5 million Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the coffee subsector contributed 55.5 to the total agricultural export in the financial year 2023-2024. But it also has so far remitted 44.81 billion to the consolidated fund against the annual target of 83.61 billion, reflecting 54% performance. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, UCD has increased the production of volumes of coffee from 4.03 million 60 bags in financial year 2015-2016
Yes,
to 8.
procedure.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the chair of the committee said all the very good things about UCDA. Everything, production, revenue, everything was very good. She only went wrong at the conclusion. I'm afraid about our children who are doing exams. How you said write talks differently and conclude on the other U-turn. The speaker, isn't it procedure right for us that the pre-current member who is submitting a minority report gives us the point of departure, which is the conclusion, because the rest of the things are actually the same, and we agree.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
I know she's about to finish. Let her finish.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your very wise guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, with only 6 years remaining to hit the coffee roadmap target of 20 million bags as per the coffee roadmap by 2030, rationalizing the mandate and dissolving UCDA risks failing the very critical target of achieving the said roadmap. Therefore, UCDA does not drain the treasury, and instead it strongly supports it. Right Honorable Speaker, because of Uganda Coffee Development Authority's efforts, Uganda coffee subsector has been rated number 2nd in Africa and 7th in the whole world. Right Honorable Speaker, the other question was, the issue was whether the mandate overlaps the ministry. The Ministry of Agriculture's mandate. Right Honorable Speaker, the mandate of the 2 entities totally do not overlap at all. The Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture's mandate is to formulate, review, implement national policies, plan, strategies, regulations, standards, and enforce laws, regulations, and standards along the value chain crops, livestock, and fisheries. While the mandate of UCDA is an autonomous, self-sustaining entity mandated to promote and oversee the coffee value chain by supporting research, promoting production, controlling the quality, and improving the marketing of coffee in order to optimize foreign exchange earnings for the country and payments to the farmers. UCDA's regulatory role, which includes certification of nurseries, inspection and licensing of processors, traders, stores, factories, grading facilities, roasters, and exporters, is still very crucial in maintaining the coffee quality. And as per this role is concerned, Right Honorable Speaker, it's very crucial to note that it is a very crucial role that no any other agents of government, not even the Ministry of Agriculture, has ever performed. Right Honorable Speaker, on the question of whether UCDA, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, has served the purpose for which it was established, yes, 100%. UCDA has performed its mandate effectively and efficiently. Right Honorable Speaker, UCDA has even outperformed, according to the other figures that I've been reading to you, in the whether it drains the economy. Right Honorable Speaker, UCDA's regulatory role, which includes certification and registration of coffee nurseries and farmers, inspection and licensing of processors, traders, stores, factories, grading facilities, roasters and exporters, which is very, very crucial in maintaining coffee quality and quantity at all levels of the value chain and ensuring ready market for the coffee farmers, has been 100% plus outperformed by Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Observation, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The minority report noted that Uganda Coffee Development Authority employs a total number of 159 staff, all on contract basis, and out of this, approved structure of 263 staff, with majority of these staff still having more than 3 years remaining on their contracts. Right Honorable Speaker, the certificate of financial implication indicates that 47 staff, that is 29.6%, will be laid off as a result of the amendment at Uganda shillings 3.4 billion cost in terminal benefits. The revised structure by the Ministry of Public Service provides for only 75 staff, leaving 35 staff from Uganda Coffee Development Authority not to be laid off and yet not observed anywhere. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, what will happen if the Right Honorable Speaker, what will be the fate of those staffs after the 3 years, as is in the bill? Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda Coffee Development Authority was allocated 67.99 billion in financial year 2024-2025, and this budget was 44.76 billion in financial year 2023-2024. However, the certificate of financial implication indicates that the net saving as a result of rationalization will amount to Uganda shillings 82.19 billion in financial year 2024-2025. Right Honorable Speaker, then to UGX 85.59 billion in 2025-2026. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this means that the projected savings are even more than the approved budget. Right Honorable Speaker, this can't be, thus renders the certificate of financial implication inaccurate and therefore should be withdrawn and the proper financial implication laid before this Honorable House. Right Honorable Speaker, the certificate of...
Madam Speaker, my procedural issue is on the minority report. When we are looking at this rationalization of agencies, I expected the issues which have been raised, the achievements of the agency when they were performing their duties. My expectation was to hear that whereas we are proposing rationalization, this is how their roles or functions will be affected, and therefore compromising the performance of their roles. For example, if we were to look at the structure, what will be the structure?
Honorable, you've gone into a debate. Eh?
No, I'm just raising the procedure issue.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, once again for your very
now,
wise
the way
guidance.
you're shouting, you're like just like that woman who slapped.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, once again for your very wise guidance.
Can I have order?
Right Honorable Speaker, the certificate of financial implication is also misleading because the 112 staff who will be transferred to the ministry will continue drawing wages and operation non-wages, which the certificate of financial implication does not put into account. It only considers the terminal benefits for the laid-off staff. Right Honorable Speaker, risks if Uganda Coffee Development Authority is rationalized. Right Honorable Speaker, if Uganda Coffee Development Authority and internationally accredited by the US-based Coffee Quality Institute and was awarded an ISO 17025 certification and Kenya's certification after a thorough analysis of the systems at the UCDA. It is also designated as a center of Robusta excellency, which coordinates standards, training, grading, and quality improvement in collaboration with the Coffee Quality Institute of the USA. That is the regulatory risk that I'm talking about. Right Honorable Speaker, mainstreaming UCDA will automatically nullify the recognition of UCDA of Uganda as an international center of Robusta excellence. This will pose a risk to the implementation of protocols with diverse effects on the coffee subsector, such a loss of markets that employs 12.5 million households. And Right Honorable Speaker, certification and accreditation requires a very rigorous process of building systems, personnel, and continuous inspections by the accrediting bodies. And because the markets have become more selective with the introduction of the requirement of traceability, UCDA is a recognized body that can only implement this commitment. Right Honorable Speaker, we should also keep in mind that in all successful coffee producing countries, coffee is regulated under a specialized agency. The agency model has proven to be efficient in coffee producing giants like Brazil, Vietnam, and Colombia, among others. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm almost concluding. Right Honorable Speaker, the Coffee Institute, Vietnam Coffee Coordination Board, Coffee Board of Kenya and Ethiopia, and the Tea Authority, among others, have proved to have succeeded more with the agency model. Worth noting, Right Honorable colleagues, that with the reforms in the coffee subsector in neighboring countries like Kenya, Burundi, and Ethiopia, when they wanted to mainstream coffee after abolishing coffee boards, the quality and quantity declined and caused a loss of forex to these countries. Drawing an example from Kenya, when it merged the Kenya Coffee Board with other 117 crops under the Ministry of Agriculture, by 2021, the President issued an executive order to reintroduce the coffee board after the collapse of coffee production by 70%. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues,
Honorable members, can we listen?
Our second observation is on the market risk. Colleagues, Uganda exports 65% of its coffee to the European Union, which requires the country to comply with the European Union Deforestation Regulation and corporate sustainability due diligence directives. The deadline takes effect on 1st January 2025, and failure to comply with the deadline, a country may lose 65% of its coffee market that is exported to the European Union. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, mainstreaming UCDA is to undermine efforts of profiling, characterizing, and promoting Uganda coffee, which has made it possible to penetrate new markets, including Maghreb states, Asia, Gulf states, China, Korea, USA, and attempts in Russia. Right Honorable Speaker, any disruption to the sustained promotion and marketing of Uganda's coffee brand will reduce the market share in these countries. Since the ministry's efforts to look for new markets for other cash crops like tea, tobacco, vanilla, and others under their direct supervision have registered zero success. Right Honorable Speaker, you all know that we have failed at deteriorating prices of tea. Investors are running away to the neighboring countries, and the cries of maize prices, rice, tobacco, sugarcane, and others, all these under the supervision of the ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, contrary to the justification for rationalization of agencies, Uganda Coffee Development Authority is an autonomous and unduplicated revenue-generating agency capable of sustaining its operations without funding from government, and therefore should totally not be rationalized. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we should also keep in mind that in all successful now I'm in the conclusions, that in all the coffee producing countries, coffee is regulated under specialized agencies. The agency model has proven to be efficient in coffee producing giants, as I've mentioned, the other countries like Brazil, Vietnam, and Colombia. And examples of these coffee boards, they have really stood hard on the market of their coffee farmers. So, Right Honorable Speaker, seeing the achievements of all these countries which have been successful with the agency model, Uganda cannot achieve much without applying the agency model, and hence a reason to reject the Uganda Coffee Development Authority rationalization back to the mother ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, the minority report noted that mainstreaming of Uganda Coffee Development Authority will automatically nullify, as I have told you, UCDA of Uganda as an international center of robust experience, excellency, and this will pose a risk to the implementation of the protocols with diverse effect on the coffee subsector, such as the loss of market that employs 12.5 million households. Right Honorable Speaker, certification and accreditation requires a rigorous process. All these without the agency called Uganda Coffee Development Authority, we are likely to lose them. And that's a reason for rejection of the amendment bill of UCDA 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, the coffee quality, quantity, ready market, availability, and technical expertise assurance to the subsector is not guaranteed if Uganda Coffee Development Authority is rationalized. So the minority report notes risks and therefore a reason to reject this rationalization of the UCDA to the main mother ministry. Right Honorable Speaker, the minority report recommends that this Honorable House do reject the rationalization of Uganda Coffee Development Authority as it is going to affect the subsector and the entire economy, but also the 12.5 million Ugandans earning a livelihood, educating their children, and also sustaining themselves at family level from the coffee subsector. Right Honorable Speaker, therefore, it's very evident in the proposed amendment bill, the Uganda Coffee Development Authority 2024 under clause 59(4), clause 4, that there is no assurance of employment continuity for the staff, and therefore it's going to also affect the subsector where those farmers, the 12.5 million people, do earn a livelihood. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, when the Coffee Marketing Board was terminated in favor of Uganda Coffee, I'm finalizing, in favor of the Coffee Development Authority, and finally to Coffee Act of 2021, all these processes, government invested in huge sums of monies, and those who are there can attest that UCDA's achievements is a million reasons to why we also reject rationalization of this entity. Right Honorable Speaker and members, why the rush? Why the rush, Honorable Speaker and colleagues? Why take back a very critical and uniquely expertised outperforming baby back to the mother ministry that is in intensive care unit? Right Honorable Speaker, do we want to kill the coffee sector?
What is in intensive care unit? Honorable members, you don't chorus like you're in a national theatre. What is an intensive care unit?
Right Honorable Speaker, given the ineffectiveness...
Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Listen. This ministry is under you. You do oversight over this ministry. So you left it to be under ICU. No, we need to be, honorable members, we need to be calculative in the words that we use. Huh?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. Right Honorable Speaker.
So in which ICU can I get agriculture?
Right Honorable Speaker, I withdraw the word. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a saying.
Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker, I was saying,
Flavia,
do we want to kill the coffee sector as it has been with the tea,
ladies,
the vanilla, tobacco and others? Right Honorable Speaker, there is a saying that if it is not broken, then do not fix it. If UCDA is not broken, why fix it, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues? We should not insist on killing the institution we have built as Parliament through an act of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minority Report finally recommends that. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minority Report therefore notes that the justification for rationalizing Uganda Coffee Development Authority is not reasonable, and the 12.5 million Ugandans earning a livelihood in coffee demand that the bill entitled the Uganda Coffee Development Authority Amendment Bill 2024 should not be passed. It should be rejected by this honorable House. And therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minority Report strongly rejects rationalization of Uganda Coffee Development Authority into the Mother Ministry. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to report.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Abedi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I want to remind the honorable members in the House that I was sent here by the people of Chimanya Kabonera, and I must have space. Right Honorable Speaker, UCDA, the main mandate of UCDA is to regulate all on-farm and off-farm activities in the coffee value chain, to promote and oversee the quality, and I want to underline the word, the quality of coffee along the value chain, to support research and development, promote production, and improve the marketing of coffee stakeholders in the country. It should be noted that UCDA's main mandate is regulatory and important to ensure compliance with the export requirements and the international food safety standards. Anything that compromises UCDA will compromise our standards and our markets. UCDA is further mandated with the development and establishment of a traceability system intended, among others, to comply with EU deforestation regulation, which is of recent. There is also a requirement of corporate sustainability and due diligence directives. The traceability system, which is a regulatory tool, is supposed to register all participants in the coffee value chain. And it is UCDA that is mandated with that role. We observe that the current UCDA, that currently it is UCDA that is best positioned in terms of professional knowledge, human resource, systems, and accreditations to handle the mandate of quality assurance. And I want to ask the honorable members to underline the word accreditations. And all regulation requirements necessary for coffee value chain and international trade. Right Honorable Speaker, Allow me to elaborate on the accreditation. It takes 5 to 10 years for any system to be accredited internationally. 5 to 10 years. And accreditation involves pre-accreditation, application, desk review, on-site survey, and accreditation decision. That requires 5 to 10 years. The moment we tamper with UCDA, we are going to lose this accreditation. And it is not true that the minister will get the accreditation the next year. We need 5 to 10 years. Mainstreaming UCDA into MAIF risks compromising quality control and regulation, which will negatively affect coffee trade and markets. This will adversely impact on the coffee export from Uganda and our global competitiveness. We are going to be affected. We don't want to try what the neighbors in Kenya and Ethiopia tried and they failed. They rationalized their boards and they were terribly affected. MAIF, and I'm talking about Minister of Agriculture, in its current form, lacks capabilities, systems, and structures to handle coffee quality regulations and the stringent trade requirements for the markets in the coffee trade. MAIF does not have that capacity now. UCDA is designated as a center of Robusta excellence by the Coffee Quality Institute, which is an international institute, in addition to certification and accreditation of UCDA Coffee Laboratory in Rugogo. These tools are very important for our markets. We note that rationalization of UCDA may lead to loss of certifications and accreditations, thus affecting coffee markets. Right Honorable Speaker, there are best practices. In all countries, my colleagues have already mentioned them, all top countries which export coffee, none of them do so by regulating quality through the main ministry. They use agencies. Recommendations. We recommend that rationalization of UCDA, if done, it should be with a transition period of 5 years to allow Right Honorable, I must be protected.
Honorable members, can we have silence?
Right Honorable Speaker, if rationalization is to be done, my recommendation...
There is a procedural matter from Jonathan.
Madam Speaker, Rule 8.3 is very clear. The behavior of members in the House. Rule 8.3, let us listen to a member. Then when we have dissenting views, we will contribute. Madam Speaker, are we proceeding right as a parliament when a member is talking and we are interfering with the member on the floor?
Honorable members, if you feel you cannot be quiet when somebody is speaking, if you're not tolerant enough, the doors are open. Before I send you out myself.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Don't make me go into that extreme. Listen, everybody is being listened to. Huh?
Right Honorable Speaker, my recommendation is that if there is any rationalization of UCDA, there should be a transition for 5 years. And my justification is that we need...
Barada, you're not shouting at your co-wife.
Right Honorable Speaker, we need a period of 5 to 10 years to establish the systems and structures that will lead us to get accreditation as a nation. Right Honorable Speaker, I have proposed that in these 5 years, if of transition, the government of Uganda should provide adequate funding to promote coffee in the northern Uganda, including Lango, Acholi, Kalamoja, and West Nile. This area has been waiting for coffee for perennial cash crop for a long time. I've also made a recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, that in these 5 years, UCDA should be provided additional money for coffee seedlings to the farmers that are required by farmers strategically to help us meet the 20 million bags and meet the target of 2030. Fourthly, government should put in place a fertilizer loan scheme to avail fertilizers to the farmers who need these fertilizers. Right Honorable Speaker, I've also proposed that government should expedite the establishment of the Food and Veterinary Drug Regulatory Agency. And it should be this agency in the future where we put coffee and other food crops that need regulation.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
There's a procedure matter.
Procedure. Honorable Bedi, have a seat.
Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are discussing the bill, either to rationalize or not. We are not in those nitty-gritties of the advantages of the other side. So we need to know from Honorable Bed whether he's here to tell us to rationalize or not to rationalize, other than diverting us and taking us off the major topic. So through your office, Right Honorable Speaker, is Honorable Bed proceeding in the right direction of misleading the whole team by proposing a creation of other things that are not necessary?
Honorable members, you've heard from Honorable Bedi.
Right Honorable, allow me in a sentence to conclude. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent the people of Masaka. We are a coffee growing area. I want to request the members of Parliament that when a honorable member of Parliament is presenting, we should be calm, we should allow to listen, and I want to remind you, we came here by our own right. Nobody should ever think that I can come on a microphone and you intimidate me.
Honorable members,
the people of Masaka.
Honorable members, honorable members, Government Chief Whip, honorable members, honorable members, we have two scenarios here. One, there are actually three. One, you don't rationalize. And when you don't rationalize, you don't go into second reading. That's number one. Number two is that you rationalize and go and give it 3 years transition period. And in the 3 years, the minister will be required to bring a statutory instrument after the 3 years. That is the second scenario. The third scenario is a transition period of 5 years. Okay? Are we together? That is, that's where we are. I will, Honorable Boa. Honorable Boa, Medi.
Right Honorable Speaker, from the explanatory memorandum presented for the 14 rationalization bills, the rationalization bills are policy decisions of government implying under Rule 25 of the Rules of Procedure of this House, they constitute priority of government. Now, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, with that justification, I beg to move that Rule 204, Sub-Rule 5, I beg to move.
Honorable members.
Sit.
Honorable members.
Sit. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member.
Hold on.
We are suspending to allow debate. We are going to allow debate. Allow debate. Honorable members, allow him to finish. Stop pointing at him like that. Move the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nsereko.
If Honorable
Nsereko, you sit.
The Member of Parliament for Kampala Central could listen a little. Rule 204
and
sub-rule.
honorable members. Honorable members.
I will sit, but I will come.
Let's have respect for each other. We are saying we want the rules to be suspended to allow you to debate. 204. Please come and see. Come and see.
No, I'm holding the floor. I am on the floor. No, I can't. You check Rule 205.
Honorable, can you sit? Can you have a seat? Suspend the rule. Suspend the rule.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Suspend the rule, then we allow a debate. We shall allow the debate.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
There's a procedure. There's a procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
There's a procedure.
As you know, I am a servant of these rules. And I am afraid where we are heading. When the Honorable Semoju raised on a matter of procedure, Madam, you guided that the Honorable Hamson Obua is also on procedure. Quite skillfully, ingeniously, but also dishonestly, the Honorable Obua did not move on the procedure, but went on motion. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, why I'm even more afraid,
okay, when you
guided that we are going to amend the rules, I got scared. To suspend the rules.
To allow debate.
Yes. I do not know how you knew that the Honorable Bua was moving to suspend. Is it not procedurally right? Is it not procedurally right that you first take the procedural question raised by a member?
You raise a procedural question.
No, is it not procedurally right that you allow the member first to move
you
a
raise
procedural
a procedural question.
I'm not moving a second procedural issue apart from the one I've moved.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
You know, I knew that it was going on 204 because you taught a brilliant person.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, whether you shout, I'm not a social scientist.
Madam Speaker, I have taken.
Honorable members, can you listen to the procedural matter?
Madam Speaker, I have taken oath as an MP here at least 3 times. Each time taking 2 oaths. The first, the oath of Parliament. The procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, relates to no, the rules did not order in vain that when a member is speaking, you listen. They didn't order in vain. So I am waiting for members to keep quiet. I have on 3 occasions taken oath here, one of them being the oath of Parliament, and I think every MP has. We just define numbers. That oath assigns me a responsibility to protect the institution of Parliament, because without it I am not there. Madam Speaker, the reports have been read. We took a decision here as an institution of Parliament and said, coffee, no. Wait, you former wealth creation staff. We took a decision here. We took a decision, Madam Speaker. I am waiting for silence to submit. Madam Speaker,
members allow honorable.
Rules don't so allow MPs to just walk like they are in a corral. That they just move around like this. Rules don't allow. Madam Speaker, the oath that I took, especially the one of Parliament, and I want you to rule and address this matter, Madam Speaker. This Parliament passed a budget here, just by a dot, by Mr. Museveni. You came here and changed it. You said Coffee Development Authority must not go, and you took a decision here. I now sympathize with people who will be reading the Hansard of Parliament. They are going to ask simple questions. Was this the same Parliament? Which kind of Parliament is this one? That you take a decision today and tomorrow you come and fall on each other. So the question I am asking, Madam Speaker, the procedure issue. The procedure issue I am raising, not only for your interpretation, but also for protection . Madam Speaker, I am raising this procedure issue, and I will be patient until the MPs who are taking your attention have all left your chair. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the issue I am asking you to address.
You ladies, why are you fighting for Bala?
Madam Speaker, we have our men this side.
So the procedure issue I am raising broadly and for the integrity of this Parliament, I have listened to all the reports. None of the report is speaking about the fact that a decision was made on this matter. We now congregate here to rescind our own decision the way we did with the budget. I am asking you, Madam Speaker, whether the MPs one by one, not collectively, but one by one, who took one oath of Parliament that they will respect this institution.
What is the procedural matter you
I was laying the preamble. Whether, Madam Speaker, we don't need to first address what is now growing as a habit, that this Parliament can take a decision, they arm twist it, we come running and change it. That's the procedural issue I am raising, whether this Parliament can continue doing what it is doing, that you take a decision, when you are shouted at, you come running and overrun your own decision.
Nobody has been shouted at. We have taken decisions here. The bills are returned and we pass them again. And if this decision was made and it was returned and said we need this bill to be passed, why are we fearing to pass it? It is in our rules. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Semuju is questioning this Parliament that a few months ago, this Parliament moved a motion that UCDA shouldn't be rationalized and that it should stay. The same Parliament today made a decision that NFA, which had been saved by this Parliament, today, the same Parliament said that NFA goes. Does Honorable Semuju have the moral authority to say that this Parliament just changes when he himself has just changed from FDC to a new party which cannot have even 5 members?
Honorable members, Honorable Bua, Honorable Bua. Whom are you ordering now, Haji?
Right Honorable Speaker,
Uh,
for clarity
finish,
and
let him
emphasis,
let Honorable Semuju.
Madam Speaker, I'm moving under Rule 222, which talks about reconsidering the decision of the House. The rule provides that it will be out of order to attempt to reconsider a specific question upon which the House has come to a conclusion during the current session. I'm acutely aware during this current session, we came to a conclusion that UCDA should not be rationalized. And it is on record of Hansard. The rule guides how we must move if we intend to reconsider.
If you're buying time, you will sit here up to midnight.
Madam Speaker, I am
There is
entitled
no,
to
you reconsider the
make my
NFA.
procedural.
You reconsider the NFA. Wasn't it passed in this very house?
We proceeded on NFA with full and blatant violation of the rules. I raised an issue here that we cannot. Proceed without amending, without moving that this rule should be suspended, and nobody listened to me.
And we are suspending the rule.
This house, Madam Speaker, we don't need to do double standards here. These rules are written for our guidance, and you are a custodian of the rules.
Honorable Kotogong.
You have not ruled on my matter.
It is because it doesn't deserve a ruling.
It does.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, you had given me to raise a point of order.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
If you
our
allow
rules
me.
are very clear. How a bill is processed.
Is it allowed that a member can talk when another one is on the floor?
I've been the speaker.
Floor, I have a right to speak. My issue must be ruled on.
Honorable Lee, please sit.
To our rules of procedure, there's a clear process of how Parliament processes a bill. A bill is tabled to Parliament, it is referred to the committee, it is debated and passed, and is sent to the President. And the President can agree or disagree with certain provisions. And the bill can be returned. And the President has just returned the bill without comment that there are certain provisions that is not comfortable with. And that is what Parliament is discussing. I think this is very clear.
Andrew.
Madam Speaker, I'd reason just to give information to Honorable Court Felix Okotogong, because if you look at Article 91 of the Constitution, the President actually didn't return the bill. The House collapsed that bill. So we started afresh. I just want to give information that was not returned.
Yes, we started the bill afresh. Yes, Kimosho.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Regarding the issue he raised about the session of Parliament, the Constitution of Uganda, the Constitution of Republic of Uganda, Article 97. 97.
About the session. Session is after
Yes,
1 year.
Article 95, Clause 4, a session of Parliament shall be held at least once a year, but the period between one session and the next session, the following session, shall be less than 12 months.
Yes, Ayo. Are you? Honorable members, can you listen? The section that Honorable Lee raised does not apply in this case. It doesn't.
Right,
Yes,
Honorable
Lee,
Speaker, and,
let's Ayo.
honorable members. I think Honorable Guzile wants to mislead this House. The bill, the first bill was presented to this House. We processed it. In some of the bills, we supported government position. In some of them, we rejected as Parliament. It went to President. He declined to assent to it. And that died there. So, government, first listen. Right Honorable Speaker, government again reintroduced the bill that was gazetted in another number and it becomes completely...
Diana, come back.
So
Diana, come back.
When the bill was reintroduced...
Honorable members, I want members in the House.
The bill was regazetted with a different number, and it comes back to the House as a new bill. So to say the old bill is the same going by that rule, Right Honorable Speaker, that would be wrong. It's a total new bill that we are processing, and I think we will proceed and process the bill like we have done in other bill. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. But that's the reality. The other bill collapsed.
The members imputing that I'm misleading the room, which is wrong. I'm addressing myself to a specific question. I'm not talking about the bill. The question before and for determination of the Speaker is the issue of rationalizing the entity was a question that this House had come to a conclusion.
There's a
on.
procedural issue
So,
from Asuman.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. I think, Right Honourable Speaker, we are looking shabby. And I want to seek your indulgence as the presiding officer to put us back on trail. There are 3 reports, a majority report and 2 minority reports. This House here is ready to debate the reports. Is ready to debate the reports. That opportunity is not being accorded because in your guidance, there is supposed to be suspension of rules. As we speak now, it seems we are now delving into the debate. Right Honourable Speaker, wouldn't it be properly right to guide us on the way forward in as far as the debate of these reports is concerned?
Honorable members, I have said let Honorable Government Chief Whip move a motion to allow us debate.
Right Honorable Speaker, for clarity, Rule 204, Sub-Rule 5A and B reads as follows. The report of a committee on a bill shall be uploaded on the Parliamentary Information System for the information of members before it is laid on table. And B, and more importantly, only be debated after the expiry of at least 3 days from the day it was laid on table by the chairperson or the deputy chairperson or a member nominated by the committee or by the Speaker. It is upon this spirit that I stated that the justification for moving this motion falls under Rule 25 on the order of business in this House, where priorities are granted to businesses of government, rationalization bills being one of them. I therefore move that Rule 204, Sub-Rule 5B, be suspended to allow debate on the reports, both majority and minority, on this bill. I beg to move.
Those in support of the rules, is the rule seconded? Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Omara, by Rita, Lanyo, by the whole side. Yes, I do.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much, and I appreciate the intent of the Government Chief Whip in moving the motion, which is grounded in the rules. But when you read a law, it is required that you read it entirely. No rule stands on its own. Rule 204, sub-rule 5 that has been read must be read with sub-rule 6. And I will read. Sub-rule 6 says, notwithstanding sub-rule 5, debate on the report may, in the discretion of the Speaker, ensue. And A starts with if. If you interrogate legislative drafting, once the word if is put before the sentence, it is conditional. It's a precursor, it's contingent. And it says, if 3 or more days have elapsed since the report of the committee was uploaded on the Parliamentary Information System and a notification of existence of the report sent out to all members by the clerk. I asked the clerk to confirm that there was a notice sent in the prescribed form. And it adds, and these are the details. When there is a semicolon, Madam Speaker, yes, and this one I can refer you to authority. There is an international authority called Justice Crab, who wrote extensively on legal writing and legislative drafting. Once a semicolon is used and the word and, before you go to B, and, it means that the point in B is only in addition to satisfaction of A. And this is what B says. After it has been laid on the table by the chairperson, the chair laid the report today, or the deputy chairperson or a member nominated. Madam Speaker, our role here is to help you adjudicate on matters before us. 3 days in contentious matters in legislation, it is not a matter of do or die, in my opinion. It does not take away anything if we comply by these rules. But, and I have always raised this question here, whether you, Madam Speaker, when you adjudicate here, which side you sit on. If you sit as a neutral arbiter, and that's why you are seated in the middle, you are expected to accord both sides of the house a listening ear. Once it comes and it's apparent on the face of it, Madam Speaker, that you are not giving both sides an equal hearing, then it is only proper that I invite you to consider these options. In our Rule 78, it is prohibited for the presiding officer, the Speaker, to take part in debate. But I've seen an innovation that you have had here, where you and the deputy occasionally come and sit in this house. I would therefore advise that once a presiding officer has interest, let the other presiding officer come so that you can interchange. When you want to debate, you go and sit, because you're a member of Parliament. You're a member of Parliament representing the
Honorable Dur, we have not even started debating on this report. We've not even started debating on this report. But if you want me to debate, I will do it.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I have not talking. You see, debate in this house is defined.
Honorable members, we want the report to be debated upon. All you're doing is to block the report from being debated.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Let the reports be debated upon. A motion has been moved.
I actually have no powers to block debate here. You know that. And there are days I've objected to certain things and members, and you have decided otherwise. And it has taken the day. All I am doing is to bring to your attention, as the presiding officer of this house, that when a matter has come and the rules has expressly stated it, you as the Right Honorable Speaker, you have no powers to throw away the rules and bring in something else. If you want to do that, then every day you need to come and give us a guideline.
So where have
Today,
we
as the
thrown?
Speaker,
Where have we thrown the rules?
the rule says you cannot proceed on the debate unless 3 days after tabling has been, and it cannot be suspended. It cannot be suspended. That's my submission.
Can I ask you, Honorable Jonah, is that rule entrenched?
Madam Speaker, if you are reading the rule, and what I'm saying is, you don't read it in isolation. So the fact that there is a provision for suspension of the rules of procedure, it doesn't mean that all the rules are actually available to be suspended. That's the point I'm raising. And I am saying, after 3 days, it doesn't take anything for us. It actually saves the legal challenges that may come over this matter. But if it pleases, like it has always been, that it is easy to violate rules and laws which has put us in this office, then we shall proceed. It is not a personal matter. I'm just raising it so that we do things the right way, correctly, as a National Assembly of this House.
Honorable members, honorable members, the bill was laid on table yesterday. Yes. It was uploaded in the morning. The report was laid on table yesterday. No. Just a minute. If you feel comfortable that the debate should be after 3 days, it doesn't cost much. We shall start with the first thing tomorrow. Don't bring your 14-day notice. That one, don't even forget. Why are courts there? Go. Huh? Yes, there is a procedural matter there.
Madam Speaker, maybe I also seek for your guidance and guidance of the House. When you look at Rule 16, suspension of rules, a member may, with the consent of the Speaker, move that a rule be suspended in its application to a particular motion before the House. And if the motion is carried, the rule in question shall be suspended. When you go to 2, this rule shall not apply in respect to Rule 6, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 1, 16, and 98. All other rules don't apply, can be suspended. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, when you come and you seek to guide the House and you rely on a rule, and you are stating that it is Rule 16 that provides for suspension of the rules, you are relying on the rules, and the rules is extensive. Do you think it makes sense for me to stand here and say I've suspended Rule 16 so that there is no suspension? That's what you are saying. So the rules are not read in isolation. And Madam Speaker, we are going in the right direction. The 3 days is contingent and it doesn't hurt anything. I think it's the correct spirit and everything.
Honorable Boa.
Right Honorable Speaker, in the interest of harmony, but while compliant with Rule 16 read by Honorable Kotogong that indicates which rules are entrenched and those not entrenched, I now beg to move another motion that Rule 204, Sub-Rule 5 and 6 entirely be suspended to allow debate on the report of this bill.
Procedure. Procedure.
Those in favor of that
Procedure,
suspension.
Madam Speaker. No, no, no. Procedure.
Is it seconded? Is it seconded? The ayes have it. The debate is open. The debate is Sereko.
Madam Speaker, we are challenging your decision and we are more than 50.
It's okay.
Right,
We are challenging your decision.
Right, just
It's
a second.
okay.
Madam.
It's okay. Honorable Sereko.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just want to bring it to your attention. Over 40 of us have stood to challenge your decision, and it's provided for in the rules that the Speaker's decision is actually challengeable, and there is a modus operandi. It starts by 40, at least 40 members standing up, and from what I see, we are over 40. I would like to suggest that
Order, Madam Speaker.
you...
Order.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm still concluding this matter. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to suggest that you give audience to these over 40 members that have stood.
Which 40 members?
More than 40 here, right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I can mention the names.
Honorable members.
Order.
Honorable members. But you wanted to debate.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you had wanted to know the 40 members. I can mention
Honorable members.
one by name.
Honorable members, listen. Honorable members, I want us to, one thing I can assure you, I am not going to put a question on second reading. That's one thing I can assure you. That is one thing I'm going to assure you, but I am telling you, let's exhaust a debate on this report.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Maybe the person I can give my assurance is him. Let's have a debate, then we come back and conclude the thing tomorrow.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Order.
Right.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Does it cost you anything to sit down? Our people are not responding. Honorable members, first tell your people to sit before I allow you to talk. No, let them sit. Honorable members, honorable members, I hope by tomorrow when some of you come, you will not be allowed in. I am saying, let's agree. Let your members sit.
Right, Honorable Speaker, just to give you assurance, these members are not standing up because they are defying you. That's number one. We are standing up in pursuit of the rules, which provide for a modus operandi on how a decision or a ruling of the Speaker can be challenged. So it is not indiscipline
I want to
for
tell
members
you,
to stand.
the members that will have the second reading tomorrow, first thing in the morning.
Actually, that's not the biggest, that's not the issue, right, Honorable Speaker.
Olanya, present your report. Olanya, present your report. Honorable Mr. Kema.
Item 4 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Local Government, on the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2022-2023 on 37 district local governments, 3 cities, 6 divisions, and 10 municipal councils.
Honorable,
I have a procedural issue. I mean, no longer I've been standing.
you sit back and you bring your procedural issue there. Honorable Lanya, you go back and you bring it from there.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
And one thing I want to remind you, whether you go to heaven in the morning tomorrow, 10, coffee will be here.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the minutes of the committee. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee of Park Local Government. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I am going to read the executive summary. The report is quite big. Because of time, I will deal majorly with the executive summary. This is the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, on audited reports, on 17 district local government, 3 cities, 6 divisions, and 10 municipal council for the financial year ended June 2023. Right Honourable Speaker, in accordance with Article 163, Clause 5A of the Constitution and Rule 182, Clause 5 of our Rules of Procedure, the Committee on Public Accounts, Local Government, considered the report of Auditor General for the financial year 2022-2023 and wishes to report its finding to this House. Right Honourable Speaker, the report covers the key issues in the report, which will be categorized into 2 sections, namely key issues in local government and key audit matters, both general and cross-cutting queries in the local government. This report, which covers 56 local government under Kampala, Gulu, Arua, has been compiled based on the findings of the Auditor General and observations of the committee, mainly to show the state of the local government
and to aid policymakers in improving performance of the local government, as highlighted below. Right, Honourable Speaker, we are looking at the key audit issues in local government, general and cross-cutting. We are starting with the budget performance. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee has considered audit reports of 56 local government for the financial year 2022-2023 that were appropriated public funds, and this includes 3 cities, 37 district local government, 10 municipal councils, and 6 city divisions. Right, Honourable Speaker, total appropriated budget to local government for the financial year 2022-2023. Parliament appropriated a sum of 5,220 billion to all local government in the country, out of which 4,750.2 billion, equivalent to 99% of the approved budget, was warranted to the local government for service delivery. The shortfalls in revenue was 469.8 billion. During the year, based on warrants, for the 56 entities, Right Honourable Speaker, that forms Kampala, Gulu, Arua audit regions, had an approved budget allocation of 2,131.453 billion, equivalent to 41% of the budget allocated to all local governments during the fiscal years under review. During the financial year, a sum of 1,940.37 billion was released to the 56 entities for the implementation of various government programs of the approved 2,131.45 billion. Thus, the entity had a revenue receipt shortfalls of 191 billion, which is equivalent to 9% unrealized funds. Right, Honourable Speaker, further of the availed resources amounting to 1,940 billion, only 1,493 billion was utilized, leading to a balance of 446.8 billion, thus translating into absorption of 77% of the availed resources. Right, Honourable Speaker, we are looking at the local government absorption capacity. The 56 local government reports considered were warranted or released a sum of 1,940.37 billion, equivalent to 41% of the total warrants to all the local government budgeted during the financial year 2022-2023. Out of the resources warranted to the 56 local government, 1,493 billion was expended, representing 77%.
Can you people listen to the chair?
Thank you. Representing 77% of the budget released. To that effect, 446 billion remain unutilized, hence returned to the consolidated fund as a result of failure to absorb the resources. Right, Honourable Speaker, the absorption of funds by the local government was affected by a number of factors, including late release of funds, delays in procurement, delayed accessing of civil servants onto the payroll, change in design of construction works, among the cases cited. Right, Honourable Speaker, notably, the local government with the least absorptive capacities, all those that return huge sum of funds, were Kitgum Municipal Council at 43%, returning 15 billion Uganda shillings. Oyam District Local Government performed at 57%, thus returning 25 billion. Pakwach performing at 58%, returning 14.5 billion. Agago District Local Government observed 60% of the funds, returning 17.6 billion. Lira District Local Government observed Lira District Local Government observed 54% of the funds released to it, returning 17.6 billion. Anarua City observed 74% of the funds released to it, returning 17.6 billion. Right, our Speaker, on the other hand, the local government that observed to nearly target were Gulu District Local Government, posting 100% utilization of all funds released to it. Arua District Local Government, 94%. Mitiana District Local Government observed 96% of the funds released to it. And was Mitiana Municipal Council also performed at 89%. Moyo District Local Government at 87%. Yumbe District Local Government posted 87%. Those are among the best performing local governments. Right, our Speaker, as I stated earlier, we picked the samples. The main reports are in this book. The members will pick interest and look at their district one by one, how they performed in the financial year 2022-2023. Right, our Speaker, committee observation. The committee observed that, one, local government were unable to carry out the planned activities because they did not get all the funds from the approved budget. Two, the unspent balance was attributed to a number of factors, including failure to recruit, delayed deployment of teachers by Ministry of Education, failure to procure contractors under use missed, delayed completion of projects under U-Gift, among others. Three, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in some instances, released funds to the entities over and above what was requested for by the entities. Some entities did not have information about such releases by Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, which found them ill-prepared for the money, and some being swept back to the consolidated fund. And four, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in some cases, released funds late to entities. Several entities informed the committee that funds were received at the end of the last quarter of the financial year, which made absorption of the same almost impossible. Committee recommendation. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that, one, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should explain why funds were not released to the local government as budgeted and in a timely manner, as well as those released over and above requests made by the entities. Two, accounting officers under those supervisions, local governments fail to utilize funds released to them without justifiable reasons should be held personally reliable. Three, relevant entities should streamline their budget performance and ensure timely recruitment and placement, procurement timelines, and follow up on timely releases in order to improve funds absorption. Four, accounting officers should follow up with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the budget shortfalls affecting service delivery. Right, Honourable Speaker, we are looking at the local revenue performance. The 56 local government entities had an approved local revenue budget of 121.39 billion, out of which 86.4 billion was allocated and released back to the local government. Hence, a revenue collection of 71% of the approved budget. A sum of 34.98 billion remain uncollected at the end of the financial year. The warrant releases are based on what the local government collects and is deposited with the consolidated fund as per the requirement of Section 29, Clause 2 of the PFMA 2015. The under-collection undermines service delivery as councils greatly relies on local revenue for support supervision and facilitation of the council sittings. Thus, improvement in its administration is required to improve service delivery. A number of local government under review posted good performance, led by Butambala District Local Government at 278%, Koboko Municipal Council at 232%, Yumbe District Local Government at 131%, Koboko District Local Government at 128%, while least performance was registered by Lera District Local Government that realized only 11% of its approved local revenue budget, Apache Municipal Council at only 23%, Ajumani District Local Government at 35%, and Pakwach District Local Government at 48%, as per the budget performance, Annex 1. The accounting officers with a good revenue performance informed the committee that they had been enrolled on IRAS, which has enhanced revenue collection. Right, Honourable Speaker, additionally, accounting officers informed the committee that they had developed revenue enhancement plans and they were optimistic that this would improve their revenue collection. For example, districts such as Wakiso District Local Government and Pakwach District Local Government reported and submitted to the committee their revenue enhancement plan. Committee observation. The committee observed that 1, under collection undermines service delivery as councils greatly rely on local revenue for support, supervision, and council sittings. 2, under collection of local revenue deny the entities resources for implementation of the planned activities. 3, some entities do not have robust revenue collection mechanisms, which explain the low local revenue collections. 4, the entities that perform well set revenue targets that were below their revenue potentials, and this explains the overperformance. The committee recommendations. The committee recommends that 1, the accounting officers should strengthen local revenue collection efforts to ensure availability of adequate funds for service delivery, for instance, by conducting inland benchmarks with the best performing local governments. 2, the accounting officers should conduct revenue enumerations and assessment exercises to inform revenue planning and enforcement. 3, the accounting officers should put in place revenue enhancement plans to increase local revenue to match the entity's revenue potentials. 4, owing to the positive feedback regarding IRAS, government should consider rolling out the system to all entities that have not started using the system. 5, accounting officers should strengthen capacity building for parish chiefs and town clerks charged with the duty of revenue collections. Right Honourable Speaker, we are looking at the performance of government warrants. The Auditor General noted that most entities received less than what they budgeted for, thereby affecting service delivery. For instance, Lera City budgeted to receive 600 billion, 46 million, 36,451, out of which 47 billion, 554, 468.848 was warranted, resulting in a shortfall of 20 billion, 491, 840,032, representing 70% performance. Nebi District Local Government budgeted to receive 46.692 billion, 271,928, out of which 41 billion, 427 million, 847,639 was warranted, resulting in a shortfall of 5.264 billion, representing 89% performance. Boikwe District Local Government budgeted to receive 53.915 billion, out of which 35.836 billion was warranted, resulting in a shortfall of 18 billion 793 million, representing 66% performance. The auditor, however, noted that realization of budget funds to finance work plans is always impacted by the limited resource envelopes, resulting from the persistent budget cuts. The accounting officers explained that they had no control over warrants and cash limits, but continuously engaged the Minister of Finance to provide funds for the affected activities. Additionally, Right Honourable Speaker, accounting officers from some entities informed the committee that they received funds over and above what they had requested for, which they could not observe. For instance, the accounting officer of Butambala District Local Government informed the committee that whereas the entity requested for 1 billion 122 million 22,625 for wage, 5 billion 560 million 783 170 was released to the district, as per the auditor's analysis, hence resulting into some funds not observed. Similarly, Kitgum District Local Government received a supplementary funding of 2 billion 855 million 427 080, which was not requested for by the accounting officer, and out of it 1 billion 914 million 99,546 was not utilized by the entity. Committee observation. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that 1. Local government were unable to carry out the planned activities because they did not get all the funds from the approved budget. 2. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in some instances, released funds to entities over and above what was requested for by the entities. 3. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in some cases, released funds late to entities. Several entities informed the committee that funds were received at the end of the last quarter of the financial year, which made absorption of the same impossible. Committee recommendation. The committee recommended, Right Honourable Speaker, 1. An investigation should be carried out on why Ministry of Finance releases funds over and above what has been requested by the entities. 2, accounting officers should follow up with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the shortfalls affecting service delivery. Right on, Speaker, we look at unutilization of warrants. The Auditor General noted that there was underutilization of warrants which affected performance as planned activities were either partially implemented or not implemented at all. The accounting officers explained that much of the unabsorbed funds were meant for planned recruitments, which did not materialize due to a ban on recruitment that was issued by government, while others did not have functional district service commissions. For instance, Mukono District Local Government. They also explained that there was also delayed procurement process due to the hybrid procurement process, which the entities had no control over, as it was handled by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, MAIF. MAIF delayed to provide the pre-qualified list of service providers. The accounting officers also attributed the underutilization of funds to delayed release of funds by Ministry of Finance, as most funds were released in the last month of the financial year. Accounting officers from some entities informed the committee that they received funds over and above what they had requested for, which they could not observe. For instance, the accounting officer of Butambala District Local Government, as I read earlier, and all those. Committee observations. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that, 1, whereas Ministry of Finance did not release all the funds budgeted for, most entities did not utilize the warrants, which greatly affected the implementation of planned activities. 2, the unspent balances were attributed to a number of factors, including failure to recruit due to the ban on recruitment, delayed deployment of secondary school teachers by Ministry of Education, failure to procure contractor under USMIST, delayed completions of project under UGIFT, among others. 3, the hybrid methods of procurement in management of projects in the local government has caused a lot of implementation challenges, which include delayed procurement process, difficulty in supervision, poor quality of work, and conflict of interest, both at the central and local government. 4, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in some instances, released funds to entities over and above what was requested for by the entities. 5, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in some cases, released funds late to entities. Several entities informed the committee that funds were received at the end of the last quarter of the financial year, which made absorption of the same impossible. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that, 1, the Ministry of Finance should ensure timely release of funds to all service delivery. Ministry of Finance should release funds as requested for by entities to avoid over and above releases. MAIF should stop the hybrid methods of contracting to allow local government to procure contractors in the micro-scale irrigation program. Accounting officers should ensure that contractors adhere to the contractual timelines. Accounting officers should not relent in engaging the permanent secretary or secretary to the Treasury to ensure that funds are reverted so as to implement the affected activities. We are looking at lack of appropriate performance indicators and targets in the work plan. Right on, Speaker, the Auditor General noted that most of the entities lack appropriate performance indicators and target in work plans, which was contrary to Regulation 11, Clause 2B of the Public Finance Management Regulations 2016, which provides that the work plan of a vote shall indicate the key performance indicators to be used to gauge the output. The accounting officers attributed this to challenges in the program budgeting system, whereby drop-downs provided to select performance indicators in the system are limited and do not relate to local government. And the system also does not allow adjustment in the courts to suit those applications to entities. Committee observation. The committee observed that without clear performance indicators and targets, it is hard to ascertain the level of achievement of output stock activities, and this is likely to result in inaccurate performance information from the entities. 2, the program implementation action plans in the National Development Plan are not synchronized with the program-based system, as certain programs within the system lack corresponding performance indicators. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the National Planning Authority should fast-track the review of the program to come up with appropriate performance indicators that are aligned to local governments. The Program Implementation Action Plan in the National Development Plan should be synchronized with the program-based system, as certain programs within the system lack corresponding performance indicators. 3, capacity building for the users of PBS should be planned for and fast-tracked by NPA. Madam Speaker, we also look at the implementation of outputs. The Auditor General noted that number of outputs and activities were either partially implemented or not implemented at all. The accounting officers explained that some were due to budget cuts, while others were due to delays in the procurement process. Committee observation. Committee observed that partial or non-implementation of planned activities implies that the expected services to the beneficiaries' communities were not attained. 2, there was inadequate monitoring and supervision during the implementation of activities. Recommendations. Committee recommends that 1, ensure continuous monitoring and supervision of contractors to realize full implementation of activities. 2, engage with the relevant authorities to always adequately plan and fast-track procurement to ensure that activities are implemented in a timely manner. Honorable Speaker, we also look at the management of the government salary payroll. During the year under review, the Auditor General carried out a special audit of all salary payrolls across all local government entities to establish the root causes of identified challenges in the management of government salary payroll and propose remedial measures accordingly. The audit covered the last 4 financial year, 2019, 2020 to 2020, 2023, and made the following findings. Utilization of wage budget. The total wage bill appropriated for all local government amounting to 2,855 billion during the fiscal year under review. The wage bill approved for the 57 entities under review amounting to 1,083 billion, of which 1,001 billion was utilized, representing a performance of 92%. This has an overall impact on service delivery as it demonstrates the lack of personnel or failure to attract and retain manpower to support service delivery. The Auditor General noted that most of the entities did not utilize their wage budget, and this affected service delivery. Accounting officers explained to the committee that unobserved funds were mainly meant for payment of staff salaries, but due to ban on recruitment of staff, they could not pay salary as no recruitment was done. Some accounting officers blame non-recruitment on lack of functioning district service commissions and delayed access of staff to the payroll. Committee observation. 1. The ban on recruitment of staff greatly affects service delivery since the entities did not recruit the required staff. 2. The delayed access of staff on the payroll greatly demotivates staff because of delayed remuneration. Committee recommendation. Committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that they have functioning district service commission in place so as to streamline the recruitment of staff to vacant positions. 2. Accounting officers should improve on the accuracy of entities' budgets by ensuring that all budget estimates are based on actual numbers. 3. The accounting officers should in future adhere to Section B to A, Clause 11 of Uganda Public Service Standing Order, which requires accounting officers to ensure that public officers access the payroll within 4 weeks from the date of assumption of duty. Right on, Speaker, we also look at the validation of employees on the entity's payroll. The audit report on validation of staff on government payroll for audit regions covered revealed that 35,408 personnel or staff were verified out of 43,427 who were on the payroll, and the difference of 7,992 staff were not present. The exercise identified 7,777 ghost staff on the payroll of 56 entities reviewed. The Auditor General noted that whereas most of the staff in the entities were verified, some were verified, some were not verified due to A, lack of minute extracts from other service commissions to support their first appointment. B, staff on study leave abroad.
Procedure.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the Chair for the report. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the report is well captured, going to 400 plus pages. And Madam Speaker, wouldn't it be procedure right for the record to capture this very good report? We go and get time and read it. Also aware that tomorrow we are here at 10 and we started today again early. So my procedural point is, would it be procedure right for the record to capture? Then we are given enough time to go and digest the report.
The report was captured, I think, 2 weeks back. It has been on the order paper every day. It has been on the order paper. And he's only reading an executive summary.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as I stated earlier, our report is quite big, but we are reading the executive summary. Maybe I will, Right Honourable Speaker, I will concentrate on the observation and the recommendations. Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, on the validation of employee, on the entity's payroll, the committee observed that staff who did not turn up for verification and those who were not accounted for by the accounting officers had been getting salary for unknown periods of time, which caused a financial loss to government. 2, there was negligence by human resource officers to carry out review of the payroll before payments were effected. 3, a total of 4,497,807,340 was paid to 777 staff who were unaccounted for on the payroll, thus causing financial loss to government. Committee recommendation. 1, there should be regular review of the entity's payrolls so as to promptly remove employees who are not verified to avoid continuous financial loss to government. 2, the responsible accounting officers who made payments to ghost workers should be held liable to recover the funds lost by the government. 3, entities should always liaise with the relevant stakeholders to ensure prompt updates of the payroll going forward so as new staff can access the payroll. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at inconsistencies in the employees' detail. Under that, the committee observed that 1, inconsistent information undermines the integrity of the entity's records and may complicate the employee's service history and retirement procurement. 2, where the errors in dates of birth increase the length of service, it may lead to the irregular extensions of employees' service. 3, the request for change of dates of birth are always submitted when employees are approaching the time of attainment of the mandatory retirement age, which creates doubt of intent of the officers. Committee recommendation. Committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that employees' records are duly updated and brought to the attention of the Ministry of Public Service. 2, accounting officers should continue to sensitize the employees on Section L to B, Clause 7 of the Uganda Public Service Standing Orders, which provides that the date of birth of a public officer shall be that which was initially recorded, unless unquestionable evidence to the contrary is provided and accepted by the responsible permanent secretary. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at delayed deletion of employees from the payroll. The committee observed that the delayed deletion of staff from the entities active salary payroll was a violation of Section B-A, Clause 12 of the Uganda Public Service Standing Orders 2021, which states that payments of salary to public officers be stopped immediately they cease rendering services to government under whatever circumstances, including death. Recommendation. Going forward, the accounting officers should ensure the management of accurate staff salary payroll in line with Section B, Clause 12 of the Uganda Public Service Standing Orders 2021. 2, the accounting officers should recover the said money from the beneficiaries within 6 months from the time of adoption of this report. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at the review of the staff establishments. On this, the committee observed that most entities did not have approved and costed staff establishments for primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions, while the staff structures for health facilities issued by Ministry of Health was not incorporated into the district approved structure. Most entities still have staffing gaps, which has affected service delivery. Recommendation: the committee recommends that the accounting officers should engage the relevant ministries about the ban on recruitment to address the vacant positions. 2. Accounting officers should engage the relevant stakeholders and authorities to develop and implement costed staff structures for the entities. We also look at the implementation of key government grants, program. The focus areas. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that the entities failed to adhere to the stipulated guidelines while allocating the funds. 2. Failure to maintain an up-to-date asset register of education facilities and their conditions led to inconsistencies in selection of schools to benefit from the infrastructural development work affected by quality of education of pupils in schools that were not selected but are disadvantaged. 2. Failure to screen projects for the likely environmental and social impact may result into environment deterioration in case mitigation measures are not identified and implemented. Committee recommendation. Committee recommends that accounting officers should adhere to Section 6.231 of the Planning, Budgeting and Implementation Guidelines for Local Government for the Education and Sports Sector 2021, while planning for projects under the Education Development Grant. Accounting officers should ensure that an up-to-date asset register of education facilities and their condition is maintained and used in selection of schools to benefit from the grant. Right now, Speaker, we also look at funding and absorption of education development grant. Under this, the committee observed that delayed release of funds by Ministry of Finance greatly affected the absorption of funds in the entities. The committee recommends that Ministry of Finance should ensure timely release of funds and the accounting officers should roll over the unimplemented activities to the financial year 2023-2024 and follow up with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that the funds are reverted. 2. Retention should be paid when contractors have rectified all defects if identified. We also look at inspection for service delivery and education development. Under this, the committee observed that there was laxity by accounting officers in monitoring and supervision of contractors to ensure effective implementation and completion of projects. 2. Delayed release of funds by Ministry of Finance greatly affected the absorption of the funds by entities. Committee recommendation. Committee recommends that Ministry of Finance should ensure timely release of funds. 2. The accounting officers should ensure that the defects are rectified before retention payments are made. 3. Accounting officers should carry out frequent monitoring and supervision of projects to ensure effective implementation and completion of projects as planned and their effective utilization. 4. The accounting officers should liaise with the relevant stakeholders and ensure timely commissioning of projects to deliver services. We also look at the micro-scale irrigation. Right, Honourable Speaker, the Committee observed that the committee looked at the micro-scale irrigation, whereby out of the 135 participating districts, the audit sampled 100 districts, which is 74%, which received 79.81 billion, or 97%, out of 81.830 billion budgeted to support 2,750 farmers to purchase irrigation equipment and set up 194 irrigation demonstration sites for roll-out phase. Although the project had areas where management had commendable performance, such as full utilization of micro-scale irrigation funds on eligible activities in 100 sample districts, and installed demonstration irrigations equipment in 55 districts, there were areas for improvement, and these included plan and budget performance. Under plan and budget performance, the committee observed that under absorptions of released funds led to partial or non-implementation of planned activities. 2, the project is a costly project that only benefits farmers that can afford co-funding, as it is not all-inclusive. Recommendation: the Ministry of Agriculture, or MAIF, should reduce co-funding charges for farmers from current 25% at least to 5%, because most farmers cannot afford the current charges, and thus leading to low absorption of funds. 2, the committee recommends that this program should be tailored towards promoting inclusivity with the aim of enhancing the capacity of farmers. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at the implementation of micro-scale irrigation program, where the committee observed that poor implementation of the program may result into failure to support smallholders farmers to transition from subsistence to commercial agriculture. Recommendation: the committee recommends that accounting officers should initiate measures to ensure timely procurement and engage MAIF to expand the list of pre-qualified suppliers from potential suppliers to increase the number of eligible suppliers to improve on efficiency. MAIF should stop the hybrid method of contracting to allow local government to procure a contractor in the micro-scale irrigation program. We also look at the utilization of discretionary development equalization grant, that is DDGE, and use mixed grant. We look at funding absorption. Under funding absorption, Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that the accounting officers made a regular budget allocation which affected the effective utilization of the grant funds. Recommendation: the committee recommends that means of planning, means of finance should ensure timely release of all budgeted funds to municipal council to facilitate implementation of planned activities. Accounting officers should ensure that funds are remitted in accordance with the guidelines. Ministry of Land and Urban Development should ensure that in future procurement is done and contractual designs are planned early to avoid delays. Finally, the accounting officers should ensure timely and effective implementation of the project. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at the development response to displacement impact project. And also we look at funding and absorptions under this program, where the committee observed that there were delays in the disbursements of funds, and this affected the implementation timelines of the project. 2, a number of entities experienced budget cuts, hence the failure to effectively implement the project as planned. 3, the targeted local government did not achieve the intended results due to delayed release of funds, thus the failure to implement the project. Recommendation: the committee recommends that the OPM should ensure that approved sub-projects are funded timely. 2, the accounting officers and OPM should follow up on all projects balances on commercial banks and ensure that the funds are not misused. 3, the accounting officers should engage OPM regarding the utilization of sub-project savings and interest earned. Right on, Speaker, we also look at implementation of project activities. Under this, the committee observed that the targeted local government did not achieve the intended results due to delayed release of funds, thus the failure to implement the project. 2, implementation of project by IPS was delayed by investigations by IGG, whereby IPS were suspended. 3, lack of environment and social management plans by respective entities aimed at the implementation of corrective action against negative environmental and social effects of sub-project. Committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that monitoring and supervision of projects is strengthened to realize the intended results. 2, prioritize the implementation of all partially implemented and ongoing sub-projects in the infrastructure, environment, and livelihood sub-components. Ensure that the DRDIP district coordinator monitors and guarantees that physical progress and financial reports are prepared by CPMC and accountabilities are uploaded into the DRDIP MIS. 4, ensure that sub-project focal persons are trained on the use of the DRDIP MIS, engage OPM regarding future funding of ongoing sub-projects. Right on, Speaker, we also look at inspection of service delivery project implemented in the financial year 2022-2023. Under this, the committee observed that the districts affected by this project had not obtained value for money, given that the projects had defects ranging from cracks on walls and uncleared water channels under bridges. 2, the environmental and social management plans was yet to be implemented, and these had negatively impacted the completion of the project. Recommendation: the committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that all defects on ESMP work are corrected, completed prior to the commissioning of all the projects. 2, projects that are behind schedule should be expedited. Right on, Speaker, the committee also look at transitional road rehabilitation grant. Under this, we look at fundings and absorption under roads, where committee observed that delayed release of budgeted for funds leads to funds being swept, and this affects the timely execution of services to the detriment of the intended beneficiaries in the concerned project areas. Recommendation: Committee recommends that Ministry of Finance should at all times endeavor to ensure timely release of funds to participating entities to enable them to implement planned projects. We also look at review of implementation of grants activities. Under this right honourable Speaker, the committee observed that the failure of entities to test materials before construction of the approved roadworks affects the quality of the works being implemented and may lead to loss of government funds. Recommendation: the accounting officers should always adhere to the grants guidelines or seek authorization for any deviation. We also look at inspection of service delivery, indicators of transitional road rehabilitation and grant, where we observed that due to shoddy works done, roads were already being affected by the water runoffs, thus depriving beneficiaries value for money. 2, inadequate funding of road projects leads to delayed execution of the planned activities. Recommendation: Committee recommends that the accounting officers should ensure that the identified shortcomings are addressed. 2, government through the Ministry of Finance and the relevant authorities should consider increasing funds for the transitional road rehabilitation grant. Right on, Speaker, we also look at implementation of Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfers, that is UGIFT program, funding and absorption. The committee observed that delayed implementation of the project greatly Thank you. Right on, Speaker, committee observed that delayed implementation of the projects greatly compromised service delivery in the affected districts. The under-absorption of the project's funds led to failure in the implementation of the projects, and this was a result of the hybrid procurement process. 3, as a result of the delayed release of the project funds, the entities did not meet their set targets under the key procurement indicators. Recommendation: Committee recommends that Ministry of Finance should ensure that funds are timely released as budgeted. 2, the 2-line ministries of Education and Health should stop the hybrid method of procurement and allow the local governments through their procurement department to procure contractors with capacity to undertake the projects under the program. 3, the number of projects per contractor must be limited so as to enhance their performance. 4, the accounting officers should ensure close supervision and monitoring of the UGIFT project by the technical staff with timely reporting on the progress. Madam Speaker, we also look at UGIFT infrastructure project implemented on untitled land. The committee observed that it was extremely risky for the entities to start a government project on land whose ownership status had not been ascertained. This could lead to financial loss on the part of the local government. Recommendation: the committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that the land ownership matter is expeditiously resolved in order to safeguard taxpayers' money and ensure value for money. 2, register the agreements to make them legal and binding. 3, continue engaging Ministry of Education and Sports and Ministry of Health to ensure that faith-based and traditional institutions allow the processing of the land titles. 4. Adequate plan for titling of land and engage means of finance for release of funds. We also look at inspection of U-gift activities. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at implementation of Uganda Road Fund. Under Uganda Road Fund, we look at the funding. Thank you. Right, Honourable Speaker, under Road Fund, we look at the funding. The committee observed that the underfunding and budget cuts from the Uganda Road Fund affects routine and periodic maintenance of public roads. Recommendation: the committee recommends that Uganda Road Fund should ensure that the local government's road maintenance work plans are adequately funded. We also look at status of implementation of road activities. Under this, right, Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that the underfunding and budget cuts from the Uganda Road Fund affects routine and periodic road maintenance. Committee recommends that Uganda Road Fund should ensure that the local government road maintenance work plans are adequately funded. That was repeated. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development, additional funding, that is use missed. Under use missed, the committee observed that non-adherence to the planning and budgeting guidelines affects the proper implementation of the local government work plans and budget. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Land, Housing and Urban Development should provide IPFs with specific and quantified activities to be captured in the local government budget and work plans. In addition, the ministry should ensure timely approval of project designs. We look at funding absorptions under that, where committee observed that budget shortfalls and failure to absorb funds affected service delivery. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Land, Housing and Urban Development should ensure timely approval of designs so as forestall late commencement of the procurement processes. Right, Honourable Speaker, committee also look at implementation of program activities, inspection for service delivery project implemented 2022-2023. With that, members can read. We also look at the utilizations of wage budget. There also members can read. It is on the system. The committee, right, Honourable Speaker, the committee also look at budgeting. Members can also read. Right, Honourable Speaker, the review of the implementation of grants activities. Members can also read. We move to implementation of the Paris Development Model, that is PDM. Under PDM, in the financial year 2022-2023, Parliament appropriated 1.142 trillion for the PDM program, of which 1,059 trillion was for the Paris revolving fund to finance 10,594 PDM circles in 176 local governments. Each circle was supposed to receive 100 million in the financial year to develop and implement viable community-led income-generating enterprises. In addition, a sum of 82.65 billion was released to specific entities. The Auditor General, in his report, noted the following positives regarding the PDM. A, most of SACCOs receive funds as budgeted by means of of Finance. B, only SACCOs that met the minimum requirements for operations were funded. C, most of the SACCOs were registered under Cooperative Society Act to ensure the legality of the organization. D, most of the SACCOs are the PDM member register or updated PDM memberships. This ensures that no PRF loans were extended to ineligible beneficiaries. None of the beneficiaries received PRF funds multiple times. F, for most of the PDM SACCO, the SACCO bank account numbers provided were captured in the signed PRF financing agreement as guided by budget execution circular for the financial year 2022-2023. Right, Honourable Speaker, under PDM, those are the observations from our auditor. And we also look at failure to alignment of the district budget to the PDM. Under this, right, Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that failure to incorporate priorities from the sub-counties may hinder the achievement of the PDM objective of improving the incomes and welfare of all Ugandans at the household level, and contravenes paragraph 1.7 of the Users Handbook for the Parish Development Fund under PDM Pillar 3, Financial Inclusive. Members can read that. The committee was optimistic that with the requirements that all lower local government should annually submit unfunded priorities for incorporations into the entity's budget in place, the entities would have a better understanding of the priority areas. Committee recommendations. Committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that priorities from sub-counties and town councils are identified and incorporated in their budget and work plans to enable alignment of PDM activities for proper implementations. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at delayed release of funds on PDM SACCO. Under this, the committee observed that the delayed disbursement of funds to SACCO beneficiaries affects the intended timely transformations of the subsistence households into the money economy. Recommendation. The committee recommends that accounting officers should liaise with the Minister of Finance to ensure that funds are released to SACCOs in a timely manner as planned. We also look at disbursement of parish revolving fund. Under this, the committee observed that the low rate of disbursement of parish revolving funds undermine the achievement of the pillar's objective of eradicating poverty. Furthermore, there is a likely loss of funds due to the unaccounted for funds. Committee recommends that accounting officers to liaise with relevant authorities to address the system network challenges to ensure timely disbursement of funds. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee also recommends that accounting officers should ensure strict adherence to the paragraph of the Users Handbook for the Parish Revolving Fund under PDM Pillar 3, Financial Inclusion October 2022, which stipulates that the money for each parish under the PRF should be disbursed directly from the consolidated fund that is at the Bank of Uganda to the PDM SACCO Bank account solely for on lending to subsistence households in the parish who are members of the registered PDM enterprise group in that parish. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at review of the PDM governance structure. Members can read that. Right, Honourable Speaker, the committee also look at training of household and enterprise groups, that is still under PDM. members can also read that. Right, Honourable Speaker, we also look at wealth ranking of the household. Under this, the committee observed that failure to identify subsistence households using wealth ranking tool and select and implement prioritized projects may undermine the achievement of pillars objectives. Recommendations. The committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that wealth ranking is done to ensure that the targeted beneficiaries benefit from PDM to improve their livelihood. Right, Honourable Speaker, as I stated earlier, the report is quite lengthy. This is the executive summary I presented. At this time, I would like to thank the Committee of PAC Local Government and my clerk and all the participants for this very hectic and tiresome work. Right, Honourable Speaker, I beg to report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman, and thank you for the report. Yes, Dr. Chut.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for that very elaborate and comprehensive report. Looking at the report, you notice a number of recommendations. And Right Honourable Speaker, I want to draw the attention to the Treasury Memorandum for the previous financial year. When you look at the actions that were presented, most of the actions do not cover all the recommendations. You find 10 recommendations and only 3 actions. And I see that some of the recommendations are now re-emerging again. So I really want to propose that this time the Treasury Memorandum should respond to each of the recommendations. There must be an action item for every recommendation that has been mentioned in this report so that we do not have recurring issues on it. Secondly, on the issue of recruitment, and I will want the Minister of Finance to clarify, we've noted that in this financial year, wage that was for primary education recruitment has been reallocated to tertiary education. If you look at College District, for example, there were supposed to be 57 primary school teachers who retired who were supposed to be replaced. But that wage has been transferred to tertiary education. And the reason that was given is to address the concerns on increase of wage for the science teachers. We are trying to solve a problem of wage up, but we are denying wage at the lower end itself. Thank you.
Honorable Lee.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank the
Oguzli
Chair.
Is Atima Lee.
Thank you very much for that information. My name is Atima Jackson Lee Buti. I represent the people of Arua Central Division. Thank you very much, Chair, for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, my concern on this report is about money returned to the Treasury. Arua City was mentioned to have being returned over 17.6 billion. It's a very big concern. We have service delivery gaps in the city. Very many things are undone, yet we return 17.6 billion. And this is attributed to late releases by Minister of Finance. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I would really want to implore Minister of Finance to take note that monies should be released to these local governments on time so that these monies don't get returned to the Treasury. Thank you very much.
Yes. Honorable Polot.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the Chair for the report. Madam Speaker, the observations made in this report are not far from what we had last time. And I want to agree with the Honourable Achuti that the Treasury Memorandum should be able to update us so that we don't keep repeating. However, I want to look at the aspect of Minister of Finance releasing
Honorable
money
Minister,
beyond.
Honorable Minister, we need to have a treasury memoranda for the last financial year so that we see what is being repeated. Because you'll find every year things are being repeated.
Thank you, Right Honorable. I want to observe the aspect of Minister of Finance releasing money over and above what is requested. Let them explain to us what causes this. Madam Speaker, it is a common practice. You find that districts are not able to finish the money because it was not in their work plans. And this is what is making a lot of money to be sent back to the consolidated fund. And yet we need this money for use. Madam Speaker, we also want to have an update on the enrollment of the local governments into the IRAS system. Because the observation is that the IRAS is helping government generate more local revenue. And this is what comes to our treasury. And last time the recommendation was that we would have these local governments enrolled in a phased manner. What is the update as per now? How many local governments have been enrolled? And what is the improvement in terms of the local revenue performance? So that we are able to discuss it further in the next engagement. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Okay, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report, but also to note that I have raised this before, and I want to request, Right Honourable Speaker, that let this be clear. If you are indicting an accounting officer, or even wanting to hold an accounting officer accountable, please mention the name, so that those who read in future or read these reports can actually know who it is that you're actually referring to. Because in your executive summary, you have lumped up.
That's what we agreed in the last, accounting officer ABCD erred in this and should be held accountable.
Yeah, because you find that, for example, those who paid employees that had not been verified, I think you mentioned over 400 of them, but you say the accounting officers should be held accountable. Which ones? So, for clarity, let's have...
And if you don't clarify, you'll find we'll be taking those accounting officers from one station to the other. So you'll be taking advice from one district to the other.
Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, it's very unfortunate that we see this happening. I thought it was only in central government where we discovered that the Ministry of Finance releases funds over and above what the entities have actually budgeted. And you wonder what the motive is here, Right Honourable Speaker. Certain entities don't have funds. We don't have money under, for example, the road fund, Right Honourable Speaker. And I hope you can allow me raise this tomorrow, because I don't see the Minister of Finance here. He's around. We have a big challenge, Right Honourable Speaker. For example, for last quarter and this quarter, 20 million shillings is what has been released to districts under the road fund. What can a district do with 20 million? When I raised the motion on the inadequate releases by the government to the Uganda Road Fund, Right Honourable Speaker, we debated this motion. With your guidance, government was able to increase the release to the districts by 1 billion. And we thought the 1 billion would be an additional. Now what they have done is to remove what they were actually giving the districts, and they have left the districts empty now with only the 1 billion.
And the 1 billion is going to the district?
Yes, it is 1 billion, but previously, for example, Tororo district.
Sarah, what I'm asking, is the 1 billion still going to the districts?
Yes.
And if it is still going to the districts and they are not funding in the road fund, that's why they are rationing it.
But Right Honourable Speaker, we shall get into a problem. We have not solved the problem. I hope I can substantively raise this tomorrow. But Right Honourable Speaker, the other issue, I remember I raised this matter, the Minister of Public Service. When we visited the district, several districts, we found a cry by the districts. They had wage, but there was a ban on recruitment. And then the minister, and that was the other financial year, The minister actually said that they were actually going to lift the ban.
Thank you.
Now, this financial year, we are seeing that the ban is still on. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate. We are starving entities of funds and yet at the same time releasing funds that districts cannot utilize.
Thank you.
So, I
Yes,
hope this can be
Nakasongola.
corrected. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Nakasongola.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson of the committee. Right Honourable Speaker, I was a member of this committee for quite a number of years, and I know what they go through to produce those reports. But there's something which has been persistent. Madam Speaker, the issue of late release of funds, I want to speak on it in two aspects. One is about the locally collected revenue by local governments. Madam Speaker, this money is collected by poor local governments, and this is the money which they would have expected to be utilizing or spending at source. Madam Speaker, Minister of Finance subjected the local governments to remit this money to Minister of Finance. And this Parliament sat here and passed a resolution, Madam Speaker, that this money should be left with local governments for their utilization. Up to today, Minister of Finance refuted it, never responded to it, and they defied it. The good thing, my friend Honorable Gorobi, the Minister of Finance, is here. We want him to tell us why this money doesn't remain with local governments to be utilized. Secondly, on the same issue, Madam Speaker, the late release of funds, I am the chairperson of the District Roads Committee of Nakasongola District Government. We have a work plan we implement per financial year. If you release money 1 month to the end of the financial year, and I'm supposed to work on 4 roads, how do you expect me to implement and work on those roads within 1 month or within 20 days, and I have 1 machine? How do you expect me to operate? At the end of the day, the money is reverted or taken back to the National Treasury, then you have issues. Lastly, Madam Speaker, is about PDM. PDM, Minister of Finance released to some parishes 70 millions, others 20. I have an example in my constituency. There's a parish called the Kamira Mpango, which has missed 75 millions. Up to today, that money has never been received, and people think that members of Parliament, when you come here, we don't talk about it. But my sister, Honorable Zawede, the woman member of Parliament, presented it, but up to today, that money has never been received by that parish. The good thing, the Minister of Local Government is here, the Minister of Finance is here. I thank you.
Agnes.
Thank you very much, the Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And at the same time, I want to thank the chairperson for giving us a very elaborate report. The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring our attention to UGIFT or UGIFT projects in this country. I come from a district whereby NEBI is one of the beneficiaries of these UGIFT projects. But one of the things which I believe is affecting every part of this country under that project is the hybrid nature of awarding contracts to the contractors. The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we have 2 of such projects in my district. The contractor would have finished last year, but the manner in which the contractor is moving with those 2 projects is really very, very, very discouraging. And even to make matters worse, the district officials which would do their supervisory exercise, they are normally underrated by these contractors, and the reason being that the people who gave them the contracts are within Kampala here. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that, first of all, we are aware that there is high increase in the number of learners in secondary schools, and we have very few infrastructures. And therefore, we keep praying to the government that the contractors whom they give these contracts should have financial muscles, so that by the time Ministry of Finance is not releasing for them enough funds, at least they have something to do the work to help our people. Right now, as I talk, the 2 secondary schools under UGIFT have stalled. Apparently, you see no work being done. I sit on the Committee of Education. We went there. Right Honorable Speaker, what you see there, you read just the Book of Lamentation. Let us open our eyes to ensure we benefit from this government money. Thank you very much.
Honorable Naomi. Honorable Naomi. Honorable Naomi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, there are members who think they own land titles of this house, who think other people should not speak, who think they are the ones who know about order, about procedure, about what. This house belongs to everybody, and I am not going to allow that nonsense. No, let members debate on merit. Sit.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
No worries. We have security here. You now may you speak. You are even disorganizing a report from opposition. Which kind of opposition are you? No. You speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought he's an old member of this house, that he knows the rules, that when the speaker is speaking, you at least sit down. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee for the good report.
Nobody will kill the speaker, and if I am killed, I'm guarded by the blood of Jesus Christ. You speak. And when with my brother, he cannot do anything to me. Mama, you go ahead.
You are protected, Madam Speaker. Don't get scared by these men.
I'm scared Flavia might learn bad manners when she's still a young girl. You see that youth behind you. He still has 30 years in this house. You go ahead.
Thank you so much. I hope the answer will capture well. Madam Speaker, there are many things that have been raised. But to me, I think the Right Honorable Raphael Magezi, whom I believe has got a very long experience in local government, because he worked as a councillor together and then now he's a minister. There has been some tendencies of centralizing decentralization. Many things, why you hear of hybrid procurement and whatever, things are done at the center instead of being done at the
especially procurement.
Yes, at the local government.
You find procurement is done at headquarters, and then they just send contractors to the district.
If you feel like our local people cannot manage, empower them. You can empower them by maybe training, and also, but giving these projects and you follow them up. For us, we have a feeling that there must be something that is done there behind that we don't understand. Because some shoulder work has been done in that kind of work. They give, the procurement is done here and is implemented there, and they tell those local people that don't monitor. It is us to come from Kampala to go and supervise.
Yes.
And things are going bad. The roads are bad, and even other projects. Another example is this one from Minister of Maif. In my constituency, they got that money. It was a lot of money, Madam Speaker. But if you see the kind of work, it is one of the bridges which I raised here, is one of that. A lot of money, 1.something billion, plus those other choked roads. But if you see the kind of work that was done, if it was given properly by the local government, I think it would have worked better. So, Honorable Minister, I implore you that you look around and see how you can implement the decentralization that is interested in the Constitution than the Central State. Then the 25%, Madam Speaker, give me a chance. 25% of this Maif project, still on the procurement. Those people who have even received it, they are saying that I would rather use my money to buy instead of giving the 25%. What they procure for them, these pumps are terrible. They are poor quality. They cannot even, those projects, that's why people cry that the government has not done anything, and yet it is putting in a lot of money, but because of the way it is done, it is implemented, it ends up to be a useless project. It's a good project that you should revise it. Can you use these recommendations so that we get something out of the project that government is putting in? I thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker.
Joan, DP, Flavia, Alan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. I would like to address myself to two issues. One, the issue of unabsorbed funds, and the issue of local revenue. On the issue of unabsorbed funds, the committee observed that one of the reasons why the funds were returned was the issue of the ban on recruitment. And one of the recommendations the committee gives is to engage the relevant ministries. Now, in the issue of Madiokolo, which has the lowest, should I say the largest staffing gaps, we've engaged public service, we've engaged Ministry of Finance, and a few districts, special districts, I don't know what criteria they used, were allowed to continue. But the district with the largest staffing gaps is still on a ban. What criteria is being used? And Madiokolo, most of these gaps are in the education sector. And this has affected the performance of education in primary. Many colleagues say, oh, Madiokolo is the last in education. I am not ashamed. How do you tie someone's legs in a race and you beat them and you clap your hands? With the large staffing gaps, there is no way we are going to improve in our education status in Madiokolo and in Uganda for that matter. The second issue I'd like to bring to discuss is the issue of local revenue. Most of the new districts which were formed were left with a small revenue collection base.
Madiokolo, you're done?
I'm not done. Let me allow myself to address the issue of local revenue. The new districts which have been created, they don't have a large revenue pool where to collect revenue. Most of the revenue was left in the bigger districts. In the mother district.
Yes.
So we struggle, we
and
fight.
And then even the administrative units.
Exactly. We struggle and fight to see that some of the industrial parks, some of the investors can come to these rural places so that our districts can also create some revenue. Madiokolo's on the list for industrial park, but we still don't know. When the minister came here, there was nothing clear to say these are the districts that are getting industrial parks. And these are some of the areas where we can collect local revenue. So,
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jen. DP. The behind one. Then you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the chairperson for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, I have two comments. One is on the small-scale irrigation, where there is need for co-funding. The beneficiaries bring 25% and then government brings in 75%. But there are two types. One where government co-fund 25% and the beneficiary co-funds 75%. How does this come about? If you choose the option of solar, then you co-fund 25%, government brings in 75%. But where you choose the option of generator, where you use fuel, government brings 25% and you bring 75%. Now, many times, that money has been returned back to the center. Why? Because of few beneficiaries expressing interest in entering into this project, because they find it very expensive.
The committee has come up with a recommendation that if the 25% can be reduced to 5%, that is one option. But I've also talked to the would-be beneficiaries of this project. They are also proposing if it can be that that co-funding aspect of it on their side is converted into loan. They take it, but it is given it as a loan, and then they go and utilize it and then pay the loan afterwards. That would be another option, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okello.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I have also two issues to raise, and I want to thank the chairperson and the committee for the elaborate report. In the report, on page 9, the chairperson gave reasons why there is a lot of funds that is coming back. One of them, he said, was in regard to teachers, that secondary school teachers that were recruited and not deployed. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a paradox. Because the local government cannot recruit the secondary school teachers. It is the central government that recruits. It is the central government that sends the money to local government to pay. Then it is the central government that does not deploy the teachers. Right Honorable Speaker, I know of a young man who is a teacher and has been recruited in this lot. The man struggled with his school fees. He was an orphan. After struggling a lot, he completes his studies and gets recruited. Now, for a long time, he's not deployed. The money for his salaries goes to a district and returns back. If it pleases you, could you allow the Ministry of Education and that of local government to synchronize this? This doesn't sound well at all. Issue number 2 is also related, Madam Speaker. Nearly every year or after every 2 years, there is validation of teachers, of other workers of local government, and the results are very similar. Hundreds of ghost teachers, ghost workers. And in this case, the chairperson actually enumerated 777 ghost workers of local government, which accounted for nearly 4 billion that was paid to ghost workers. Now we have a number of workers of local government who...
Flavia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate Park Local Government for the wonderful report given to us. Madam Speaker, I have 2 issues. The very first one is on the issue of royalties, under collection of revenues, and then us failing to get royalties where they are due. For example, Kasanda District is a gold mining area. But even the place, Lubali, Lugongwe, where gold, the highest percentage of gold comes from, is not developed, fully developed, because we do not get the royalties. Kasanda District by now should have tarmac in it, but we are eating dust day in, day out. Our roads are deplorable. Even the washrooms are terrible. We don't even have clean places where people can
they
go.
eat dust these days.
It's a metaphor. It's a figurative language, but we are basically, the dust is killing us because we have no single tarmac road. And I have brought this to the Prime Minister. UNRWA promised us a tarmac road up to now. Years and years past. We have never got this. And yet gold every day is leaving Lugongwe, is leaving Lubali, it's going everywhere except in Kasanda. Shame. Right Honorable Speaker, the second point that I have is about education and the issue of inspection for service delivery. We have a school in Manyogaseka Sub-County, St. Mary Goretti Seed Secondary School, which was constructed, and it was supposed to have been commissioned in 2021, but up to now it has never been commissioned. Why? It has cracks in the walls and on the floors. And when we went there to inspect it, the contractors were saying that they cannot...
The contractors were from where?
Sorry?
The contractors were from where?
Kampala. The contractors were coming.
And the supervisors were from where?
They were also coming from Kampala, but let me give information to the MP of Kasanda South to ambulate on this issue very well.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Flavia, for letting information and accepting it. Honorable Speaker and members, the school she's talking about, Manyogaseka, St. Mary Goretti Manyogaseka City Secondary School, was supposed to be commissioned in 2021. But first, the school was constructed on a road reserve. So in the report, the chair has brought up that some of government projects are put on land where government has no titles. And
but how could they construct without having a title given to the ministry?
yes, those are the things that we are questioning ourselves, because on this side forestry reserve, we do have a health center 3. But the people who have been occupying this land,
not a forest reserve, a road reserve.
A forest reserve.
Forest.
We have a forest reserve. They have put a hospital and also a secondary school. But the people, the locals that have been occupying this land, have been denied access on processing individual land titles to own the land, because they have been occupying it since way back. But some time back, they received some investors who had come with contracts from NFA and Ministry of Land that they have been these to do agriculture, to plant rice and other agri-products on that land.
The late NFA.
Yes, the late. the titles were cancelled, and right now people are trying to forge a way out to see that there is a sure land titles, but they have been blocked. The local government is claiming it is a forest reserve, but on it we see a secondary school that has consumed over 3.9 billion
A
up to now.
government secondary school.
Yes, over 3.9 billion has been spent on it,
Honorable
and it has
Minister.
not been commissioned up to now.
Honorable Minister, you need to take an interest on these projects, especially where the procurement is centralized here, and then these people are sent down there. And I thought we were promoting Bubu. We could actually use the people in that area that can be best managed by the locals, the local administration there. And then it is also risky for us to construct in areas where we don't have a land title. Because at the end of the day, if the owner of the land comes and says this is a road reserve or this is a forest reserve, so there is a problem. So we have started grabbing land. We've started grabbing land as government. And then the other thing is on the issue of late releases. The issue of the late releases and late procurement, and then late recruitment. And you come for a loan for supplementary here in May. And yet the financial year is ending in June. So you find it is really inevitable that money will be brought back.
Madam Speaker, let me conclude. I had given him information. In conclusion, I think it's very important that we have the accounting officers learn how to monitor and inspect our projects, but also we need to have more credible means of following the money that we put in these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I join colleagues in appreciating the Chairperson, Local Government Park, for a good report. In his submission, Chair, Right Honourable Speaker, in his submission, he indicated that 446 billion shillings is returned to central government for non-utilization. Speaker, that is very, very regrettable. And when he read the list of districts that return that money, all those districts are ranking high on the poverty index. Very regrettable. the districts in the West Nile, and we all know that West Nilers have been highlighted as one of the areas that is poverty struck. Now, many of the districts in the West Nile are those districts that have returned money for non-utilization. It's very, very unfortunate that people who are more deserving, they have actually been denied, deprived of the services. For the weaknesses on our part, because a lot of the money goes late. I would rather, Right Honorable Speaker, that we plan that if in the first month of the last quarter, we cannot send money to the districts. Actually, the trend of the expenditure now should be educative enough to the ministry to know how much money they can raise in 9 months. Because money collected in the 11th month and the 12th month cannot be utilized. You know the procurement process that we undertake. That procurement process cannot facilitate districts to advertise and do everything and go through the process. We would rather say that monies that are sent to local governments end up to monies that are collected in the 9 months so that people can plan appropriately. Otherwise, for the people of West Nile to be denied services because finance sends money late is very, very regrettable. These are people who are poorest and they deserve services. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the matter of local government ministry of giving and taking away, for example, the people decided that more government units be created. And the Electoral Commission also created the units. But adamantly, Ministry of Local Government has refused to honor the parishes that were created. You'll find parishes of 15 villages. In my constituency, I have a parish of 10 villages. People have been denied of services. And now they are saying, we passed a resolution, but the members of Parliament are not following up the matter. Yet we have followed up the matter with the minister. And I'm adamantly saying, no, I'm not ready to give parishes, and yet you know it has become a spending unit. A parish is a spending unit where PDM is allocated to parishes. So why do we lie to people that we have given when we actually have not given? You even give councillors to parishes that are not existing, that do not give money. Are we serious to our people, or are we just being deceitful? So I pray the Honourable Minister. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, first answer that.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable colleagues, there is a ban on creation of new administrative units by Cabinet, and it cuts across. As we speak now, Honourable Member of Parliament of Tambala, who asked the question, it's not possible for me to advance any proposal on creation of a new district or a new municipality, or a new sub-county, or any parish or village. This Monday, Cabinet allowed me to present a Cabinet paper in 2 weeks on this matter. We have this matter of creation of new units, but also we have the matter of operationalization of the cities.
You want to create new units?
No, it is requesting government to pronounce itself as we head to the next elections. As you said, Electoral Commission.
Why don't you first operationalize the existing ones before you go and do creating more? Be it political, but first operationalize the ones we have.
Right Honourable Speaker, the minister is demonizing my point. I didn't call for creation of new units. I'm saying government actually created the new parishes, upon which councillors were elected, okay? And when it came to now sending money for PDM, the minister, local government said, I don't know about them. How can you say you don't know about them when the Electoral Commission created them and the representatives were elected? Is government working in disunity or working together? So don't demonize the point I raised.
Okay.
This is even more clear. The law does not permit the Electoral Commission to create administrative units. The mandate of the Electoral Commission is to organize elections. Creation of administrative units is the mandate of, in the case of lower local governments, Minister of Local Government. In the case of higher local governments, the mandate is Parliament. So there is a situation which has happened in the country that previously, districts would approve the proposal of the sub-counties for creation of the parishes, and that would be final. The law was amended to require that the resolution of the district is brought to the minister for creation and gazettement. So for me, under the PDM, we are actually following local government units which are gazetted, not those which have been created somewhere where I don't know. I thank you.
Rita.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. First is to thank the committee for the good work they have done. And I have a few issues. One, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the minister has taken so long to come to the cry of cities. It would be imagined that when a giraffe stands in the midst of a national park, at least when your passers by, you can be able to pick it and see it. But the cities were created, but they have absolutely lacked attention. The committee was alluding to the fact that the issue of the wage bill, Right Honorable, in the city, it is more alarming. Mbara City right now stands at about 20% of the health workers to be able to serve the Ugandans that live in that part of Uganda. And it is very heartbreaking that nurses, doctors cannot even take leave because they have no one to leave behind. So through you, Right Honorable, I think it is time. 4 years down the road, the minister has promised but not delivered. So through you, I wish you would compel him to bring the actualization of the cities as fast as possible. The other issue
NBC, inspiring Uganda.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, ifuatayo ni taarifa ya habari. Tunatangaza moja kwa moja kutoka mjini Kampala. Naitwa Bella Masangano. Katika habari ya kwanza, jumla ya maafisa 57 wa ulinzi wa rais wamekamilisha kozi ya awamu ya pili katika taasisi ya Fort Samora Machel Special Training School Waza Kaweweta wilayani na Kaseke. Mahafali yao yaliongozwa na mkuu wa majeshi maalum Brigadier General Paul Namawa, ambaye amemshukuru Rais Museveni kwa uongozi wake wenye maono yaliyopelekea kuundwa kwa kitengo cha polisi cha ulinzi wa rais.
Of training, they have covered the following: counter-terrorism as a subject, counter-terrorism search, tactics, majorly in smuggling tactics, map using stroke navigation, skills at arms, political education, martial arts, physical training, tactical combat help you in being combat ready, in being able to undertake any challenge as you have just demonstrated.
Yeah. Whenever your bosses pick upon you to do another course, again have that great attitude. Training is about attitude. And once you have a great attitude, you'll finish. The same note, the high note you start with is the same high note you complete.
Kills the right of Ugandans to vote, disenfranchising them, and you are here to defend that democracy, where people feel free in their country so that they can choose the leader of their choice without fear or intimidation. That's why we come up with the 4 principles or components of our minimum ideology.
So we look up to that, and not only the PPG. Hii pia ni kumbukumbu kwetu sisi wote. I'm not only referring to PPG here.
Hali ya huzuni bado imetawala eneo la Chigogwa kutokana na ajali mbaya ya trela ambayo ilitokea jana jioni na kusababisha maafa, huku mali kama maduka yaliyokuwa karibu na eneo la tukio yakishika moto pia. Jana jioni kwenye barabara ya Kampala kuelekea Bombo wilayani Wakiso, lori la mafuta maarufu kama trela lilipinduka baada ya kulemewa na dereva wake, na muda mfupi baadaye vijana mbalimbali walionekana kusogea karibu na eneo la tukio wakichota mafuta, na baadaye trela hiyo kulipuka na kusababisha vifo. Kwa mujibu wa taarifa, idadi ya vifo imeongezeka kutoka watu 11 hadi 15 kufikia leo, ambapo 4 walifariki leo asubuhi wakiwa hospitalini. Polisi wameimarisha ulinzi kwenye barabara hiyo kudhibiti mwenendo wa magari na kuhakikisha usalama kwenye barabara hiyo, kwa mujibu wa mkuu wa mji wa Nansa na Charles Lwanga. Wafanyakazi kutoka kampuni ya umeme nao wameonekana eneo hilo wakifanya kazi yao ya kushughulikia nyaya za umeme, kurejesha umeme eneo hilo uliokatika kutokana na baadhi ya nguzo za umeme kuathiriwa na moto huo. Wakazi wa eneo hilo ambao mali zao zimeharibiwa kutokana na moto ulioibuka eneo hilo wameiomba serikali wasaidie, huku mkuu wa wilaya wa Kiso Justin Babazi akiwatia moyo wakazi hao na kuambia kwamba polisi imeshaanza uchunguzi kubaini kiasi cha uharibifu kilichotokea na idadi ya vifo na familia zao.
Chikakombe ku division nakoera mu kibuga Chigogwa ukutema chikanga chamanyi n'abantu bafa batofuna sirika benja kabatata kamusechi abantu bafe ate kirale bannange oluguudo luno luli bize nnyo bayireetagisa hampusiwa ne Chigogwa abantu besazeewo nga bataasa osegeera etaneti netaliko kuba abantu besazeewo nga bataasa omuliro gwakutesa 8 n'ekitundu osegeera 8 kitundu baze sawa 10 kitundu zebaze mubazikiza wenzikiriza wetabedde njigine nzijjayo okotekuba abantu nokotinga emundu zikiza manye wali amazzi tugenda kwesobamu abaki
Wanafunzi wapatao 25 kutoka chuo kikuu cha Makerere chini ya mpango wa kazi za ubunifu wanatarajiwa kushiriki mafunzo maalum kuwapa ujuzi wa uzalishaji wa magari ya umeme. Lengo kuu la mafunzo hayo ni kupunguza athari ziletwazo na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, na lengo lingine pia ni kubuni ajira kwa vijana nchini. Mpango huo wa utoaji mafunzo hayo ni wa kwanza kufanyika na chuo cha Makerere chini ya mpango wa Makerere University Innovation Pod kwa ushirikiano na Kira Motors Corporation na shirika la UNDP. Vile vile mpango huo unaashiria hatua muhimu kuelekea upatikanaji wa wataalam wa masuala ya usafiri safi usiochafua hewa katika kutatua changamoto za athari ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Aidha, inaaminiwa kwamba mabadiliko kutoka matumizi ya magari ya fueli kuelekea yale ya umeme yataleta usafiri endelevu kwa jamii na ni wenye gharama nafuu ambao hautoathiri mazingira. Ushirikiano huo kati ya chuo cha Makerere na kampuni ya utengenezaji wa magari ya Kira Motors sio swala la uwekezaji tu, bali pia ni juhudi za serikali nchini za kudhibiti kuenea uchafuzi wa mazingira na kuendeleza matumizi ya nishati safi kama suluhu kwa uchafuzi wa hewa.
Emissions and promoting.
Zaidi ya walemavu 1000 wa kusikia nchini bado wanakumbwa na changamoto mbalimbali, likiwemo swala la kubaguliwa na kukosa huduma mbalimbali za kijamii. Ni kutokana na changamoto hizo ambapo benki ya I&M Bank imeanza utekelezaji wake wa huduma za kijamii katika shule ya kitaifa ya walemavu wa kusikia ya Uganda National School of the Deaf kwa kutoa misaada ya kielimu kwa kuwa idadi kubwa ya watoto walemavu wa kusikia hukosa elimu kutokana na changamoto hiyo.
Feel that will support in creating a conducive learning environment for children with disabilities at the Uganda School of the Deaf and Tender. We call upon all parents, community leaders, everyone out there who has a child with disability to bring their children to school, to stop hiding them behind curtains, because us as a bank, we want to give them the assurance that they are not alone. We are going to support them and ensure that every child with disability has access to school.
I have to go now, and in the normal schools, the children learn and complete the curriculum at hours.
Somehow hectic because I have to handle a child at a time, not teaching the whole class. For example, when I start a lesson, first I focus on the talented ones. When I finish on them, I have to go now one-on-one on those others who have other difficulties.
Licha ya maambukizi ya virusi vya ukimwi kupungua nchini, idadi ya watoto wadogo wanaoambukizwa na virusi hivyo inazidi kupanda, ambapo zaidi ya watoto wachanga 40,000 huzaliwa na virusi hivyo. Serikali hata hivyo inaendeleza juhudi za kupambana na maambukizi hayo kwa ujumla kupitia hamasa maeneo mbalimbali kote nchini.
There is technology. We have enough tools to prevent transmission of HIV from mothers to their babies. The PMTCT program is able to enroll 98% of mothers who are living with HIV and AIDS on treatment. So 98% of these mothers are on treatment. But unfortunately, we still see 4,700 babies acquiring HIV. We have the drugs. The drugs are in all facilities across the country. We have trained health workers, a program that we are able to offer them testing services so that they know their status early. But sometimes these mothers come late to antenatal, and if they come late and they are
address a lot of the problems that young girls have. Just keeping girls in school.
Abstinence, if you are not married, remaining faithful to your sexual partner if you have one, and using a condom correctly and consistently, or considering what we call the pre-exposure prophylaxis for those especially who are highly exposed. If you are HIV positive,
Kinachofuata hivi sasa, mtazamaji wa UBC TV, ni taarifa kuhusiana na soko la fedha.
Juko. Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model, PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. But what you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your...
Na waziri wa mambo ya nje wa Marekani Antony Blinken alifika Tel Aviv kwa mazungumzo na maafisa wa Israel jana, ambapo Marekani imekuwa ikijaribu kuendeleza juhudi za kusuluhisha mzozo Mashariki ya Kati. Hii ni ziara yake ya 11 katika eneo hilo tangu mwaka jana ambapo vita hivyo vilianza. Kwa mujibu wa taarifa, ziara hiyo imefanyika wakati muhimu, wakati ambapo Israel imeendeleza msimamo wake kwamba italipiza kisasi baada ya kushambuliwa na makombora kutoka Iran, na wakati huo huo mazungumzo ya kusitisha vita kati ya Lebanon na Gaza yakionekana kuzorota. Marekani imeionya Israel kwamba itaacha kutoa silaha hadi pale ambapo hali ya kibinadamu katika eneo la Gaza itakapoboreshwa. Israel imeendeleza mashambulizi yake katika ukanda wa Gaza na nchini Lebanon, huku waziri mkuu wa Israel Benjamin Netanyahu akisema kuwa kundi la Hezbollah litalipa kwa gharama kubwa kitendo cha kudhamiria kumuua baada ya makazi yake kushambuliwa kwa droni. Na mtazamaji wa UBC TV, huo ndo mwisho wa taarifa hii ya habari. Shukran kwa kutizama.
UBC.
Juko.
Yo.
Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model, PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a poultry project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are. But you left me behind. I didn't leave you in poverty. But what you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief, and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government, designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Uganda, once a food basket for East and Central Africa, now faces a food security crisis. This Wednesday on your favorite weekly program, Behind the Headlines, Timothy Nyangweso with a team of illustrious dedicated panelists will explore the challenges and solutions, from innovative farming to policy reforms, to ensure access to nutritious food for all Ugandans. This is going to be insightful and you don't want to miss it at 10 p.m. Behind the Headlines, informing, inspiring, empowering. Only on your public broadcaster, UBC, Inspiring Uganda.
Did you know that our #1 value as a nation is to respect and protect the environment? With the current population increase of Uganda and industrialization, this has increased pressure on the natural resources, resulting into environmental degradation and global warming. Developing countries like Uganda could face 80% of the global climate change effects by the year 2030 if no action is taken. Join us here on UBC TV, Inspiring Uganda, on our Eco Plus program, where we bring you an in-depth analysis of issues that are disastrous to our environment. Every Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. only on your loved station, the National Broadcaster.
Super Soul Sisters ground-based inspiring story grand finale is here. With our theme of Vision for the Future, come and be part of this amazing yet inspiring pageant as we focus on the girls' life journey through storytelling to change people's lives. This December, Saturday the 14th, 2024 at Nakasero Primary School Amphitheatre from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. in partnership with Plan International Uganda and UBC TV. Ordinary tickets are sold at 20,000 shillings, VIP table at 500,000 shillings and 1 million Ugandan shillings. Be there.
This weekend on UBC.
The Bombo Military General Hospital has significantly increased its oxygen production capacity, capable of supplying oxygen to health facilities in neighboring Luero districts.
We have that capacity because if we are producing 150 cylinders of 72 CLs, we should be able to share it with them. That capacity is there.
Free medication, no pay, and if someone we cannot manage, we give those people free transport to the higher hospital than ours here.
There was remodeling and expansion of the theatre, still through the support of Ministry of Health and with the use of the personnel from Engineering Brigade.
These impressive structures showcase the engineering prowess of the UPDF Engineering Brigade.
Know that UPDF, we are here to protect the people and their property. So you cannot protect people who are sick and who are dead. That means you have failed your work. So the hospital serves the army and the civilians as well at the same level. We don't segregate.
Bombo Military Hospital stands as a notable health institution in the army, recognized for its extensive medical services. The hospital plays a crucial role in providing health care not only to the members of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, but also to the civilian community.
Juko. Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the Parish Development Model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Kwaniriza nnyo ku UBC TV nkubuzaako gyonna gy'otusizaako engalo nga bulijjo tuba tutuuse n'amawulire agafudde mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo era tegeeza tanatega UBC TV nti Nakitene Marion ne Yusufu Ssenyomo weebali nnyo okutuusaako ebiriwo olunaku olwaleero wabula ng'okyamutemyako katusooke tulabe ebisinze ku bina by'enkomewo n'amawulire mu bujjuvu. Abanup abakkiriza emisango mu kkooti y'amagye baakumalayo emyezi 3 ate omuwendo gw'abaana abasiigibwa banyaabwe akawuka akalwaza mukenenya gukyali waggulu. Bo abaafudde omuliro gw'ekimotoka ky'amafuta baweze 15 ate n'abaana abakonzibye olw'endya embi mu West Nile gweraliikiriza. Weewaawo nyongera nate okukwaniza ku UBC TV katandika amawulire mu bujjuvu. N'abaana 47 be bazaalibwa n'akawuka akalwaza mukenenya omwaka oguwedde ogwa 2023. Embeera bweti eri bweti era yeraliikiriza abakwatibwako abakugu bagamba nti kino kiva ku bamaama okulwawo okugenda mu ddwaliro okunywa eddagala nga bazitoye obutamira bulungi eddagala n'obuteekebeza okumanya bwe bayimiridde mu bulamu bwabwe.
Kawuka akalwaza mukenenya mu Uganda gukendedde era nga n'abafa obulwadde obwekuusa ku mbeera eyo bwe batyo. Naye omuwendo gw'abaana abasiigibwa mukenenya okuva ku bannyaabwe gukyali waggulu nnyo. Omwaka oguwedde 2023 abaana abamanyiddwa abazaalibwa n'akawuka akalwaza mukenenya baali 47 nga kino kyeraliikiriza kubanga waliwo enkola za ssayansi ezivumbuddwa eziyamba omwana obutasiigibwa.
Nsonga ezireetera abaana oba bamaama okusiiga abaana baabwe akawuka ka mukenenya. Ekisooka ngambye nti abaana betusinza okulaba mu madwaliro nga akawuka bakajje ku bamaama baabwe bebo bamaama abato abafuna olubuto ate olumala okufuna olubuto era n'asigala ng'abeera mu kwegatta n'abantu abangi oba okubeera mu bulamu bateeka obulamu bwabwe mu katyabagako okufuna obulwadde bwa mukenenya.
Mu nsi yonna abavubuka wakati w'emyaka 15 ne 19 balina akawuka akalwaza mukenenya bali obukadde 19 era ng'emitwalo 21 be bakwatibwa akawuka kano buli mwaka ng'abasinga ku bano bawala.
Twogedde nnyo ku bawala abalina emyaka 15 okutuuka ku 24 nga bafuna obulwadde buno mangu era country director waffe owa UNAID akyogeddeko bulungi abawala abawala abato n'abakyala abato bafuna obulwadde buno. Bwe tutakolewo kintu ebintu bijja tusobera.
Gavumenti esaasaanya emitwalo 7 ku buli mulwadde wa mukenenya buli mwaka era nga buli omu ku nsonga eno akwatibwako okukendeeza ku kusaasaana kwa mukenenya.
Kye bayita stigma okuba nti kikyali kinene nnyo mu Uganda muno era kyekigaana abantu okugenda okufuna okugenda ku testing bwe bategeera nti balwadde tebaddayo, bwe bategeera nti batandise eddagala tebalinona. Ebyo byonna bigaana byonna bye tugezaako okukola okugenda mu maaso.
Wategekeddwawo olukuŋŋaana ku nsonga za mukenenya okukuba ttooki ku biki ebituukiddwako mu kaweefube w'okutuula okusaasaana kwa mukenenya ku nfeete. Olukuŋŋaana lwakubaawo nga 13 Novemba. Nze Andrew Sebbira ne Winnie Katwire wano mu Kampala.
It is now my honor.
Ebyo nga tubitadde wabbali yo kkooti y'amagye etuula Makindye esalidde abawagizi b'ekibiina kya National Unity Platform 16 ekibonerezo kya kusibwayo emyaka 5 n'okulabulwa. Mu musango ogusaliddwa ssentebe wa kkooti eno Brigadier General Robert Freeman Mugabi, ekibonerezo ekyo kiggyiddwako emyaka 3 n'omusobyo gye bamaze mu kkomera ne gisigala emyezi 3 n'ennaku 2. Omusasi waffe abadde era katunyonyole.
Banani yope 16 abamaze emyaka egisoba mu 3 nga bali mu nkomyo oluvannyuma lw'emisango egyabagulwako bamala ne bakkiriza emisango egyo. Mu kkooti ey'amagye gye babadde bavunaanirwa bano bakkiriza emisango egyekuusa okusangibwa n'ebyokulwanyisa mu ngeri emmenya amateeka wamu n'okwagala okuvunika gavumenti. Kkooti eno ng'ekulirwa ssentebe waayo Brigadier General Robert Freeman Mugabi etudde okusomera bano ekibonerezo.
Accused person was pleaded not guilty to the charges
After 9 witnesses had testified, the accused persons
Musale tutte kumpi dakiika ntono nnyo omulamuzi asoose kubayitiramu obukakali obw'ebibonerezo ebadde balindiridde singa emisango gino gye bayinze.
Sentence for the offence of treachery is death. 2. The maximum sentence of unlawful possession of ammunition is 10 years imprisonment.
Wabula olw'okubanga bano bakkiriza emisango era ne beetonda kkooti eno ey'amagye eriko obwesazeewo.
Each of you is sentenced a caution. You have a right of appeal within 14 days if you are not satisfied with the decision of this court.
Bwekityo emyaka egibasaliddwa gikendedde olw'ebbanga lye bamaze mu nkomyo nga kati basigazzaawo emyezi 3 n'ennaku 22.
7. That a sentence of 5 years imprisonment is appropriate on count 1 of treachery for each convict. 8. That a sentence of 4 years imprisonment is appropriate.
Era n'emyezi 16 nga mwewozaako eno kooti basingisiza omusango ku buli ssekinoomu wammanga. Ku musango okusooka buli omu asingisiddwa omusango era nga wakusibwa emyezi 3 n'ennaku 22.
Ensala eno ereseewo akabugguumiriro mu kkooti anti nga bangi ku bano basaba omukulembeze w'eggwanga n'omuduumizi w'amagye okubanunulira ddala.
Obusibe bwe tukoze bungi tekyalisaanye kuddayo mu kkomera ebbanga batusibye ddene. Tusaba omukulembeze w'eggwanga tulaajana tuboneredde ennaku gye tulabidde mu kkomera nnene. Tusaba minisita w'abaana n'abavubuka Balamu Balugahala tukubira omulanga eri CDF w'eggwanga General Muhoozi Kayine Lugaba abeeyo atusaasire tusonyiibwe tuboneredde.
Ekibuuzo kirina kyenkyogerako kubanga bandibadde tebavunaanibwa na kuvunaanibwa. Emisango gino n'abakyaliyo n'abo abasingisiddwa misango mijweteke.
Kooti egambye bano abaana beetonze tebamalidde budde kooti ne bagamba twetonze emisango twagiza ne babasalira emyezi 3 n'ekitundu. Negye emyezi 3 n'ekitundu z'ennaku nga 12 nja kusaba omukulembeze w'eggwanga akozesa obuyinza obumwe bwa constitution ya Uganda abaana bano abasonyiwe kubanga beetonze ne bagamba babuzaabuzibwa aba National Unity Platform.
Okusinziira ku minisita Balamu Balugahala kati ekisigalidde eri abo abalala abakyali mu kkomera ku misango gye gimu agamba balabire ku bannaabwe.
Kubaddeko kwabo omulalo kyogamba abanopu balinayo be badeclaringa nti bagoba ddalo tolina ngeri gy'opikamu omuntu. Tusabire eggwanga lyaffe abakulembeze b'ebibiina mulekerawo okubuzaabuza abaana kubanga kitukola bubi nnyo nnyo nnyo.
Bannannyupi abalala 9 abakyagaanye okukkiriza emisango gino egyabagulwako kkooti ebazizaayo okutuusa ng'ennaku z'omwezi 27 omwezi ogujja ogw'E11 ensonga zaabwe lwe zinaddamu okwogerwako. Mu kusooka kkooti y'emu erinako abajaasi baayo 2 abavunaanibwa emisango egy'okutoloka mu magye ne mu Buddukulu beezizaayo ku meere okutuusa nga 6 omwezi ogujja olwo bajja okukomawo okubasalira. Nze Robert Nyango.
Weewaawo ate bo abantu b'omu kitundu kya West Nile Region balwanagana n'obuzibu obw'endiisa embi mu baana ekibalemesezza okukula obulungi n'okutuukiriza ebiruubirirwa byabwe mu budde. Buli mwezi eddwaliro ekkulu erya Arua bafuna abaana 26 abalwadde endiisa, ekintu ekyeraliikiriza nnyo abakwatibwako. Baagala wabeewo ekikolebwa okuzza embeera mu nteeko ng'ekiwundo tekinnasamba ddagala.
Bannakazadde bano bali mu musomo ku by'endiisa mu ddwaliro ekkulu mu Arua. Endiisa embi eviirako abaana okukonziba ne batasobola kukulira ku sipiidi gye basuubirwa era nga n'emirimu gyonna batambula kasoobo kubanga omubiri gubeera tegunnafuna birungo mu mmere bye gwetaaga. Abaana bano balina endwadde ez'enjawulo ezekuusa ku ndiisa. Eddwaliro lino lifuna abaana 26 buli mwezi abalwadde endwadde ezekuusa ku ndyembi. Christine Nabwire yakulira ebyendiisa mu kitundu kino ekya West Nile.
Kataba abalwala endya nga balina ndwadde endala nga oba TB, malaria, pneumonia oba bali mu kuddukana tubawa ekitanda. Tubawa ekitanda ne tubajanjabya nga tukozesa therapeutic foods ze bayita F75 mu luzungu ne F100 naye zonna tuzifuna nga ziyita mu NMS National Medical Stores.
Okusobola okutereeza embeera mu kitundu kino ekya West Nile okumala emyaka 7 egiyise ekitongole ky'ensi yonna eky'abaana UNICEF bazze bateekawo enkola ezisobola okuyambako abazadde nga beegasse okutegeera obulabe n'engeri y'okubwaŋŋanga nga tebakalubiriddwa nnyo. Mu nteekateeka y'abazadde mu kitundu banoonya abaana abakonzibye ne babakubiriza okugenda mu malwaliro bayambibwe. Eno bayigirizibwa endiisa y'abaana n'emmere eriwo n'ebagasa. Omwana okukonziba kumukoseza ddala okuviira ddala ku bwongo okutuuka ku nfaanana.
Omwana bw'atali obulungi omubiri gwekyanga kuba tegufuna ekirungo ekimala gutandika okulaga signs nti siri bulungi siri kulya ekimala. Omwana ayinza kuba ebigere ne bizimba ku lw'okulya bubi, olubuto ne luzimba, enviiri ne zikyuka, omubiri ne gutandika okufuna ebiwundu, omwana n'akogga nnyo.
200 okujjanjaba abaana abakonzibye. Ndi Nafuka Farida, Nadia Nakuti.
Weewaawo webali kubanga okyatambula naffe wano ku UBC TV. Kakati webukeeredde ng'embeera ekyali ya kiyongobero ekigoogwa ewagudde akabenje k'ekimotoka ky'amafuta ne kikwata omuliro abantu abasoba mu 15 ne bafiirwa obulamu bwabwe. Ab'ebyokwerinda babaddewo nnyo okulaba nga ebyokwerinda bitebenkedde era ne bakkiriza n'abo bannannyini bintu okutandika okusombawo ebintu byabwe ebyasigalidde. Omusasi waffe abaddeyo era kaabituwe.
Embeera ekyali ya bunkenke na kiyongobero ku kyalo Kigoogwa Nansana Municipality mu disitulikiti y'e Wakiso oluvannyuma lw'olunaku lw'eggulo ekimotoka ky'amafuta okulemerwa omugoba waakyo n'akikuba ennume y'ekigo ne kikwata omuliro ekyaviiriddeko abantu abasoba mu 10 okufiirwa obulamu. Mu kifo kino obudde obw'okumakya ebyokwerinda bibadde bikyali guluggulu nga ne poliisi y'ebidduka omulimu egukwasiza maanyi okulaba ng'ebyentambula bisigala bitebenkevu nga RCC w'e Nansana Charles Lwanga bw'annyonnyola.
Awagudde accident ekigoogwa ab'ebyokwerinda nga bakulirwa Uganda Police webali okulaba nti tewatamu kubaawo kintu kyonna kitataganya abantu baffe. Traffic Police weri okulaba nti ab'ebidduka bavuga bulungi.
Ab'ekitongole ky'ebyamasannyalaze ekya UMEME nabo bakyalinzeeko okuzzaako amasannyalaze nga bwe bakyekenneenya embeera. Abamu ku baakawonawo okuli Land Road w'ekifo ekyasinze okukosebwa balajjania bintu byabwe ne bannaabwe abasirikidde mu njege eno era wano we basinzidde ne basaba gavumenti n'omukulembeze w'eggwanga okubadduukirira.
Ebizibu ebibadde birabiri abaana baffe betuweerera ffena kutuba tusimiridde betuyambye okuzzaawo ebintu byaffe n'okutuwa ssente ezigenda okuziika abantu baffe.
President Museveni
gavumenti gyetusaba
mama nabanja mbeera kati tume gye tuzzaako essaawa eno.
Ate ye RDC wa disitulikiti y'e Wakiso Justin Mbabazi agumizza abatuuze era n'abasaasira ekyabatuuseeko.
So police ekyanoonyereza kujja n'omuwendo gw'abantu bameka abakafa, bameka abakyali malwaliro, abakoseddwa n'ebirala. So bunaagendera gye bweyongera tujja kuddamu kubannyonnyola poliisi ejja kuvaayo ennyonnyole embeera eri wano.
Oluvannyuma poliisi ekkiriza abantu bannyini bintu awagudde akabenje kano okutwala ebintu byabwe.
Ffe poliisi tukyaliwo naye twagala ebyo ebikyaliwo bitereezebwe era bitandika okubikozesa.
Naye mundu osanze nga biki byonna ebyonoonese ebyoyinza okugamba nti bino biweddewo.
Ebintu bingi, laba emigaati, laba sukaali, bingi. Kubanga abadde wano atunda amazzi ng'asuubuza
Jamiru Sekajja yakusakidde eggulire lino.
Weewaawo UBC leero kakati yo poliisi mu disitulikiti y'e Buyukwe ekutta abakozi ba gavumenti abagambibwa okwezza ensimbi eza parish Development Model wamu n'okusaba enguzi abantu okubayambako okuzifuna. Kino kiddiridde abakulembeze abatwala disitulikiti y'e Buyikwe nga bakulembeddwamu omubaka waabwe omukyala owa disitulikiti eyo Diana Mutasinga okusitukiramu okukenneenya embeera nga embeera tenatabuka mu batuuze.
Wakati nga gavumenti ekyali mu kaweefube w'okulwanyisa obwavu mu bantu ng'eyita mu kuteeka ensimbi ku miruka eya Parish Development Model, disitulikiti y'e Buyikwe y'emu ku zaasooka okufuna ssente wabula nga PDM ekyagaanya okunnyikira mu bantu olw'ebirumira ebijjuddemu. Kino kiwaliriza abakulembeze mu disitulikiti eno nga bakulembeddwamu omubaka omukyala okusitukiramu okunoonyereza ku biki ebikyagaanya enkola eno okusaasaana mu bantu. Bano basookedde mu muluka gw'Erweru mu munisipaali y'Enjeru. Abatuuze gye balaajanidde Mutasingwa ku kunyigiriza okw'enjawulo okubalemesezza okuganyulwa mu nteekateeka eno.
Ate sente zagenda gindi oluusi nno n'ekintu kyezagenderera tegundi agenda kulunda nkoko tazirunze.
Omulume yemu n'osanga taata afunye, maama afunye n'abaana babiri. Nyabo ekyo nze ngamba bagikirongosezaamu.
Mu Parliament Model olina kunoonyereza paka bw'otanoonyereza bakusazaamu neyanzinke. Minisita nyambiddwa ntya era akasente bwe kaba kafuluma ani yakatwala.
Tubadde tumanyi bani baafuna ssente era tubategedde leero tufunangako lukiiko lugambibwa ntulya waliwo amaka gafunye era kati waliwo ababaddeawo ng'amaka gamu ne mulimu abantu babiri mwami n'omukyala.
Wilberforce Bwembo omu ku bassentebe b'ebyalo asanyukidde ekikoleddwa nti kyandimalawo obuvuyo obuyitiridde mu nteekateeka za gavumenti.
Ngafu abakulembeze ab'ebyalo era ripooti nabadde mazojjiwa minisita nti abantu abo tebatubuulira gundi afunye ssente gundi afunye ssente. Batukomya kukola verification nti abo bantu bakyalo bwe bamala okufuna ssente tebadda gye tuli.
Kyokka kino kiwaliriza minisita okuyita ssentebe ne banne okulaga obujulizi obwoleka nti abantu baafuna ensimbi nga tebabirina ekimutabudde, n'alagira poliisi okubatwala bongere okunoonyerezebwako.
Mpadde lisiti teri complete. Awala wali complete awala tewali complete. Kati kyetugenda okukola babatwale babasibe then tulabe kigenda mu maaso.
Ye omubaka wa pulezidenti e Buyikwe Kibwika Michael ategeezezza nga omuze guno bwe guyitiridde mu disitulikiti wabula ng'ebitongole by'ebyokwerinda bakukola ekisoboka okulaba nga guggwawo.
Minted Development Officer oyabba obukadde 21 ne tumukwata ne muteeka ku poliisi kati yakomyawo ssente zaffe era tugenda kuzigabira abantu baffe ab'essiibukunja. So bano saa zino minisita tukanyiza nti tubatwale tuba investigating we banaaba nga they can build culpable tujja kubateeka mu mbuga za kooti.
Ye omubaka omukyala era nga ye minisita omubeezi okuva mu yafesi yamyuka omukulembeze w'eggwanga ategeezezza abakozi ba gavumenti nti buli anaasangibwa nga azanyira ku nsimbi za gavumenti wakukwatibwa n'omukono ogw'ekyuma.
Bw'oba ovuddeyo n'ogenda n'ogamba nti nze nja kuba parish chief, nze nja kuba chairperson wa SACCO, ng'omanyi bulungi nti omulimu ogwo tekuliko kasente ate nga gw'oyagala ssente ekulira.
Kinajjukirwa nti enkola ya PDM inaatera okuweza emyaka 3 ng'etambula wabula nga mu bitundu ebimu tenannyikira kuganyula bantu.
Embeera bwetyo bwebadde mu bitundu by'e Buyikwe. Kaakati tugenda kuba twesogga akatale k'ebyensimbi tulabe nabo bye batuleetedde n'oluvannyuma tukomewo n'ekitundu ekyokubiri twaseguka.
Biwagiddwa? Genda ku Google Play oba App Store oteeke Wendi app ku ssimu yo oba nyiga *229# Wendi wonna w'oli.
tuwe ne stamina ng'ey'empologoma. Eky'ekisinga obukulu situla amazzi gano n'ogatwala waggulu ku kasozi ng'okozesa jjiiko. Sena amazzi tugende duka yapuka 72 spoons faster go. Okuwangula kuzibu ne bw'okozesa MTN Momo wangu sasula obagula ne Momo okufuna omukisa okuwangula mobile money buli lunaku. Kozesa Momo app oba nyiga *165*3#.
Amazina ganje niye Tekwase Ruhanga John Bosco ninduga mu district ya Rukungiri y'umuhanguzi wa miliyoni 18 na Uganda National Rotary. Nzahangwire kurwo mu kuzana *278# ngafata message eriko mu y'umuhanguzi nashemererwa konka naba kugira ngo neri yafere sente ziriyo zone bakaziteka ko nazihangwira.
Uganda National Lottery. Dream, play, win.
Participants must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The Uganda National Lottery is operated by Ituba Uganda and regulated by the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now, we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanawoli.
The East Africa UK Tourism and Cultural Expo 2024 is here, happening on 8th and 9th of November 2024 under the theme Enhancing Tourism as Engine for Social and Economic Transformation on the sidelines of WTM London at the Rembrandt Hotel, 11th Thalo, PI South Kensington, London, SW7 2RS, United Kingdom. The guest of honor will be the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. For tickets, exhibitors will pay £1,000 and participants will pay £300. For more information, call +256 787 096.
Ngaho kuba ku simu noti 772 5 noti M22 oba noti 773 M53 898 oba noti 78